Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. Um, Today we are going to be talking about Young Thug, the RICO charges, and all of that stuff. I want us to kind of warm up before we do that. So I have some things that I want us to talk about before we get into it. Mm. Also, welcome Sober Bobo, welcome Wellspring, KJ, LB, Cantor, Kaya, Hope, Britt. Hey Erica, um, Phil is here. Black Tinkerbell is here. Thank you all for being here. As we wait for people to show up, there's 55 of us in here currently. As we wait for people to show up, I actually want to talk about something that has nothing to do with the case. All right. So, as a sort of preliminary matter before we get into this discussion, um, we'll, Candace Owens is a trip. I don't know if you guys saw what Candace Owens did this week when she decided to become an investigative journalist. And this is the intro, right? Put a one in the chat, by the way, if you can hear me, because I do actually want us to have this. Hey, Themis, your skin is glowing. Oh, thank you. I'm pretty sure it's mostly light, but I appreciate that.
You don't have to have.
So let's go to Candace Owens. All right, all ones, one, one, one. All right, everyone. Everyone can hear me. Sobo Bobo asked, is this the BLM mansion? Yeah. So we're going to, this is the intro, and I'll play the intro video after I finish talking about Candace Owens, because I think this is funny, and I wanted to show it to you guys. I'm looking at the number. There's 100 people, 120 people now in the chat. Please remember to hit the like button. I'm becoming a better YouTuber. All right. So I'm going to share a video with you regarding Candace Owens. So one of the Black Lives Matter founder, Patrice, came out and she had the following to say. Let's watch it together.
And right-wing pundits are creating have created an incredibly dangerous environment for me. This morning, I woke up to Candace Owens being outside of my house with a news crew. She was demanding that I come outside. And when I looked at the video recording of what she was asking about, she was actually asking about the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation property. And for some reason, seems like she thought my house was that. It's unacceptable and it's dangerous that anybody, any stranger, the right-wing media.
All right. So she's talking about Candace Owens showing up to her house. This is what Candace Owens had to say in response.
Oh my God, I think she's crying on this live, pretending that she was harassed. Like I said very politely to the guys, anyone we can speak to. My name's Candace Owens. We never went over the gate. It was just me ringing the doorbell, trying to speak to someone. He said absolutely nothing. He started just recording us. And we said, okay, if there's no one we can speak to, we're going to leave. Patrice is pretending to be scared because she knows that this Black Lives Matter lie is falling apart. And she doesn't know what to do. I mean, people are aware of the scam that is Black Lives Matter. She's intentionally limited the comments, so you can't even comment on this post, because I was going to comment and be like, this is a complete lie, and we have it all on camera in terms of what happened. So what you are seeing right now is the face of a woman who is pretending she's afraid of right-wing pundits, when in reality, she's being exposed as a fraud.
All right. So I have a side-by-side video that I want to show of what actually happened when Candace Owens showed up to the house. Now, I don't know if you guys know, but there's a chapter of Black Lives Matter, the organization that was banned from operation in California because of disclosure of their financial statement and what they're doing. I will preface everything that I'm saying on this live stream now by saying nothing I say here or any of the guests who come on says here should be taken as legal advice. Please go find your own counsel. I am not operating as an attorney today. I'm just talking mess. So the idea that Candace Owens is pregnant, fully pregnant, visibly pregnant, being an investigative journalist, showing up to this woman's house, I can accept that it does allow a kind of insecurity in people, but I don't know if Patrice is being honest, right? So here is what actually happened based on Candace Owens' um, own camera crew's recording. So this is what happened when Candy showed up. And Shade Room is obviously messy. So the Shade Room is definitely going to post a side by side, and I'm here for all of it. Candace Owens is ghetto. Candace Owens pulled up at this woman's house. So this is what happened.
She was demanding that I come outside.
Hello. I was just looking to speak to whoever is at this property because it's listed as the Black Lives Matter property. Sir? Hello?
The fact that she's came outside my house and demanded things, harassed me, is unacceptable.
We're not trying to harass you. We'll gladly leave. We're just wondering if we can speak to anybody.
Y'all, I really need my family to be safe. I need to be safe. I need my child to be safe. And this, what happened this morning is not safety.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Yo, I don't know who I can't take seriously more. She said Candace Owens came there demanding entry. Look, Candace Owens might have been there being completely obnoxious, but only decided to turn on the camera when she was being nice, right? Like, we don't even know if that's Candace at her house, right? Patrice's house. She could have recorded this at another time when she wasn't acting that way. Also, the fact that you understand that there are some very aggressive right-wing people that are around you and that follows you could be dangerous for this woman. Like, I'm not going to ignore that. However, Candace Owens, quote unquote, pulled up on her demanding to know where our money went. Now, Candace Owens have said herself that she has never donated to Black Lives Matter. She's been on a campaign against Black Lives Matter. Why is Candace Owens asking where her money is? I don't understand. I literally don't understand. And there's something very dangerous about this, but it's still funny because, like, Candace is asking the questions that I want to know. Like, I literally want to know where the money is. I want to know what is happening. I know at the Black Lives Matter property that Patrice hosted a party for her child, and while that is not in and of itself bad, there's something really, really, really disturbing about an organization that is gaining so much traction and has, on the backs of Black death, has accumulated a ton of money, millions of dollars, without a sort of accountability checks by the people who are donating. Like, there is something extremely bizarre about that. And so while Candace Owens have her own ulterior motive, I don't know who is paying a pregnant Candace Owens to go out there and go harass people, harass. And I'm not glad that she's doing it, but we do need some answers. So someone's got to do it. I hope this woman is safe, but Candace Owens like to act like she's above it all, but not her going to this woman's house talking about she pulled up on Patrice. She, yeah, no, she's pregnant again. Yeah. She is pregnant again. Tamir Rice's mom pulled up by internet. Um, was what is the link? Oh, sorry. So anyway, let me continue. I'm about to start the video in a moment, so give me 2 seconds and I'll start. I need to send something really quickly. Apologies. Not Candace Owens pulling up to these people's home. That's the link for the live stream on Instagram. I just sent it. All right. One more thing before we start. Actually, I just realized I had this up, so might as well just show it. So remember how I've been talking about motherhood and Mother's Day and whatever. I don't know this to be true, but I feel like it's a better representation than what we should see when we go. So why do women do ultrasound instead of MRI? I just saw a picture and look away for 5 seconds if you don't want to see this picture. But apparently, and I don't know this to be true, so I'm asking for the mothers in the chat who've done MRI or, well, ultrasounds, why you didn't do an MRI. Is it true? Is this true? Is this what people see when they do an MRI? Is this what people see when they do an MRI? Because if so, if this is what you see when you do an MRI, I understand why no one do an MRI. I'm done. I promise I'm done. Actually, no, I have one more. I have one more video. And then we'll get into the discussion, I promise. So, do you guys remember who Antonio Brown is? Antonio Brown is. So he had the following to say regarding racism. And so let's watch it, and then I promise I'll start the actual video. So this is what Antonio Brown had to say.
You don't have to have self-pity or be a mentality of being victimized. There's no racism. You can do what you want in America and the world. Only you could breathe for yourself, and like only you can see with your own eyes. So it's up to what you want. I made $100 million in like football contracts. You don't have to have self.
So because he made $100 million in football contract, racism is over. That is that is the representation we get, apparently. So, period. Say no to racism. Demas and Thoth, do you think Candace needs to work harder to be taken seriously by her right-wing counterparts? I think Candace is right where she needs to be, where she wants to be. I think she understands her position as the Black woman who will say racism doesn't exist, much like Antonio Brown just did. So I think she's exactly where she is. I don't think anyone takes her seriously, but that is a reflection of them and what they believe. And they don't believe her. So that's that on that. So I'm going to end it here. Candace should run for president. Let's see how that would go, right? I'm going to end that there, and we're going to start the live stream. Now there's 308 of us in here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Let me know if you can hear me again. My mic just went out, I think, but it should be fine. Candace, for the people. Look, I distrust anyone who puts me on the side of a Candace Owens. So that's what I'm going to say. And then we will go into the intro. Sorry, that was Vanessa. She's running late. All right. But as we wait for Vanessa, I have George in the background. I'm going to add him to the stream, and we're going to discuss together some of the things happening regarding Young Thug. He has called the Pursuit of Happiness podcast. His Instagram is also on the screen. It's all down here. He worked for for a DA office, District Attorney Prosecutor Office. He also worked as a public defender, so he is working. He's done both. Criminal law is not my area of expertise. It is my favorite subject, has always been my favorite subject in law school, but I never actually practiced criminal law. So I'm very glad that George happened to be available and willing to discuss this with me. So give a round of applause for George, and you guys have to be nice. Not, hey man, how are you? You're muted.
Apologies. This is like Zoom, those type of things will happen.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And Vanessa, we were talking to her behind the scenes. She is on her way. I told her not to speed home, but she's on her way, and we are going to talk. Not Demis on the phone. I was speaking to Vanessa. She's late. So when she comes, please remember to throw tomatoes. Is it tomatoes or tomatoes? Tomatoes.
I think either one is allowed.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Just out here living in Atlanta.
Have you been following the case with Young Thug?
It's all we're talking about down here.
I think the problem is everyone has their own definition of what racism looks like, and to them and how it works. Yeah. We'll talk about Candace Owens and racism another time, but I wanted to get your opinion on some things. And before we even get into like sort of the real meat of this,
right?
There've been some tweets that I've been very concerned about. And one of them, and we'll talk about this. So this tweet says, actually, let me get your reaction to this. This is actually kind of funny. Before we get into like anything serious, can you read? Can you see that?
Yeah.
I just want to make people uncomfortable for a minute. Young Thug said all he did in juvenile detention was gamble, smoke, and juvenile detention is not co-ed. Is juvenile detention co-ed? Do you know anything about juvenile detention?
Maybe it was one of those correctional officers that he was with. You saw the situation in Alabama where that lady, she helped her boyfriend escape. So I don't know. Maybe it wasn't co-ed. Maybe it was one of the correctional officers. Maybe it wasn't. Who it's whatever floats his boat. This is Atlanta. What's going on? So yeah, so that's funny. That's hilarious.
All right, so let's move into like a serious part. We know that Young Thug, Gunna, and 28 other individuals were indicted under for RICO charges, right? There were 56 different counts.
Right.
And before we break that down, I think there is a misunderstanding, right? And I've seen a ton of tweets talking about white people never get indicted under RICO and how this is racist and this is all for the black man. The question was, do white criminals ever get indicted under RICO? And I can appreciate people wanting to join the discussion about criminal law and what is happening. Yeah. And I mean, I think there is a racial component to all of this. However, I don't think people understand where RICO came from.
Right.
And the fact that it was for the mafia,
exactly.
Right? So do you want to talk anything about that, or should I just go on a tangent on why this is such a bad tweet?
You kind of laid it out. I mean, I think that if they could have named it the Vinny charge, they would have. I think RICO was the closest that they could find that kind of sounded Italian. But yeah, the RICO was put in place to get like the Al Capones and the mafia. That was the intent. That was literally the basis for these type of charges. So while you do point out a good point that this now in this iteration of it probably does have some racial undertones, it might feel targeted. The Italians were the first motivation for something like this. The mafia was the first motivation for these type of RICO charges and like charges like racketeering and things like that. Those are organized crime. So anybody can get it.
I mean, right. Anybody can get it. So Ferguson pointed out, I mean, Italians weren't always white, but currently they are considered white.
Right, yeah. To them, to the ones making the decision, they weren't considered white for a long time. Right. That's a good point. That's a good point there.
And I'm gonna go into RICO and we're gonna explain what it is. But I just wanted to start with that tweet because I think there is an adoption of black adoption of sort of what I will frame as white problems. And the reason I say this is if we believe fundamentally that the system is racist,
right,
you are going to be, as a black person, for a lot of people, more scrutinized than other groups, right? It is the quote unquote over policing and all of that stuff.
Absolutely.
So why then would we broadcast criminal activities to make it this easy to be caught up in the system? And do you think this is a problem with like us not understanding the game? Are we not playing the game? Like, what do you think? This is not a legal question, obviously.
Right.
But it's a cultural one.
It's a cultural one, yeah. I think it's one of the situations where it's a intersectionality between risk and reward. Obviously, we have a culture that has come up, the hip hop culture, that definitely I say they exacerbate, or they definitely pump up sort of the negatives in society and things like that. And so that's what we see. But the use of that imagery as a way to express yourself, we've kind of had that relationship with maybe what some people would consider the seedier side of society, the seedier side of culture for a long time. And it's an avenue, it's a channel for people to make, become rich. We have this real relationship with criminality. It's not just black people, but it's something that if you're coming up as a minority, this has always been the case, because those traditional non-criminal avenues we don't have access to that. Like if you ask me,
wait, are you saying we don't have it now? Oh, at one point we didn't.
We don't have it now, really, and we didn't have it back then. Like if you ask me, what is the biggest like organized crime syndicate? Some people might say, it's Goldman Sachs, or it's the pharmaceutical companies. Those are organized crime, and there's opportunities for us to go after them if we really wanted to. We don't have the pharmaceutical companies opportunity, so we have street pharmacists. And obviously, don't allow me to get on mine, because I'm a public defender, to get on on my high horse about the difference.
No, you can get on there, because it looks like we're about to jump into a debate in a minute. I'm writing something down so we can get back to it.
Yeah,
but I appreciate
that lack of access to traditional, what's been considered non-criminal avenues has led a lot of minorities to pursue things on the criminal side. And so, I'm Nigerian. I'm Nigerian. So one person's scammer is another person's hacker or IT tech person.
Not have led.
I'm just saying. We see the difference. We see the difference in how we describe these things.
I'm writing something down because I don't want to be derailed yet, and I feel like when Vanessa comes on,
we're gonna get derailed. That's inevitable.
No. That's fine, because it looks like we're gonna have a really good discussion now. This is fun. So, sorry. to move our discussion forward,
Right.
I need to. This is why we have to break down RICO in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So DJ Academics tweeted out the feds calling YSL a criminal gang in. I'm not going to read this. I don't know what he's saying. Well, I mean, I know what he's saying. He want to say, all right, indicted 28 of them on RICO charges and basically say they killed someone in 2015 and claim
Right.
Young Thug rented the car that the killers drove to the murder. This is serious. Wow. All right. First of all, I literally almost stopped reading because this is a Georgia case.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with the feds, at least not yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Nigerian law.
Hey, what's going on?
It's like I'll get to that. This is not about the feds, right? So again, not yet. While I can appreciate DJ Academics reporting on the news or whatever, it's not the feds, and so it's kind of misleading. I will get into the RICO charges now. And please feel free to interrupt me at any point.
Okay.
Because I think we need to kind of understand what we're talking about, why it's relevant, and then we get into the sort of discussion about how to go about discussing it in the public sphere. So again, the background, we know that 56 different charges, there's 28 defendants. But what is RICO? Now, when we think about the RICO charges, we can have the federal or the state. The state RICO charges and statutes rather are much broader generally than the federal statute. And it includes ideas about, and someone put it on the screen. We were talking about it. I'm pretty sure someone put it on the screen. But it's Racketeer. Let me pull this up so you guys can see it. So when we think about the Georgia RICO statute, right, it is Racketeer, influence, and corrupt organizations. Yeah. And I know this I know this might seem like a lot, but I promise you it's not. I'm going to leave it up on the screen just because, but I'm going to attempt to summarize all of it, right? So for RICO, the elements you need, right? As a general matter, the state must prove separate underlying offenses beyond a reasonable doubt in addition to RICO, right? Mm-hmm. So think of RICO as a sort of umbrella kind of category of crimes that includes an enterprise. An enterprise in this case would be YSL, allegedly, or a gang, right? A gang is an enterprise. So the first thing you need to prove is that the defendant committed 2 or more predicated crimes. And the predicated crimes are armed robbery, murder. It runs the gamut, right? We can look to section 1643 and you can look them up. That the predicated acts were committed as part of a enterprise engaging in racketeering activity, and then that one or more of the acts and the pattern result in the defendant acquiring control of an enterprise, real property, or a personal property, or that the defendant was engaged, that the defendant was employed by or associated with an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering. Now, we can go down to definitions. So racketeering activities are listed here. For anyone to read. So means to commit, attempt, or solicit another person to commit a specific crime listed in the statute, which includes 40 different types of offenses. Examples of included offenses often referred to as predicating crime. Now, again, this could be robbery, armed robbery, murder, attempted murder. It runs the gamut. And we are going to go through, we're going to go through
the whole indictment.
The whole indictment. We're gonna go through the whole indictment. And actually, before we even go there, let me pull up another tweet. And why I'm going through the tweet is I'm kind of troubled by the public discourse because it feels like there is just very, very little understanding of what is happening. No, I mean it is, but that is fine in and of itself. The problem that I'm having is I don't think anyone is trying to remedy.
Gang. When I get on the record with them, I'll go.
I don't think anyone is trying to remedy their ignorance. Like one of the tweets said that no one, that people can be charged with RICO who didn't commit a crime just by affiliation. But one of the element requires you to commit at least 2 crimes. And so
I know that at this current moment that Gunner, the other rapper that, well-known rapper that's a part of this situation, is I think he's only charged with the RICO charge.
No, he is charged with 2 underlying. I'll point them out when we get to them, but he's charged with 2 underlying, but I think his is the weakest case. And if I was a betting man, let me not say that. But let me add this one tweet and then we can go on.
Perfect.
So this right here, this person says, can we talk about how RICO charges don't actually have to prove you personally did anything wrong, only that you should have known your associates were allegedly doing wrong? This is not true. And it's not true because if we go to if we go back to the Georgia statute, and I'm not saying it's not true generally, but it requires that the defendant committed, let's zoom in on one of the principle, the element. The defendant committed 2 or more, I don't know who wrote this article, or more of the predicate crimes. And what happens is, that's where we get into, again, murder, attempted murder, and all of that. Drug possession with the intent to distribute, all of that stuff, right?
Right.
So now, go ahead.
The way, just jump in. The way that RICO has sort of been used against people is that while individuals under that umbrella of whatever the organization is, it could be, in this case, YSL, it could be whatever organization, it could have been the mafia. Those people all had to have some type of tie to that organization, and those 2 predicates had to happen by somebody under that umbrella. So if Gunner is a part of that organization and he is not simply just being associates with that, but he's doing anything, it could be non-criminal things that he's doing that are in furtherance of that organization, and the organization then committed 2 murders in furtherance of that. Yeah.
No, but that's part of conspiracy, right? So if you can catch them on it is an actual crime. Conspiracy is an actual crime. And so if you can link that which the organization is doing, i.e. going around killing people, with Gunner, who might be, I guess you're not innocent if you are found to be a part of the conspiracy.
Exactly.
But in layman's terms, innocent of knowing and participating in the conspiracy.
Yeah, you don't have to actually be part of the murder. You don't have to hide the body. You don't have to do anything. But if you
just need to drive the car, period.
Yeah. or in this case, rent the car.
But yeah, it sounds like you're having an objection, and I feel like this is your public defense coming out, and so I'm here for it.
Well, I'm not going to argue about the validity of the law itself, because that's a separate conversation. It's just the way that the mechanism and how these things are being used. And we'll get into, in reality, how this looks like, how this actually gets played out and what it looks like for people when it's actually presented to a jury or when you're indicting a case and things like that. We'll get to that too. But the case itself, I think it is important people to get some clarity on it, because you have like these buzzwords like the feds and RICO. People just hear these things like, oh my God, what, they don't know what it is. And so I think when you mix that with 2 well-known celebrities, it obviously is getting people attention. But yeah, definitely there's a lot of misunderstanding of what's going on in this case, and I have my predictions on how this will ultimately play itself out. But we'll wait to get to that. We'll talk about predictions about how this will actually play itself out and how it actually looks to a jury, because as I can tell you, as a prosecutor and as a public defender, what the law actually says is important. Obviously, it's important, but it's not the end all be all when we're actually asking people to make a decision about guilty or not guilty.
I mean, that's ultimately, because we're going to get to, I'm waiting for Vanessa to come on to get to using of lyrics as a part of the prosecution as evidence. Even though, to my knowledge, states that have RICO laws use a federal version of, I think you mean as a model. That is correct. RICO can also be used in civil contexts as well, such as fraud, embezzlement, and conspiracy. This is correct. However, the state's version of RICO is generally broader in that it will capture more. And we know this because this prosecutor decided to, or the DA decided to throw everything there, like from song lyrics, Instagram posts, video posts, all of that. And there is a problem with interpretation of art as evidence. And so this is kind of interesting to me. So Pretty, welcome to the membership. Thank you so much. Racket. Yeah. Go ahead. I think I cut you because you were talking about the implication of, well, not the implication, but rather what the law looks like versus in reality what happens.
Right. And so as a prosecutor, I've prosecuted cases, I've prosecuted gang cases, I've also defended them. You can have as much as you can tell people all day, this is what the law says, this is what it says, and this is why they're there. But you know, juries are made of and comprised of humans. They still want to see those actual dots connect. So even though somebody may they may under the law be allowed to be coupled into this case, if all you have is somebody who has an association through via colors or tattoos or Instagram photos with the known associates, and that is the way that you intend to then also say, hey, this person is as guilty as the person who pulled the trigger. They're as guilty as the person who buried the body. People have a difficulty taking that step. They have a difficulty taking that step. And that's the reality of any prosecutor. They're going to cast a gigantic net. And I know the DA there, she's new. This is the same DA who's right now trying to build a case against Donald Trump. So I feel like, you know, she's definitely trying to hit the ground running and, you know, make a splash. You know, people are going to know her name. But
actually, let's play a 13-second clip from her and let's talk, because I feel like this conversation is one about, are you tough in crime versus more lax? And and whether or not this comes out to be racist, because I think you and I might have sort of fundamental differences on what this is, and it might be due to our different experiences in law. So let's hear what the DA had to say and then discuss. It's like literally 13 seconds.
Number one focus is targeting gangs, and there's a reason for that. They are committing conservatively 75 to 80% of all of the violent crime that we are seeing. Number one focus.
So that gangs, if her words are to be taken as true, I didn't fact check her. Gangs are responsible for conservatively 75 to 30% of the violent crimes. Now, obviously, there's a question of, well, you want to stop them, but you have to do it legally. And this doesn't seem right, or it does seem right. That's not the argument here. Do you understand why this might be, like, this is something she's going after?
I think to get into that conversation, you got to kind of understand the history of Atlanta.
Oh, not the history. Wait,
I'm sorry. I have to do it. You have to know the history of the city. You know, one, we've obviously there's been an emphasis on crime in Atlanta, and it has been obviously going up. during the pandemic. She came in, she took over for Paul Howard, who was the DA for many, many years. And he kind of left under circumstances where his credibility was questioned. What he has, you know, his own issues when it came to his credibility. So she worked under him and then replaced him because he was facing his own ethics, you know, concerns. So she's coming in. You know that we have a new mayor. That our previous mayor, I think that she lost her election, or not that she lost because she didn't run for re-election, but she was set to lose the election on the issue of crime in the city. It's been an uptick, but we don't have the same gang culture that you would see. No, it's not that bad. Come to Atlanta. Like, listen, come to Atlanta. But we don't have the same gang history as like LA, where it's like we have these organized Bloods and Crips and stuff like that. We more have neighborhoods. Yeah, we have like people who grew up together, cliques and things like that, and they might be associated, that they may adopt like one of the national organizations or national gangs sort of like bylaws, and they might have an association with them. But these are more about people's neighborhoods, people who grew up together, and they're just trying to get money out here. So
you're making the argument, sorry for cutting you. I feel like you're making the argument kind of without doing it directly that YSL is not a gang.
It might be all things. It might be multiple things. It's a gang. It's a clique. It's a record label. It could be a lot of different things. When you know, BMF was really heavy throughout the nation. They had a real big you know, influence in Atlanta. BMF, you know, with Michi, but they were a gang, and then they were an entertainment group, and they threw parties, and they had businesses. So it's all things in one. So yeah, I mean, from one perspective, if you're looking at it like, okay, these people
wait. Let's look at it from the crime perspective.
Yeah, these people are committing crimes, and there's some people in there committing crimes, and they're under that umbrella, so it's all bad. Or you could look at it like, I'm a public defender, so it's always gonna be.
Wait. I want to hear the other. So they're committing crimes, but there's another way to look at it. Tell me the other way to look at it.
No, crime is crime. I would say that crime is crime. Yeah. But if you're wondering how these people come to existing, it's a greater issue of opportunity, challenges, what people are attempting to do. They're trying to collect and pool their money. They're trying to survive, and so these things will rise up. These people will organize in a way to survive, and that's really that is honestly the crux of any type of gang that you see. They're organizing in a way to survive and to strive. Well, how they go about it is obviously problematic, and if they're committing crimes, they're committing crimes. But I think when you're focusing in and saying like, listen, we're gonna aggressively attack gangs, and we're going to attack gangs, arresting them is not going to necessarily remove that, because if there's always going to be that lack of opportunity for people,
wait,
you're just going to take those guys out, and more guys are going to come in.
So how do you propose fixing it then? Because you're saying like we haven't even gotten to the case, but
yeah,
and this is probably because this is a more interesting discussion, I think. Wouldn't removing them remove them?
It would remove that generation, or that generation of those people who are committing crimes. But if the environment that created them is going to exist, then the younger boys are gonna just step into their place. So,
but shouldn't the argument then be remove them while fixing the system?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, so you're not disagreeing that the gang members should be removed?
I think anybody who commits a crime would have to be accountable for the crimes that they commit.
All right, and so there's
levels to it. There's levels to it.
I mean, the levels we understand is ultimately to fix the system. It's not to excuse the behavior.
Sure, absolutely. I'm with you with that.
All right, so YSL, I thought, was a record label.
And also a fashion line. Apparently.
Well, I mean, East and Laurent probably pissed right now.
I know they woke up, they're like, what's going on?
They heard they were trending and then they looked why. So that's not great. But they are now considered a gang.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not say they're now considered a gang, because we know an indictment is easy to get. A prosecutor walk in, go to a grand jury, present all kind of hearsay, present everything, no discretion. Like there's no really kind of motions practice.
It's super
right?
easy.
Yeah. So Vanessa is finally here. She is 45 minutes late, and I will add her to the stream. Hey, Vanessa.
So sorry.
Are you sorry?
Not really, because I was, doing my real job, so I can't apologize that much for that. But I'm here now.
So we're at the point of the discussion where George is trying to explain to us why gangs should be excused for their behavior.
I'm here for it.
This is a good breakdown with you and George. I'm sure you would like George, Dean. I know you would like George. Thank you, Dean. Distant Star,
I'm not on CP time. I have a full-time day job time.
So do I, and so do George.
I was in the office to listen, okay? I'm sorry.
They're throwing tomatoes at you, so period.
Yeah, I just pretend to be a lawyer. This is just
right. She come in here like I have a job. Yeah, we all do. We all no, but continue, George. I want to hear this because there's not very many people who've come on the channel who are willing to sort of break it down. I'm usually having to yell. So thank you. Someone said leave Vanessa alone.
No, I'm just saying that to understand what YSL is, or they're talking about the other different other things, other gangs or organizations in the city. You have to kind of understand the history of the city. You have to understand what's the motivation behind a new DA coming in and taking this aggressive approach towards crime. There's so many different factors that. But
it feels like you're saying she shouldn't take this aggressive approach to crime.
I think that the people. I'm a resident of Atlanta. The people want to feel safe. Mm-hmm. They want to feel safe. And I think that the pandemic
opened our eyes. Safe or they want to be safe.
They want to feel safe. They want to be safe. And there's a problem. There's a problem that there's been an uptick of crime in the city. There's been a definite uptick in crime in the city over the last 2 years. So I'm not surprised by that. I think she also has sort of that rubber. She has that encouragement from the people because they've all expressed that this is what they want. Like I said, she's the same prosecutor who's also going after Donald Trump. She has the jet fuel to do this. And so she has the backing. But when you cast a large net and you go after high profile people, it's going to bring an added layer of scrutiny and light to what you're doing. So she has to definitely be successful in this. And I hope she is successful in rooting out the bad actors and the people who are committing crimes. Like I'm not pro crime, but I am. I'm not pro crime. I'm not pro crime at all.
Good.
I am pro as a former prosecutor. I am pro responsible and responsible prosecuting. And understanding the root issues and things like that. You can't always apply the same level of vengeance to every person because it doesn't necessarily address the root issue.
All right. So in the indictment, this is stated: YSL is an enterprise consisting of a group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. All right, so let's pause. If this is true, YSL is not a record label. It is not. It's nothing legally. Is there a problem with tax evasion here? We don't know, because if you're not a legal entity, we already have a problem. You could have signing people, creating music, gaining money from music when you're not a legal entity. So. Right. assuming this is true, this is already shady. Why is Vanessa? You seem upset. Why?
I haven't said a word. I'm listening.
Your face look upset. Are you here to protect Black men? I'm kidding.
Always, you know that. No, I mean, I just was thinking about because you're just bringing up allegations that haven't been brought by the prosecutor, so it's making me
If
think.
this were true,
I'm just saying that that's why I didn't say anything, because in my mind I was pushing back on the question. That's why I didn't say anything. Continue.
All right. YSL constitutes an ongoing organization whose members function as a continuing unit for the common purpose of achieving the objectives of the enterprise, right? YSL is a criminal street gang. Like they said that without any whatever. YSL is a criminal street gang that started in late 2012 in the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta, Georgia. YSL claims affiliation with the National Blood Gang. YSL founder, which is Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug, aka Slime, and some other person, are based in Atlanta. They made YSL a well-known name by referring to it in his songs and on social media. All right. And they talk about identifying things. So YSL, if it is a gang, right? The affiliation they're pointing to are going to be in the music, in the social media, in the hand movement, in the clothing they wear, all of that.
Right.
And this prosecutor is attempting, it seems, to use all of that as sort of evidence against the can I say the members?
Yeah.
All right, the members. Bad
as we kind of understand them, we understand them to be members.
Yeah. Right. Hopefully she doesn't do what the DA did with Cosby. Hopefully she doesn't do what the DA did with Cosby, because there is not a civil case that I know of, so there was no granting of immunity. We'll see what happens. But anyway, thank you, Dean. All right.
So I think like I'm putting my defense attorney hat on, right, and understanding the culture, understanding the culture of, because this case is going to have to be, like, it's a state case. It would be presented to Fulton County residents.
Be careful when you say culture, because I would hate for you to define the culture as degenerate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you have to understand that what the difference is of you putting together and saying, this is me and my friends, we're just putting a name to our clique, our friendship, our group, and we become a movement. You know, like I'm a member of many different associations, right? I'm an alpha. I'm a member of Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
Period.
If a member of my fraternity commits a crime in Atlanta and then they all indict me, I'm gonna be like, wait, we might be part of an organization.
But that's not a fair comparison at all, is it? Because the alphas weren't created to do crimes.
And my point is that their defense attorney is going to say YSL wasn't created to do crimes.
Yeah, I think, sorry to cut in. I think that's what, in terms of what he's talking about culture, like, I grew up not in Atlanta, I grew up in a different city, but similarly, like, groups of young boys created names for themselves, right? Mm-hmm. Like, they had cliques, they had crews. It's just a way to identify. Do some of those groups then have members that engage in illegal activity? Sure, but a lot of young Black men enter into communities and create sort of names for themselves or cliques for themselves that don't necessarily, like, start with the intention of being some sort of criminal enterprise. So I think understanding that, then you don't go into it with the assumption that, like, oh, because they're a group of men and they have this name and some of them do engage in activity, therefore the purpose of that entire entity was to be criminal conduct.
So how do you define intent then? Because, well, let's go do that. How do you define intent, George?
Well, that's definitely going to be required from the prosecutors, the DA, to outline that this was always the intent of YSL.
How are they going to prove the intent?
I don't know.
Let me tell you.
I'm curious. I'm curious. I'm very curious to see how they prove that.
Well, it is in here.
Let's talk about it.
the intent of the organization here is going to fundamentally be about what is being promoted, right?
Right.
So Alpha, you brought up Alpha, right? If you go to the Alpha, if you go to the website, there is a statement, there's a goal statement, there's all of that, right? You see the individual, you know that they're upstanding, intelligent men, like period. I'm here for Alphas, by the way. Anyway, separately, when you do YSL, when you do YSL, unless you're looking at the brand, right? When you look at this, the promotion of YSL, this is why your argument necessarily requires the music, social media, and all of that to be included to define what the intent of the organization is.
Absolutely. That's going to be the crux of the argument.
Yes, Themis definitely did print out the indictment.
I think that there's evidence to support both. Like, I think the defense is going to have a pretty strong defense as well in terms of like the music they put out, the artists that they've signed. Like, there's definitely there's a lot of violence that's talked about and a lot of sort of like criminal conduct that occurs. But I do think that both the prosecutors and the defense are going to be able to both paint very different and also persuasive stories about the purpose and the intent of the group. Particularly because two of the people are very prominent and very famous.
All right, I need both of you to put on your defense attorney hat, because
mine never comes off.
Because now I really want to hear this very persuasive argument that YSL is not a gang. Give it to me.
May I, Vanessa? Can I start?
I mean, this is more to be pretty expert on this.
Before you start, know that we are under the assumption that they're not incorporated.
Right,
it's not an LLC. It's not a legal entity. Go off.
So I think I would start off with that same understanding and saying, listen, we start off as a movement. We start off as
what kind of movement? You have to paint the picture.
The picture is these young people wanting to pursue this music career, wanting to establish themselves, and so they are identifying themselves. They're setting themselves apart from other cliques, other music groups, other production people, and stuff like that. And the pursuit has always been about music and how sometimes music can imitate life, and how music can be used to paint a picture of life, but not necessarily mean that's what their purpose is. So when you're taking these rap lyrics or what's happening in the videos, it's a reflection of what's happening in society, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what they're doing and that's their purpose. Their purpose is to make music, and it's evident in these two gigantic megastars who have emerged from this clique, you know. Right. And we have no idea as a person who, and then we talk about the good that they've done in the community. We talk about the things that they've done, and we also compare it to like we had this conversation to reach back to it, was that the important thing is, and what they mentioned is that they have association with the National Blood Gang organization, and in the minds of people, if you say Bloods or Crips, we know that these are criminal gangs, right? That's well established. Atlanta doesn't have that history. They have history of cliques. They have histories of streets, people who their associations are not necessarily revolving around a gang, but more their association about just knowing themselves, going to the same high schools and growing up together. And so they've named themselves YSL, and maybe these people at some point they have relatives that are actual gang members, or they have people who commit crimes, but that doesn't necessarily give you a RICO case. The DA had every opportunity that if the individuals in this situation actually committed crimes, they could have just indicted them on the face with those crimes by themselves. If someone attempted murder, you charge them for attempted murder, and you don't try to build this larger case to try to go after everybody, because not everybody is responsible.
Can I just
Vanessa, wait. Vanessa, are you convinced, or do you want to add to that? Go ahead.
I want to add to that. So a couple of things about why I think YSL. No, not that I'm taking away anything. I just did I think one thing that sort of helps them is that they do have artists that are contractually signed to them. So I think that supports the idea that, I mean, if they were just a gang, I don't know why you would have contracts with artists that are actually signed to you, that are part of the label. Two, I think the fact that you have artists such as Drake, such as, I don't even like, rap is not my, I like Afrobeats, but you have artists as big as Drake who have repped YSL, that also wear YSL chains, that have associated themselves with YSL. So you have these large entertainers that are known in the music industry that are also associating themselves with the record company, I think says a lot. And if I understand, YSL is under a parent company, I think. I think Warner Music Group is the parent company. So I think that there are things that show that, again, like if you're on the defense side, that show like this isn't a music group that's established. Obviously, incorporation is one aspect, but that's not the end all be all to demonstrate that you have an actual functioning entity that operates as a music group. So I do think that there is enough evidence for its defense to argue like this wasn't created for the intention of just violence. I think if you go on their Instagram page, YSL has an official Instagram page that is dedicated to music. So there's definitely enough there, I think, to support that defense, right? But of course, there's going to be stuff on the prosecution side. But I'm persuaded that like I could definitely see that this started off as a group of people who wanted to make music and may have curtailed one way or the other. But I do see that there clearly was an intent to have the focus be about creating music.
All right.
And go ahead.
All right. So I heard you both.
He's not persuaded.
I'm not persuaded. And here's why I'm not persuaded at all. Because there is, so let's do this. You said they're artists and they want to make music, and you point to, I guess, Gunna and Young Thug as
contracts, legal documents.
Yeah. Legal document with an entity that is not a legal entity.
Just because an entity isn't incorporated doesn't mean that you can't engage in contracts. You can
engage in contract, but it's not a legally recognizable entity for tax purposes. But
that's not what needs to be shown in order to.
No, I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm saying that the entity does not exist, if this is to be taken as true, as a legal entity for tax purposes, right? And so that actually cuts against this idea. Yeah,
agreed.
All right, good.
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed. I don't think that's the end all be all the way that you have made that the end all be all.
It's not the end all be all, but we know that there have been clubs that were formed for the only purpose is for money laundering, right? So when we think of when you say that their contracts exist, these clubs have vendors, they have
contracts exist of actual artists who do make music for this entity.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and it's not like they're just the contracts exist on paper and there's not actual like mixtapes being dropped. And
again, for money laundering businesses, contracts exist that are being fulfilled outside of the fact that it's in the purpose of the company, the purpose of the club, the purpose of the laundromat is to launder money, right? So that contracts exist with outside vendors and they're being executed that people
are engaged. Outside vendor though, it's different when you have someone who's signed to your label that's consistently putting out mixtapes.
You don't have a label.
Well, I mean, I don't know if there's a legal definition for a label. So
what's the alternative purpose of YSL? Is it a gang just to be a gang? Is it a gang? What was their purpose? Is it to commit murders?
We know the blood. Well, we don't know this, but there's some who would argue that the blood gang has been trying to get involved in music. We've seen artists coming out of New York that were alleged to be a part of the blood gang and that they were being promoted and uplifted by the blood gang. So
yeah, but this is different. You have the parent company being Warner Music Group, which is a very well.
I mean, Cardi B signed. Let me not do this. So you can be assigned to big. Tekashi 6ix9ine was.
My only point is that I think that there is a defense.
Oh yeah, there is a defense. My argument is whether or not this is a strong defense. And so when on an individual level, I would agree. I would concede that Gunna's case is weak. Like it is a weak. Like the way in which he got wrapped up in this. Period.
It's like purely affiliation.
Yeah. So we know gangs have been trying to get into music. We know that music comes with a lot of exposure, money, and resources. So if RICO looks at you trying to expand your territory and they say you're a gang, you could go in music like you go in selling drugs, like you do any other enterprise, like business venture, to have more resource and to expand your sphere of influence. So the arguments that you guys are making regarding why it's not, for me, just sound like why it would be. Like, as a gang, one
The
could.
argument would you be persuaded by if you're already starting from the position that they are in fact a gang?
Well,
Nothing
you guys
will be
have to prove that they're not.
Anything
Well,
you would say they're just a really smart gang. You're just
Yeah.
covering the tracks well.
But that's the thing, though. Like, the defense doesn't have to prove that they're not a gang. The prosecutor has to prove that they are.
Which I find what that I believe will
But
be.
you're limiting that only to one. You're saying because they're not incorporated. I feel like you're giving that a lot more weight than any jury actually would, because that's a purely legal.
Well, let's do a poll. Let's do a quick poll in the
Well, first
chat.
of all, your poll is skewed because everybody is just pro-famous. Whatever Famous's viewpoint is.
Then you do the poll, Vanessa. I think
I'm
they
not
actually
doing that
like you.
poll. I do think that the idea that they're not incorporated bothers me. Not only in a legal, I don't think it actually holds that much weight in terms of this criminal context, but two, on a more policy based, like those who are more marginalized, those who do not have, and I'm not saying that this is their case. These people do have the funds and the means to do so, but those who are more marginalized and don't sort of have the legal know-how to get incorporated, are they now at a worser case than companies that like can be incorporated and still continue to act as a criminal enterprise? Like, I don't know if that's like where I want to hold the line.
Yeah. So,
Here it is, LB.
So see, people are Team Vanessa. All right. So, chat, put a 1. Don't hear the poll first. Put a 1 in the chat if you're a juror and that they weren't incorporated would matter a lot to you. Put a 2
I
if
ask
it
a more
won't.
specific question.
That
doesn't make sense to me.
No, it does make sense to me because I can say put a 1 if them not being incorporated means that they're a gang. Like, I can't do that.
No. I just think it matters a lot. Like, you could have that matter a lot, but still ultimately, I guess the better question is that like definitive?
So we are talking about a multi-millionaire who is famous.
Actually, no, also, I don't know if they're incorporated or not. I don't actually know.
Yeah.
And once again, I would think that they'd have to prove, like from this inception in 2012, that was the purpose. That was the purpose. YSL was created with the intent to be a criminal organization. And I think it's going to be difficult when you have people understand.
Little Baby was signed to them. Like,
yeah, people understand.
Wait, are you using?
I'm just saying, if you tell me that. If I'm in Atlanta, living in Atlanta, and you have these big name rappers that I know of as musicians that are signed to this label, I don't give a damn if they're incorporated or not. Clearly, they're making music and they're doing it.
But that can be said true. Like, it could be a rite of passage to get into the music industry in a certain place. Like in a high school where gangs are affiliated to be taken seriously in the school, you might have to pledge to a gang that you don't pledge. You might have to become a part of a gang that you don't want to become a part of.
Same difference.
I don't think I'm understanding. So are you saying that it is primarily a gang, but then they just happen to have all these?
No. Your argument just now is that
there are large.
There are people who just want. There are people who want to make music.
You're saying they? I see. I get what you're saying. I get it.
All right, cool. Do you know what YSL stand for?
Young Stoner Life.
There's also a Young Fly Life.
I don't know what a slime is. I thought that was a hoe growing up. I thought that's what a slime was, but I don't think I actually know what that phrase is.
Well, apparently Young Thug is also slime. Now, would it change that there's been communications among these people talking about this as a gang, or at least a group of people like those other people mess with YSL and we should go kill them? Would that make a difference?
About what the original intent was or what it currently is?
Huh?
About what the original intent was or what it currently is?
What it currently is. I mean, what it currently is.
I think that would have some influence.
Right.
By the way, let's just pause on the distinction between what it was and what it is. The only distinction that has is the only issue around that would be when RICO would start.
Mm-hmm.
So if they became a gang in 2014, then we would exclude everything from 2012. Yeah.
Well,
and
I think it's relevant, but
yes,
the prosecutor would try to keep it out.
And excuse me, I would say that the reason why it's relevant is because if we're talking about the big fish like Thug and Gunner, is like if they if this organization YSL like sort of grew into a criminal organization, but Thug's influence or connection with them at that point became distant, how do you then say, okay, Thug is part of this? You know what I'm saying? How you have to have that connection?
Wait, is that merely a hypothetical? Because that's not what is happening here. Because he was the leader.
I would say with Gunna, I was going to use Gunna as the example, as someone who may have.
You better use Gunna because
I think Gunna has the. I think he is. I don't know why Gunna is here. Okay, I would happily defend him. Okay, with ease. With my conscience would be clean. But I do think someone like him could be like, look, I was part of the music group, right? Like that's what I did, and yeah, I hung out with them, but like there were people that were actually making music. And so it could be operating as both, right? There could be an aspect of it that's music, and there's an aspect of it that's more of a gang. And we see that. I mean, I think Death Row Record, like we've seen that before, right? That some of these music groups do have members that also engage in gang activity. But I do think that there is a possibility to argue that like I'm not a part of that part of it. That's the criminal part. And I don't know. I feel bad for Gunna. Free Gunna. That's all I was saying.
I feel the same way. Want a Gunna, freedom.
Gunna had meth in his car, allegedly.
Look, you know how I feel about drugs. Like, that's not.
I actually agree with you on drugs.
Like,
I don't.
Maybe he was using. Okay, moving on.
All right, let's go straight into the First Amendment stuff then. Not First Amendment, but actually, no, let's do this first. Yeah, so we have a quote-unquote tweet or DM. I am not sure if it is a tweet or a DM. One of the members tweeted or DM'd another member saying they're gonna get us for the body.
I don't think that was the exact. No, use the exact tweet if you can.
No, why?
No, because that makes it sound you're making it even more guilty. I feel like before I could argue it, that phrasing. They're gonna get us for that. Just sounds.
Now you can argue. Are you planning?
I feel like the way you phrased it, I couldn't. I need the exact language that was used.
Oh my God, I can't find it.
You should have tabbed it. Be prepared.
Actually, wait. Before we get there, I actually want to hear this. It says, "I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with that body."
Oh, the lyrics.
Yeah, should lyrics be included in as a means of as evidence?
I don't know. I don't know if the question is going to be should, because case president just has established that it can. It will be. It will be. Now, is it persuasive? That's up to the jury. Will they be persuaded by it? It depends on the arguments, because like I said, any defense attorney could be like, this is just rap. This is how rap is. Maybe he had a ghostwriter. Maybe they like he didn't even write that. So
for example,
should it be?
You killed someone in a mall, left the body in the restroom, and then made a song saying, "I killed someone and left it in the restroom." Right. Should that be you? But we don't know. We just found a body in the restroom. Should we then use your song that outlined how that person was killed as evidence against you?
The answer is it will be. It will be used.
No. I didn't ask will it. I said should it.
It should be, because we're lawyers. We don't get into shoulds.
I was going to say, you're also asking questions where I don't like your questions, because I think as smart lawyers, the answer is it depends, right? Like it's going to depend on a lot of things. It's going to depend on the relevance of the lyric. It's going to depend on the facts of the case. It's going to depend on whether the lyrics are vague or whether they're specific. It's going to depend on whether a judge thinks that this lyric actually shows intent, or if the judge thinks that you're making a propensity argument. I mean, it's going to depend. I don't think there should be a blanket rule that's like lyrics are never let into evidence. I think that would be ridiculous. But I do think that it's going to depend on the lyrics themselves in every case. So that's why I don't like your question.
But thank you. I was actually looking to be called out for that, so I'm glad. However, in a RICO case, when you're trying to put together the fact that this is a gang and they exist as an entity and they have affiliation, is the lyrics not important? Is all of their connection now not important to put out there?
I can tell you this: if it's just lyrics and Instagram post, a jury is going to find them not guilty. There has to be more.
You better be speaking. You better
I will say, out of everyone here, George has the most actual trial experience, so I'm going
But
to.
you better be speaking for the jury. Absolutely not. You can get a whole different jury.
I'm just saying, like, the person who's done the most trials here is the big law attorneys don't do that much trial work. So I will.
You know, I'm just fighting the good fight down here. So if anybody from YSL is listening to this video and they need a consult, reach out to me, the Ike Bay Law. Listen,
sorry, I was talking. Please say the Instagram name again. Let them know.
The Ike Bay Law. I'm a podcaster and the lawyer. I do criminal defense. So no, honestly, I think that you know, we've seen cases in Florida and Georgia where rap lyrics have been utilized. We've seen gang cases where prosecutors have used a person wearing a red T-shirt, a person wearing, standing on a well-known street that gang members frequent. So those things have been admissible. So we know it's coming in, or it probably will be coming in. It depends on the judge, but it probably will be coming in. But the jury's going to decide how much they weigh that, and if it's by itself, I mean, I can't speak for a jury, but I'll be surprised by a jury.
Thank you, Paul. Wait, no. Nope. This is a moment where I get to gloat.
Okay.
You said you can't speak for a jury, correct?
Correct.
Period. Vanessa,
anyways, I have a question. I don't know how much appellate work you've done, but in terms of the cases you're seeing out of Georgia, in terms of like this scenario, are those cases being upheld on appeal? Are they being overturned? Like, what have you seeing?
I haven't done a lot of appellate work when it comes to gang cases. Okay. And I will tell you this, and a lot of, on the ground defense attorneys know that these cases are not necessarily intended to try. Prosecutors don't want to try this very complicated, convoluted case with so many different fact patterns. What they're really hoping is that people start to flip on each other. What's more persuasive is confessions and finger pointing. And so that's why you cast this large net. You're going to cast a large net. You're going to get some people. There's very strong evidence for some people, and there's weaker evidence for other people. But if that person folds and they're not getting bonds, and they say something like, "No, I know exactly how involved he was. I can tell you because I saw him."
Right.
That they're not relying. They're not going to go into a trial relying on Instagram captions. I promise.
No. This is just to get. And I think that the thing is, like, if they don't, the people who are sort of lower down that don't have access to good attorneys are not going to understand that. Yeah. And so you probably will get a lot of people confessing or flipping on other people.
Taking plea deals and things like that. So
that might not even, for probably relatively weak cases, but that's a good point. Yeah.
There was a post about YSL that says if they F with us, if they want, we gonna bring homicide.
Period.
Is that?
I listen to.
I love violent rap music.
That is not a lyric. That is on your picture that they posted online.
What is it? If they F with us, what happened?
If they can F with us if they want, we gonna bring homicide.
Who is they?
We're not doing that.
Hey. I don't know who they is.
All right, here's one more. No, I'm not reading that one.
Who is the? Did it say who posted it?
Yeah, so Young Thug wrote this is Young Thug lyrics, by the way. F the judge, YSL, this is mob life.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to say F the judge.
Let me just say, regardless of if you want to include or exclude this, the judge is going to see it.
Yeah.
The judge make the determination of whether or not this should be included.
That's why you need an understanding judge who.
We say, well, judge, we weren't talking about this judge. We're talking about
a different judge.
A totally different judge.
Different jurisdiction.
Right. That was a DeKalb County case. We're not talking about you, Judge. We love you. We respect you. So,
Young Thug also said, this is actually a song. I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. I told them to shoot 100 rounds.
Was anybody shot with 100 rounds?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Someone was shot.
I think that, so I don't do a lot of work. I don't do really any state court stuff. So it's always different for me. But like, is it normal for the indictments to kind of just have like, here's this song lyric that like is a part of this overt act without any sort of supporting facts to go with? Like, is this normal for an indictment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. And I've written indictments that I think different offices have different sort of like approaches to it, but you want it to be fairly vague. You want to just ultimately just hit the most bare minimum of elements and that be there so they know sort of what the basis of it is. But there, you know, that approach is typical. It's typical. So yeah.
All right, react to this lyric then. I just beat a murder rap, pay my lawyer 30 for that, me and my slimes above the law.
Period.
Listen, I would bump it. I would bump this in my car. Like I literally listen to this type of stuff all day. So
I listen to this stuff going to my big law firm job. It does not relate to me.
This is not about you two. It's about
you asked us what our reaction to the music was, and then we were both.
And my reaction is okay.
Okay, so you guys are in court. If this gets through,
the court.
Yeah, hopefully it's a jury. Not hopefully.
I would think it's too prejudicial unless there's like an actual case that like it would definitely need to be.
Again, they're trying to show that they're connected with slime.
Yeah,
so
but they have other evidence connected to the slime that's not as prejudicial. That's extremely prejudicial.
No, if you say I'm not a part of slime, then you open the door for these kinds of.
If you say that on the stand, and then that's different. That's different. So that's different than bringing it in as damn it, I'm losing my crim. Like there's like things that you bring in as evidence from the beginning, and there's things that you bring in for what's it called when someone's lying and you're trying to show that they're. I can't remember. But the evidence is different. But I'm talking about if you go on the stand, which none of these people should go on any stand, and say that, then sure. But as part of your case in chief, I would think it was a bit prejudicial given that you have other evidence to show that they're affiliated with YSL.
Exactly. I mean, there's gonna be stronger evidence, and I do think it's prejudicial.
This wouldn't be character evidence in the way that but gave the lawyer close.
You're not explaining and just saying no.
Oh, I thought you already said no. I thought you were.
I said no too, but I think you have to explain why it's not.
No, so what you want to do is not character, it's propensity. But there are ways around propensity evidence, such as to show intent, right? And obviously judges have ruled. I know in New York it differs, right? So some judges will let lyrics in, some won't, depending on what you're using it for.
A lot of judges will let rap lyrics in.
I mean, but there's also a problem with rap lyrics generally, and you have to kind of build up to it. Like when you lay the grounds for a rap lyric, it becomes a problem of interpretation. It becomes a problem of how metaphorical something is. It is a problem, but gave the lawyer.
It's not the best. It's not the best evidence that you would want as a prosecutor. If I'm going to a trial and I have rap lyrics, I'm not relying on the rap lyrics.
You're definitely going to want more than just that. But I think also,
I mean, but to show affiliation and stuff like that.
To show affiliation with YSL, I feel like depends on your jury, right? Like I know that Drake has shouted out YSL. I know that all these
Jason Tatum has,
like so many people who are famous.
But they didn't say I am in YSL.
What? Jack Harlow, is it Jack Harlow? Is it the one that people were tweeting about him being a YSL? Like
no. Gave the lawyer close to $2 million. He handles all the killings. We don't speak about S on wax. It's all mob business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all kittens. Period.
You didn't say it right. You gotta.
Oh, how do you do
that? Diamond speak. Yeah, come on, man.
So should I rap it? Should I?
You put the beat on.
I've heard you rap before, so I know that you do it.
Put the beat on when you say it.
If it's not Nicki Minaj, I'm not doing it.
You've done your own freestyles too. I've heard them. Don't be shy.
Period. I'm trying. Hear this. I can't do it. I'm not gonna rap. It says, old murder never switch up. You say you N-words, gangsters, you ain't did enough. Spin the block a couple times, think they did enough. Hail Mary, Tupac S. I'm about to hit him up.
Yeah.
Every N-word around, we wicked. Like, why would I lie? Slime ball N-word, like, yeah, why would I lie? I got mob ties. So I feel like this is a confession.
Oh, what though?
Not at all. Not at all. That's not at all.
The man said, why would he lie? He is affiliated with the gang, period.
Well, so here's the thing. If you're talking about just trying to show affiliation with YSL, if I was a judge, I would only allow the parts that actually mention. I wouldn't allow you all that in. Like, a lot of that isn't really relevant to showing an affiliation with YSL. A lot of that is just to show that he's a violent person and therefore he.
Yeah, I mean, so if I were the prosecutor, that's what I would do. I would say, I am not saying this is about propensity or character. I'm just showing affiliation.
Yes.
Now look at this picture with this man with YSL tattooed on his face.
I think that there's no judge that would not let, like, everyone would let the tattoo with the YSL on the face in. Like, I don't think anyone's arguing about that. But in terms of the song lyrics, there are ways, and it depends on how much the judge cares, to be able to say, like, okay, these parts of the lyrics to show affiliation are in without some of the other lyrics that are just violence for the sake of violence, that don't actually correlate to any actual conduct that they're alleging occurred. So I do think a good judge would be smart about what they let in, but...
So you're saying that you would allow lyrics in as proof that they're associated, like, so I think like at any moment, if anyone would try to go up there and they can use those lyrics to try to impeach them, and that's why no one's going to go up there and actually.
No one's going to stand. Yeah,
no one's going to understand, because the opportunity to impeach them and open that door where it's like, oh, you're not YSL, you're not violent. Well, here's all these lyrics that I can present to you that say otherwise, and these are your actual words. So no one's going to testify, and no one's going to argue that they have dealings with YSL. Now the question is how much they're involved and how much they actually know, and if they did anything in furtherance of YSL's criminal activity. Now that's going to be the case.
Yeah,
and they have to prove that they were a participant in the furtherance of their criminal activity beyond a preponderance. I mean, beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Well, so I think in terms of, first, you have to establish that they were a member of YSL, period, right? I do think that if I was a judge, which I will never be a judge because that's too stressful.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
I do think that I would let in parts of the lyrics that the person is sort of saying YSL or whatever. I would let that in. But I don't think I would let in a lot of sort of just like the general.
I would let it all in.
Well, we know that you're biased, so that's why you shouldn't be a judge. But I wouldn't let in some of the just like general violent language if it's not tied to actual conduct, right? If the prosecutor isn't alleging that this actually occurred or that this is like showing a confession of any sort, I don't think I would just let in generic statements about like we killed people.
Because as a defense attorney, I would have a field day with the state just throwing up pictures of people holding guns and stuff like that.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
I would have a field day with that, because you're not gonna post my guys holding a gun and be like, well, they're part of a gang, and then you could have these other people holding up a gang, and there's gun owners. So it's like it has to be tied. It has to be like, well, is this the gun is this the murder gun that you guys that they're showing off? Is this the caliber of gun that you believe that they use?
I mean, well, most of them were convicted well, they had felonies. That's not
felony possession.
Felonies. So you should not be in possession of a gun anyway.
And my argument would always be that the prosecutors had the choice to pursue these people under regular charges under crime. Like if you have that evidence and you see them and they're you could have just
but the RICO charge requires that you prove underlying charges. So by proving these two underlying charges, I'm going to then go to RICO in a minute when I talk about the enterprise, that they committed these crimes. I'm proving these crimes individually, but I'm going to show a pattern, an enterprise, and that they're furthering the enterprises.
Were any of them charged?
Can I ask this question? I'm curious to hear what you guys think. What is the strategy? What is the strategy of charging these people under the RICO compared to just charging them straight like?
Oh, I think it's easier.
criminal charges.
It's so much easier to do RICO, right? Because then people who you have no evidence on, you just tie them in with their affiliation. I think they're going to be
no, or it could be there is a gang and we are trying to clean up the streets. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying the whole the
I think it's both. I think it's both. I think it's both. I mean, RICO charges were made to make it easier to get at these criminal organizations or enterprises. So I think I'm sure the prosecutor thinks that they're cleaning up the streets. I'm not suggesting that they're not, but in terms of why not just do individual charges, I think RICO sweeps more broadly. It has higher sentences for people who are less involved, who you wouldn't be able to sort of threaten them with more time. It allows you to get people that are at the bottom to flip on those who are higher up. I think the RICO statute is very helpful to prosecutors. So I think that it makes a lot of sense. If I was a prosecutor, I would likely do the same thing.
I just, in my heart of hearts, I don't believe that. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that every person that's indicted in this indictment hasn't committed the crimes that they're accused of. What I'm saying is I don't really truly believe that. Not only say like that, but I'm curious to see how they prove that these megastars are at the same time rappers, megastars, but also actively involved in gang activity.
They have Young Thug on video.
I don't think they have much of a case against Gunna, and I am curious if Gunna being wrapped in this is just because he is a large name with a lot to lose, and didn't do much. So they may think that someone like him might be more.
I mean, worst case scenario, they when they arrested Young Thug and they went into his home, they found all kind of stuff.
Have you seen me say anything about Young Thug today?
No. But George just said that he doesn't truly believe that these big artists are in.
You think Thug is the only person that has access to his home?
No, you think they planted the drugs in Thug's home?
I think that Thug is like a typical hood nigga that got like 30 people running in and out of the house.
Absolutely.
Sorry to swear.
You don't believe that was him. You don't believe he's in charge of the gang.
I don't know if he's in charge of the gang.
I'm not gonna say I believe or not. I'm interested in how they prove.
No, you said you truly believe. I didn't believe. So this is
I clean that up. I can't say it because I don't. One thing I do know is that she hasn't obviously shown her hand. She's giving you just enough that to have this be a grand jury indictment and to people to know that they have a case, but I'm pretty sure that there's a lot more that they're holding on to.
Watching them since 2012. I hope they have more than this.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure.
Yeah, because if that's what they show up with, I will be very disappointed.
I'm sure that they do. I would hope. You don't wait this year. I mean, y'all claiming y'all have seen these bodies dropping left and right. You better come with a solid case.
Right. Not y'all sitting on the sideline watching people die, but that's neither here nor there. I'll wait for that to come out.
She wasn't the DA then, you know?
But the
no. I'm talking about not her. I'm talking about I'm not talking about her as an individual. I'm talking about her office. Whenever I speak of the DA, I'm not talking about an individual person. This is why I don't say names or anything.
You didn't know Paul Howard.
Huh?
You didn't know Paul Howard, the DA before her.
Can I ask a question?
Was that the corrupt one that had to leave?
I wouldn't call him corrupt. He definitely had people looking into how he handled his business and handled the office.
Period. They look They look at their tax return closely. Well, you can't be talking about YSL. Go ahead.
I have a question because I've seen this comment in the chat, and I've also seen it in real life. People saying like, "Oh, I think DL Hughley." I don't know if you guys talked about this earlier, but DL Hughley had said something about like with names like Gunna and Young Thug, like sort of the kind of almost like because of those names in themselves, they're guilty. And I'm curious, do you think that a defense attorney would have a good argument for excluding the use of their like aliases in the trial and like requesting that they be referred to as their real names?
They would make that request, but that will be denied. They're gonna have, first off, everyone knows their name.
That's true.
They're gonna know their name, and it's one of the most common used tactics as a prosecutor. Like I've prosecuted cases like this, and I'm like, listen, they know him as Young Shooter, you know what I'm saying? And you're gonna keep on saying, like, you're gonna say that, and there's been case law that has established that is okay. Like,
Period. Why wouldn't it be? You call
Yeah,
yourself a
so-
cheater. That's not big deal.
it's 100% going to come in.
It's so prejudicial, but okay, it's relevant.
yeah.
I would mistakenly be like, they're like, oh, you can't say it. I'd be like, young thug. I mean, Mr. Williams.
No, not you trying to get an objection to have the case. Don't have me calling for a mistrial.
Sanctions.
You think you would get a mistrial if I mistakenly said young thug?
If you mistakenly said it several times, I would. And let's say, like, in a hypothetical judge said it was out, and you did say it a couple. I would absolutely ask for mistrial. Why the hell not?
You wouldn't get it.
It's definitely going to be.
But I got something on it. Listen, I do appellate work, so I got some. I will make sure to make the objection just in case I need to file an appeal.
So here's the tweet that you said you could defend, both of you. Oh, I was looking. You think I was just talking?
I said that's what I said. I said that the one that you said I could not defend. Okay, that's all I said.
All right. So that would mean the
that
actual
doesn't
one.
infer or imply anything. I merely said
All right.
you put it out.
All right. Well, here it is. Woody, aka Kenneth Copeland, stated they're trying to indict us on the body and that on Twitter. Now, we don't know if this is an actual tweet or if this is a DM. I will say, if this is an actual tweet, he should be under the jail. If this is a DM, I mean, you're still wrong and it should be used against you, blah, blah, blah. But how dumb can you be to have tweeted that? So I'm assuming this is not a tweet. I am assuming this is not a tweet, but we see online every day people come and out themselves in like their criminal conduct, just say, I am in a gang. And like, sir, why?
Someone recently tweeted about their affiliation with YSL, like recently.
Right. Yeah.
I was like,
someone
sir,
was like, oh, I'm a part of. There's a whole RICO case going on, and you're now talking about you're part of YSL.
I'm a runner. Why would you open your mouth and say that?
Because clout is the greatest
Clout
drug.
will have you in jail.
Clout is the greatest drug.
So let's hear the defense.
To that?
It's merely a factual statement that the prosecutor is trying to put a body on them. It's not admitted.
There's no put a body. Why are you adding put a body? No one said put a body on them.
What did it say?
It says they are trying to indict us on that body.
They're trying to indict. It's not just a factual statement. They are in fact trying to indict them on that body. There's no actual admission of guilt there.
Wait, George, are you saying there's no admission? So you guys think there should be willy-nilly? I can read this in front of the jury.
No, I think the jury will find them guilty very quickly.
Listen, what we say, you got to be able to explain it away. You have to explain it away.
Listen, one thing I learned about being at the first
jury. I am waiting for two extremely intelligent
I have told you
attorneys.
this is not an admission of guilt. This is merely a statement in which that the prosecutor is in fact trying to indict them for this body. They have not said that they are guilty of it, but this is a factual statement.
And a large portion.
So as a factual statement, can I use this in court?
I think you would be able to. I'm not saying that you wouldn't be able to use in court. Look, when you have one thing I've learned as a lawyer is when you have bad facts, you just have to try to re-narrate it. That's the best you can do sometimes. Sometimes you have the law on your side, sometimes you have the facts on your side, and sometimes you have neither. And when you have neither, you just have to try to create the best narrative you can. I think
sometimes your response has to be okay.
Yeah, that's the theme is I think as soon as you've done trial work, I think you underestimate the power of just being like okay. Because sometimes jurors they're tired, they're exhausted, they've heard so much evidence, and I have seen evidence that we have thought was so damning, but because we trained our witness to kind of have no response to it, jurors don't even respond.
All right. So they're coming after you for the body. This is before it was made public. Does that make a difference in 2021?
What does public mean? Like as in like before that the prosecutor spoke to the person?
No, this was apparently, from my understanding of what happened, it was supposed to be someone in prison got questioned. But I don't know for a fact. So I think that is true. That someone in prison
got questioned for a murder.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have to even before the public became aware of it. I'm pretty sure the people
they're aware
that they're being investigated.
Yeah, I mean, because I think if someone goes on the stand, the problem is none of these people are going to. A lot of this won't even come in, even if they went to trial, because these people are not going to get on the stand. So how are you going to even present? How would you even be able to get this evidence in? You have no one to question. You can't just present evidence as like a piece of a document and say it just comes in, right? So like a lot of the evidence against them, if they don't get on the stand, and George will probably know more than I do, but like I don't see how you even, as a prosecutor, get it in. do you just have it in as like you can't just have that as a document without any?
I mean, you can have sworn statement, particularly in cases where
that's not a sworn statement.
No, you could though, instead of having a witness, because in cases where you could be killed for taking the stand, there are procedures in place.
No, I'm talking about this particular example. So because I had a case in which I was working for the judge, and there was a lot of evidence that this guy decided to get on the stand, and because of that, then the prosecutor was able to bring in a bunch of like statements that he had made to question him on that he would not have been able to get in if he hadn't taken the stand. So I guess a lot of this evidence, assuming we even get to a trial, how does it get in without someone on the stand?
Like
having
the opportunity to cross-examine them on.
Yeah, there's no one to cross-examine, right? If they don't take the stand. So how does it come in? It's a genuine question. I don't know.
It would have to be a situation where it was like this person is unavailable because of the defendant, like the defendant made them unavailable. Mm-hmm. So I guess it would be pre-trial motions to say that this person is unavailable because they've been threatened before. It would have to be under some type of those type of situations where it's like they can't testify because if they do X, Y, and Z. But I mean, most judges would be like, is there no other way that you could present this evidence?
Right.
Yeah.
Before we continue, though, wait.
If it's a defendant's statements, do they come in regardless as like a
if it's a defendant's statement to come in,
regardless of whether or not he gets on the stand, right?
Yeah, it comes in. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So, what did you guys think when you heard Young Thug's attorney?
Wait, what was the question?
When you heard Young Thug's attorney, what did y'all think? By the way, if you don't remember, let me play it. This is what Young Thug was
like. He's cute.
Any allegation is Mr. Williams committed no crime whatsoever, and we will fight to my last drop of blood to clear him.
Why would you say blood?
I have no idea why he would say that.
They're all going to prison. If this is their attorney,
the lawyer's going to prison with them because you could have made the exact same statement without the blood part, and you would have.
Rule of thumb at least from my understanding, is when you have a public case, unless you're getting a ton of pressure, you generally do not speak on it publicly. And then to say definitively that my clients did nothing wrong, it seems odd to me that maybe I'm wrong.
Yes and no. Because this is already a high profile case, I do understand the strategic decision I don't think you should use the word blood, but I do understand the strategic decision to come out in front of it and speak, because people who are going to be on this jury, I know people like to say they don't know anything about the case. They're all liars. Jurors are all liars. They're going to already probably have read the indictment. They're probably going to have, or Twitter or whatever. And so to combat that, I do think in a high profile case, you might want to speak out and sort of get your message sent. I just don't think he did a good job.
I ultimately don't feel like it's going to be that important, but it was a super poor choice of words. Yeah. And I don't understand why he would say blood.
What if you had, because he's representing YSL, he had to say blood?
Stop making up that. This is the problem I have with the jury system. Y'all just
what he should have said. He said, "I'm going to do it to my last slime." What was he going to say? Like, what was he going to say?
Slime, all whatever. I don't know what.
He should have just.
I think it was just poor choice of words. I don't think he even.
But what if there's a rule that said the attorney had to say?
Stop making up facts. That is not.
I tell my clients all the time. I said, when we're going into trial, I said, whatever happens in this case, you understand. I'm not going there with you. So he said he was gonna fight till his last drop of blood. So it might be. He might be like a proctor, where this is life or death for him too. So no, he should have used some better words.
I will say I agree with you. The first thing we learned at my firm was like, they were like, no matter what, we fight for our clients and everything, but we protect our bar license first. So I ain't going down with you. So like, I'm not saying blood. I'm not part of it. I have no part to do with it, and I don't think that this lawyer would be dumb enough to intentionally do that. Like that, it just hurts.
Him, bodies. Carvel, him, her.
That's gonna be somebody. That's gonna be somebody that's indicted in that 56 indictment.
That's what the prosecutor said.
Do you think any of these at all will go to trial, or do you think that they all will just plead out and we won't ever?
It's really tough for me to make predictions on these type of things. If this wasn't such a high profile case, a lot of it would get settled. Like average persons are taking pleas. They're going to get plead out. The prosecutors don't want to try the case. The judge definitely doesn't want to try the case. Those
the
type of things.
Don't want to.
No.
Oh, I love trial.
No, but some judges love trials. Some judges absolutely hate it because the last thing they want to do is make a wrong decision, and then their name is attached to something that gets overturned. But in a high profile case like this, it's a possibility that it goes to trial. I know that I expect Young Thug and Gunna to have really good attorneys. I expect them to also, if they care about their outcomes because it's tied to these other individuals, that they might supply them with good attorneys as well.
Totally random, but I would totally subscribe to Themis reading rap lyrics like Poetry Channel. The first song being "Let's Go" by Trick Daddy.
Love it.
Absolutely not. Thank you, Mistress Monica. Let's step back a little bit and go back to tough on crime. Because initially when you started, George, you said we don't have access to legal opportunities, which led Black men to criminal activities. I just kind of, all right, good. You said right. So summary.
Yeah.
No, wait, before you go, I'll let you explain it. I'm assuming, Vanessa, where do you stand on this?
About whether or not Black men have opportunities?
Yeah.
So they turn to criminal activity? I think that could be true for some Black men, yeah.
All right, both of y'all explain it to me now.
Well, I gave the example when we're talking about organized crime and sort of what necessitated that. Why did these people organize, and what was the situation that created them to organize? It was to survive and then strive. I'm not excusing criminality. I'm just saying I look at things from a prism of the same person who is a scammer in one sense, if given a different opportunity, might have been, on Wall Street as a broker, So
is it? I actually agree with this. Are you saying that this is a cultural problem, or a sort of lack of access completely problem?
I think it's an opportunity problem. I think anytime that people have lack of opportunity, they're going to make opportunities.
Pause. Let's stop there for a second. You don't think we have opportunities here?
No. I'm not saying that there's no opportunities. I just think that if you're trying to tell somebody, here's this path that might be longer, harder, and more difficult, and then there's another path, people are going to take, usually, the vast majority of people are going to take the easier path. I mean, we saw it when they put out the PPP loans and people were taking full advantage of it. And it's not just one demographic that was taking advantage and cheating the system. I think when there's opportunities and there's a lack of opportunities and people need things, they're going to choose whatever path gets them to what they need fastest. And so if we really want to dissect the underlying issue.
Wait. So that's a human condition argument, not a systemic problem argument that you just made.
I think it's both. I think a systemic problem created these differences that are very, very obvious in our faces. Like when you're living in a society where you see other people have opportunities and they have an easier path, I think it also just it further elevates the awareness of your own situation. And so
let me accept this. Wait, I'm going to accept your position, right?
Thank you.
No. I just assume arguendo that you're correct. Okay. Not that I accept it, but assume that you're right? Mm-hmm. When you think about this, right? If this is true, Black men specifically, Black community, not men, but the Black community, what you're saying then is because of systems and all of that, we have to this is a cliche quote, work twice as hard to get half as far, right? And we have to put more thought into what we're doing. We have to be way better than the average person, right? All right. What will that mean for us if we can't even understand that we should not post incriminating evidence of what we're doing online? Because I mean, it's one thing to say the system is created by people who will be able to maneuver the system. So instead of selling drugs on the corner, they have pharmaceutical companies, right? And say, well, that's difficult and we don't have the resource. Will we ever get the resource if we're like not able to cope with the basic understanding of don't incriminate yourself online and in your music?
I think you're making a great point, and I think that's I tell people all the time. If everybody was smart, I probably wouldn't have a job. You know, if like most people who are in jail, you would sit back. I literally had that conversation with them. I said, "Why didn't you do it like this?" Like, and they would have still been out there. They would have still been out there if they had if they did common sense.
So
Exactly.
I feel like there's no hope then. Like, how do we, like, that is the bare minimum. Like, don't incriminate yourself. I feel like that's the bare minimum.
But I think you have to take into account that a lot of people are not really, they're not really like that. They're not living that. There's this blurred line between clout, social media, attention, and things like that. There's just like the same, the guy who absolutely just incriminated himself and said, yo, I'm YSL. Like, why would you do that? And when you know there's an open case against them.
But that's what I'm saying, though. Like,
he probably isn't even part of YSL. I think it's a combination of culture. I do think it's a combination of culture. First of all, I don't think there's any one answer. Like, if it was so simple, we probably would have solved it by now. I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I think we do have a culture of things like clout chasing, of not recognizing the value in other people's lives, other Black people's lives sometimes. I do think that there's a culture of I want to get money quickly, right? So I don't want to sit there in a 9-to-5 making I don't know what minimum wage is right now. I want money so I can buy a nice car and buy nice things. And the only way to do that quickly is by illegal means, to at least to their understanding. I think it's a combination of a lot of different things. But I do think that there is a part of it, and this is where I think I differ from a lot of maybe your viewership, is that there is this sort of like rejection of the fact that there are lack of opportunities. Like, that does exist too, and that is a part of it. So I am empathetic to those who don't have the same opportunities that I had, and don't have the same access and means that I did. Because I'm not saying that's the end all be all, but that does play a role in how they're playing out.
I don't think it's fair to do that broad brush, but I get what you're saying, and I kind of agree. I think it is unfair to ignore a systemic problem. My problem is not that. My problem is we either overthrow the system or do well in the system, right? Yes. It don't seem like we can do well in the system if we don't know the basics. Do not incriminate yourself online. If I have to tell you that, I feel like we're starting too far behind. Right. Like, that is such a simple, critical thinking thing.
That's not limited to, I will say that's not limited to Black folk, though. Like, let's be real. We work through big law where our clients have also incriminating themselves in some really stupid fucking.
Yeah, but we can compare ourselves to the majority when we have when we are this far behind.
I'm just saying the idea of like this specific topic. Like, I'm just thinking of like, if you've ever done doc review, like some of these documents that come your way, you're like, you are a multimillionaire CEO and you thought that was smart to put that in writing. Like, it happens at every lack of common sense happens.
It happens at that very highest level.
It happens at the highest level. So, you know, when you couple it with lack of education.
But like, I feel like you guys are saying because they're doing it, we can do it. When we know.
No. That's what I'm saying.
Let me finish though. It is okay. It's not okay for them to do it, but we know that if we. Well, we don't know. If we accept that we are in a racist system, when others do it, the results are going to be very different than when we do it. So if we have to work twice as hard, this is what I started with, to get half as far, and we don't know the bare minimum, the working twice as hard just doesn't look like it's going to come, generally.
Well, I think we deal with the micro issue and the macro issue at the same time. So like what I do, and I had that same thought process as a prosecutor. sometimes as a prosecutor, I understand that not sometimes as a prosecutor, I understand that I'm enforcing the law, and the law is the law. But I look at some of the defendants and I'm like, damn, like why did you do this? And you know that you have all these hurdles that are already set up against you. Why would you do it why would you do it like this? And so like I derive no joy from putting somebody in jail because of a decision that they made, that I can conceptualize and understand the circumstances that might have brought them to that point, but it doesn't excuse the fact that they made that decision. And so that is the thing that we, as I think every Black prosecutor battles with when they're doing their job. Like you can acknowledge.
I'm going to ask you to restate that and summarize it again, because I actually want to respond to that. But there are two things that I actually want to do before, because I'm going to forget. Read the super chat first. I know one surefire way they would get locked up. Quality Kasha 69 on the stand against them. Yep, Your Honor, it was them. Period. Thank you, London. True. Demethan Thoth, are you familiar with the bar? It's very much on point and addresses mindset, opportunity, education issues. Don't we want criminals outing themselves, though? Yes. So I did a video where I explained something that is happening, and
outing themselves. Sorry.
And I took it down because I do want them outing themselves. I do. I think there is a fundamental question about sort of who is being watched and when. And I think when Black people enter different spaces, for some reason, we don't know why, they're now being watched. And if you fundamentally believe that the criminal justice system is against you as a Black person, when you walk into the manosphere, for example, you should not be talking about going overseas to do this or that. Now, if I would prefer you not doing it, right? Don't do it. But if you're doing it, you should go to prison. So out yourself.
I do think that there's a certain sector that feels like no matter what I do, like I think there's people who feel like no matter what I do, I'm either going to end up in jail or dead. And there's people who grew up with that mindset because they've seen it happen to their fathers and their grandfathers and their uncles and whatever. And I think that kind of mindset is unfortunate. But I think a lot of people end up being like, this is the only life I've ever known, and this is the only life I'll ever have. And so they continue in that. And I'm not excusing it, but I do think that for some people is why they choose to engage in the kind of conduct that they do, because they really don't see their life having value outside of this fast lifestyle. And it is unfortunate.
And I can speak on as being a prosecutor and as a criminal defense attorney that there are people who are like that, who are maybe a victim of the circumstances, and there's some people who just genuinely just want to commit crimes.
Yeah,
and those people, have to be held accountable too. I think our system is not to be is never going to be perfect, but I think that what we should put in place is one that approaches every situation, no matter if it's the person who is a victim of their circumstances and another person who just wants to commit crime, that we're treating them equitably. That's what I think that's what we should want.
Yeah.
I've talked to young people who said they didn't think they were going to make it to 18 and 17. So I can't sit here and pretend like I don't know this to be true, right? Do we then, and I see people, I'll allow people to ask questions or make comments, right, in a minute. What is our responsibility then to the community? Like because it feels like there is a larger sort of cultural problem that we aren't addressing, or maybe we don't know how to address. Should I be teaching people? Because I don't feel comfortable saying don't put your crime online. Put it online because I want you to be caught. But how do we stop them?
I'm a defense attorney, so please don't put your crimes online. Please don't make
Please put your crimes online. I advocate putting your crimes online.
I would say that the only thing that we could do is, because we all are in agreement that one of the issues that creates that is a lack of opportunities. Create opportunities for people. I love the fact that I'm able to hire people of color, give them opportunities. And I feel like that's my small contribution to making things better. So if we create opportunities, if enough of us are dedicated to that, when we get into a position where we have the ability to create opportunities, we create it for people, and that we will, I don't know, through the straight sheer will of will, that we will make our system better, we'll make the environment better. So I encourage us to, to just create opportunities for people.
Yeah, and I think that'll help. Obviously, that won't help every single person. Like, I think we
Right.
both understand that there are different kinds of people who commit crimes for different reasons. And so I do think that, like, for some people, like I know some in the District Court of Massachusetts, we have this program that we do for some people who are found guilty of crimes. Instead of jail sentences, we do a deferred program in which they're given help with, like, employment, given help with going back to, and it's in conjunction with the prosecutors, actually. So certain people who commit certain crimes, depending on the crime, they're given opportunities to try to create a better life for themselves. And in a lot of times, the program is actually successful. It actually does create for people opportunities. It helps them with employment. It helps them change their lives. And not all the time, right? There's some people who the program is not successful and they end up in jail. But I do think that allowing people the opportunity to choose that is important, depending on who the person is.
Right.
All right. So I'm not pushing too hard, because there is a feeling, George, you have a fan, by the way, Dean. So
I have one too. I saw someone said my name was cute. Thank you.
Period. I think you just
It says
all hail King V is a cute thing. Also, thank Lady King is adorable. Before we get to Canon and her question and no comment, it feels very odd for me to say there is a lack of opportunities. I actually think there's a lot of opportunities. I just don't think we're equipped for them. And that is the not equipped for it is a systemic part of the problem for me. But I think we can get into that later. Cannon, give us your concern comments.
Yeah, hey guys. This is a really good conversation too, by the way.
Oh,
But
thank you. I appreciate it.
but I just wanted to add within that conversation. I think that we really do have to be aware and address the fact that there is a cultural issue, especially here in Atlanta. Like, I live here in Atlanta. I have a son who just made 20 years old. So he grew up mostly in Atlanta, but I'm from the south side of Chicago originally. So I grew up in the hood. I know what it means or what it looks like when people, haven't been exposed to a lot of opportunity or a lot of different things, and they make choices based on their environment, right? So I know exactly what that looks like. And that's why for me, I did everything in my power to make sure that my son was not in that environment. But I will tell you what I really think I thoroughly underestimated was that there is a culture here, especially with the boys, that they glorify because of, like, the rap culture and the music scene and all that stuff. There is a lot of glorified like crime, and like it's like seen as a badge of honor to go to jail. It's seen as, like they all want this rap lifestyle. Like, they literally all think that they're going to be music artists. And also with being the music artist, though, it's like they don't even understand, like, okay, well, let me be the music artist and pretend to be a criminal, right? Like, it's like, no, they're like, really, let me be a criminal and do music. And it's like, that's literally a culture here. And with technology that I think we're having a difficult time keeping up with, because I believe in our parents' time, what happened in our house had a lot more influence on us. Even though there are outside influences, but I think now with social media, YouTube, all of these things that they have access to and that they see, they are getting a lot more outside influence that's really difficult for us to have a handle on. Like, when I tell you, like, my son, like, he was adamant, like he did not grow up in this way at all. And just one day, I promise you, when he turned 14 or 15, all of a sudden he was a miniature T.I. He was a miniature NBA young boy. Like, it was like, what is going on? He literally came in my house one day at like 17 years old and was like, yeah, I want to sell drugs. Like, this is what I want to do. You want to sell? Like, what?
Wait,
like,
he said that?
Yeah, but then to say it too, like that's what I mean. Like I can say this because I
Not you
literally
outing your son.
Said wanted to. No crime has been. There's been no crime. Okay, these are just wants and desires.
Yeah, it was just what he desired to do. You know, it was just hypothetical. But the fact that even and I'm saying it because I literally lived it, and I was literally like in shock. Like I didn't even really understand how to deal with it because there was no way that I would just say something like that to my parents, right? Even if that was something that I was sneaking and doing or something, or wanted to be in that lifestyle, whatever. I'm not just gonna be so comfortable to just be like, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. Like, and it's a lot of them, and it's unfortunate, and it's like, so how do we get a handle on them? Like when it's like, you know, that they say art imitates life, but life imitates art too. And I think right now we're in a kind of, they're letting life imitate the art. Like they're seeing all this stuff and they're like, yeah, this is what I want to do. It's like a whole, you know, it's a whole scammer culture here. It's a whole,
Absolutely.
you know, everybody is everybody in the music industry, some kind of way. It's just unfortunate. And it is what I'm seeing. And it's a deterioration of the culture. So it's like, how do we get a handle on that?
Wait, do you think locking them up is a handle on it?
It's not a deterrent.
No,
that's difficult. I think that I do have a very complicated feeling toward the criminal justice system in general, because there is a lot of disparity and a lot of unfairness that takes place, but people do need to be held accountable. But also ultimately I do think that it's going to be up to us to do a shift in that culture, because I mean, we just gonna let all our kids, you know, fall to the wayside and then let the criminal justice system deal with them, you know, and that's not going to be good. So I don't know.
Especially what you're saying is true, that like they want to get locked up. It gives them street cred. Like clearly locking them is not going to stop the violence within the Black community, which impacts all of us. So, you know, I don't know what the solution is, but if the case is like, you know, serving time gives them even more street cred, then I mean, I don't know.
I strongly believe though that, and this is not to excuse them, but when you're at that impressionable age, we're talking about times that we've never experienced before. People are, the influence of the world and what they're seeing are influencing to such a strong degree, and you can acknowledge that. But I also believe that mistakes will be made by people when they're young. And if given the opportunity to make those mistakes and still be able to survive those mistakes, that they'll have the opportunity to grow out of it. Some of the things that I was doing, someone who grew up in Atlanta, like the things that I was doing when I was,
is the statute of limitation done on anything?
I won't say exactly, but I believe the statute of limitation on most of them have run. But I was fortunate enough that I had the opportunity to make mistakes, and thank God they weren't like on camera, you know, like, and I just was blessed that I was able to make those mistakes and actually grow from them, learn from them. And now I'm in my 30s, and I can say, wow, I'm fortunate. Some of these young men, some of these young people are not going to have those opportunities. And I think I wonder to myself, I ponder myself, like when they're making these decisions at 16, 17, if they were allotted the opportunity to reach 25, you know, 27, would it be a different story? You know, so I'm not here to say, you know, just excuse everything that they do. No, but I want them to have that opportunity to have support that they can navigate those years where their frontal lobe is not fully developed and they're making decisions based on their friends and things like that, and they're seeing all these different things that got their head spinning, but they're allowed that opportunity to grow and to mature, and that they have, once they get to that point, and real opportunity to make a living for themselves.
It's interesting because I think both of you all are coming from a very utilitarian approach as opposed to like a retributivist. And I think the chat is pointing that out in terms of looking at the victims, right? Because you guys are talking about growth and whatever. But
well, I'm talking about, because we're talking about a criminal case, I'm focused on the defendant, because that is like I'm not saying the victims don't matter, but we were talking about in the criminal context, it's the state versus the defendant. That's why the conversation was about defendants. We can obviously have a conversation about victims, but when we're talking about criminal cases, it's the state prosecuting the defendant. So that's why the conversation centers around.
And allow me to add that in a lot of these situations.
Wait. I'm not gonna let that go. Sure. No. Sure, it is about the state prosecuting the defendant, but it's prosecuting the defendant for what the defendant did in society, which implicate the person and the people who are
But I'm referring more to this comment. Not once did I ever speak about victims, because that was not what the conversation was about. But we can have a conversation about victims, but that wasn't the conversation I had.
Go ahead.
No, and I will definitely say, as someone who's had to deal with these tough cases and things like that, understand that one person who is a victim today might be a defendant tomorrow, or it might have been defendant at one point and now they're a victim. So when I approach these cases, I'm always keeping both sides in mind. It's not that I'm just pro crime to the point where I don't think anyone should be held accountable. We definitely have to understand though that that approaching each person as humans. We're saying like, you're a human, and we want to see the best outcome for you. We want to see,
But see, that's what I don't. Wait, before we go, Cannon, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
By the way, for anyone else in the background who left, you guys can jump on and ask questions.
Can I just add one more thing before I go, please?
Sorry, I want to say one thing to Cannon. From your picture, you do not look like you're old enough to have a teenage son.
Right?
Girl,
thank you.
Sorry, when you said that, I was like, what?
Thank you. I barely survived it. But I just wanted to add one more thing to what you guys were just saying. I think that the difficulty is, and again, I'm saying this from my own personal experience, is that a lot of these things that these kids are doing are highly violent, dangerous crimes. They're getting themselves killed. They're getting other people killed, like life-threatening things. And I'm saying that because I was literally at a point when I was trying to figure out how to even handle my son, because I was in fear of the things that he was doing that may bring harm to the household. You know what I mean? So that is like, it is, because I mean, like, I love my son, like, that's my world. You know what I mean? So like, and you want to protect your kids, but then what do you do when you get to a point where you feel your kids could bring harm to your house? So then what do you do? So that's what I mean. It is a difficult dynamic, I think, that we're in right now, because we can't throw our kids away, but we are literally operating in fear of our children.
You can definitely bring them to the station. Absolutely not in my house.
He said throw them away.
He doesn't have kids, but no, I definitely. That's a hard.
Lock them up.
That's hard.
But thank you.
and George, we went through this. Thank you, SKJ. This was what I was referring to when we talk about the community. And you guys did kind of respond. Do you guys have anything further to add?
I don't understand this question because I never said anything.
No, but it seems like we are only focused on the defendants, which
that was the question we were being asked about.
Yeah, but in your defense, Dean, this is a call out. Not really. Don't block Dean, but please come on, because I actually
not King George.
Yeah, no. I need Dean to come on because I need to point out something that he does.
If you're King V by family, I got to be King George.
All right.
Come on now. At least Prince.
That person jumped off. You guys can come on and ask questions or make comments. All right. So regarding SKJ's question. So are you guys looking at justice from a utilitarian perspective or sort of retributivist perspective? Because I'm asking this because the conversation seemed to be about how the individual could benefit. And even if it's from a utilitarian perspective, it's a very limited utilitarian perspective.
Right.
But we don't consider the wrong, it seems. Like, you guys have not considered the wrong in terms of how you articulate this.
I think you left out rehabilitation in that or is that intentional?
Well, rehabilitation would be part of the utilitarian approach. I'm talking about you guys kind of skipped over
We currently
retribution.
have a retributive system. Like the whole point of our system. I mean, well, judges will say that it's rehabilitative, but really it's punishment for punishment's sake, right? You did a bad thing, you deserve to be punished. Like that's the current system that I think we operate under. I would like to see a system that takes into account some other aspects of rehabilitation and utilitarian concepts, but I think that's why I focus more on that, because I don't see the point of talking about that's what we currently have. That's the system we already have in place. So I don't see the value of focusing on that more when we already have that.
Well, no, I'm talking about, so from a retributivist perspective, it's lex talionis, like this person did something wrong and deserved to be punished
that's what we
for
have.
the wrong thing.
Currently, that's our current system.
So when we endeavor to talk about this, it seems like I understand the question, victims or not. So when we focus so much on the individual who commit the crime and their lack of experience, their youth, we ignore the horrendous crimes being committed, like attempted murder and
I
murder.
I don't think either of us have ignored anything. I think the way, at least I'll speak for myself, is like, because I'm talking about it within the system we already have, I don't really see the point in me saying the things that are already in place. Like, I don't need to say like this crime is horrendous and people should be punished for because that's the current system. Like, I don't see the value in repeating that. What I'm saying is that within this system, I would like to see some rehabilitation being included more. I don't think I'm arguing for I don't see the point of arguing for a system that is already in play.
But what would rehabilitation then looks like?
It would be looking at individual cases on a case-by-case basis and having judges have more discretion in the sentencing. Like I said, like in
so you would argue to give judges more discretion. Did I hear that correctly?
So in Massachusetts, and this doesn't in the district court of Massachusetts, this is not in other courts, but in the district court of Massachusetts, judges alongside with prosecution and defendants and probation work all together at times if there are particular cases that they think all together are a good fit to come up with some rehabilitative solutions that are creative outside of just jail time and punishment. And I think that having all of those four people work together works well. I get that I'm from a state that's very unique and that you maybe won't be able to do that in certain states. And I get that I'm at the federal level, but I do think that I've seen it work in certain instances. And so having that aspect, but more in like nonviolent crimes, but still as a part of our criminal justice system is important, but not all states, definitely not all states, but even not all districts have that.
Hearing you guys argue for this.
Well, I'm not arguing for anything. I'm literally stating something that happens in the District Court of Massachusetts with success. That should be expanded out.
You don't get to slide away from what you're arguing for.
I'm
literally said more rehabilitation.
Yeah, I'm saying that there are certain states in which there's no rehabilitative aspect at all to the criminal justice system, and I think there are circumstances in which
to get that you attempt to include discretion. But wouldn't
the discretion is not limited to the judge,
I'm not getting the question out at all.
Well, you're attempting to manipulate my statement before I even say it, so I'm going to clarify myself.
All right. So discretion to judges is a way to get to rehabilitation. Is that a clear statement?
That's not what I said. I said it's discretion with the judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and probation, all four working in conjunction together.
All right. Great. So these people, do you think the criminal justice system is racist?
Do I think that the criminal justice system is...
Because we're about to give these people discretion to make decision about a defendant.
We're not about to give... Whoa. These people already have discretion in terms of...
You're arguing. You literally just stopped me.
Already have discretion in how much retributive justice they are allowed to give. They already have... What I'm saying is I'm giving them the opportunity to then add rehabilitation as an opportunity. So for me, yes, the system is racist, but giving them more opportunities that have rehabilitative cannot possibly hurt someone when they already have vast discretion in terms of retributive justice.
Well, if you think it's racist, they probably just give it to white people and not black. But that's not my question. My question to... Do you have something to say about that? Is that wrong? Is that a wrong assumption of a racist system?
Yeah, because there's one thing for a system to be racist, but that doesn't mean that every single individual circumstance would be racist.
Okay, so if the system is racist, the likelihood of Black people versus white people getting more rehabilitation,
The likelihood is lower, but that doesn't. But so something that could be potentially beneficial to someone. What's your alternative?
I'm not talking about an alternative. You keep changing what your argument was.
I've never changed what I've argued because I'm literally.
You literally said give more discretion. You said we can pull up the tape. You said give more discretion, and I said to the judges, and you said no,
and I finished.
To more people. And I, instead of said the judges and the judicial system is racist, I said the criminal justice system.
I do think the criminal justice system is racist, but I don't think that means that because the system is racist that there's nothing that you can do within the system to try to adding rehabilitation as a service. Will it be disproportionately used on white people? Probably, but does that mean that no Black person will ever be able to benefit from it? No, that's not how racist.
Yeah, but we're arguing two separate things, right? If you say we should add rehabilitation as more of a part of the criminal justice system, well, I might have arguments against that actually. But when it comes to what we were talking about, it was about discretion, and specifically discretion to a group of people who then make decisions about the person in front of them.
Including the defense attorney, yes.
But I think you also have to, we're comparing it to, what are we comparing it to? We're comparing it to the current system? Or, are we to the current system, or are we comparing it to a perfect system, which would never exist? So if we're comparing it to the current system that has mandatory minimums, that doesn't give discretion, that doesn't include, other actors into the actual.
Right. Well, that would directly contradict what Vanessa just said.
I'm just piggybacking off of it.
No, that directly contradicts what Vanessa just said. Vanessa said the system already gives discretion. She's only adding rehabilitation as part of the discretion. But you're saying the system does not have discretion or enough discretion. So which is it?
I interpreted Vanessa's statement as speaking the discretion right now mostly is in the hands of the judges, and that we can add other actors to that to open up that discretion and give judges more discretion. And not to say that all judges are bad actors. All judges are racist. I think I don't have to speak for Vanessa though. I know that she has statements on it, but I was just piggybacking off of that and adding to it, saying that, or adding to the conversation and saying that are we comparing this to the current system, or are we comparing it to a system that could move towards something that is better? And I believe that one of the major steps that we can take to make the system better is adding more people involved in it and getting more input to people. If we're hoping to have a system that is different from the system that has been well established, which is retribution and is focused on punishment, because that's been the system that we've seen for as long as the system has existed. And now we're imagining new things and new ways to approach criminal justice.
And I've seen it be effective, and especially when it's collaborative. Like every time I've seen it, it's really shocked me where I've seen prosecution and defense and probation working together in terms of trying to create sort of what is the best solution. Like I have always found that to be really powerful when I do see it, and I've seen the long-term effects of it being very effective on certain defendants. That doesn't work for every defendant, right? I don't think it's going to work for someone who's convicted of mass murder, right, or convicted of extremely violent crimes, but I have seen it in a lot of different contexts where it isn't like a case where the prosecutor is like going for the most aggressive and trying to hammer this defendant, but really is working in conjunction with the defense attorney.
So you guys saying that cannot then also say you're not minimizing the impact of the crime. Like when you say that
I just excluded violent crimes.
I was talking directly to what George was saying, but I didn't hear you excluding violent crime.
I said I've seen it work in context, but not in violent. Not like I literally just said like not when it's like murder or homicide, but I've seen it excluded when it's excluding extremely violent crimes that work and it be effective.
Oh, I didn't think your conception was excluding violent crime, but let's include violent crimes because what then? Because there is a tremendous amount of harm on the society, and we to kind of say, oh, we need to work together and rehabilitate, which is not what you're saying. I understand I'm minimizing your position. But to say
As long
that
as you acknowledge it.
ignores,
It's as long as you already acknowledge it.
period, then I'm going to continue to do it. Then continues, it seems like there is a missed opportunity or an unwillingness to acknowledge the tremendous amount of harm being perpetuated by the people who are conducting criminal behavior.
Sorry, could you repeat the last part?
It seems we're ignoring the harm to the society and individuals in the society by the person who engages in the action. And to say, by the way, to say the system is retributivist, I think is not true. Like retribution, the victims aren't even in.
They have victim impact statements.
Yeah, but as a general matter, it's not what the victim wants. It's not.
No. Yeah, it's not the victim. Well, I shouldn't say it's not about the victim, but
yeah, it's a state. It's a crime against the state. Right?
It's a crime against the state. Yeah.
Yeah, and so to ignore that some level of utilitarianism is being imbued in the system would be wrong. But I feel like you guys are. Go ahead, Vanessa. You seem. Are you thinking? All right. So when we think about how crime functions and what it does to the system, sure, we can think about the individual and say, well, this crime wasn't as bad, let's seek to rehabilitate. But in cases where it's like, I don't know, RICO charges, and there are murders and attempted murders and things, it feels like when you bring that conversation about rehabilitation up, it feels like it's diminishing the real life consequence of people who are affected.
I'm not understanding. So that's the thing. Why is it one or the other? Like, I guess I'm not understanding why if I talk about rehabilitation for a defendant, that means this is like in the Twitter world where you say like I like mangoes, everyone's like, oh, you don't fucking like bananas. I never said that. Like, why is it that if I'm talking about rehabilitation for defendant, the automatic assumption is like,
because the difference with I like banana on Twitter and people fighting you about that is there's no context. Here there is clearly a context around the discussion with gangs and murder and attempted murder and armed robbery and meth and stuff.
But I still don't understand why saying that I believe in rehabilitation for defendants means I don't care about victims. I guess I don't understand. Like, I don't like you're asking a question where I don't understand the basic.
Explain how you care about victims. Let's try that then. How does your system considers the victims?
Because I am trying to, in my head, create a world in which we try to actually target the problem to ensure that it doesn't continue to occur. Our current system doesn't stop violent crime. And I'm not saying
I feel like this is a filibuster because I haven't heard the victims yet. I haven't heard the victims.
I just think our current system of like we incarcerate, and I don't have the stats, and I'm sure you do, incarcerate lots of people for violent crimes day in and day out, and that hasn't stopped violent crimes. That hasn't stopped people from being shot and being killed and being murdered. And so for me, I'm trying to come up with, and I'm not saying I have the best solutions, but for ways to actually go about addressing the root of the problems. And sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. So your system would prevent, if rehabilitation work, your system would prevent that person from coming back and doing this again.
I don't know if it would, but for me, it's
if I'm giving you a word.
If there were people where if they were rehabilitated, right? If people were not just rehabilitation, but if people were like what George said with the opportunities, if there were ways that we could work on dealing with people to try to actually prevent crimes from happening in the future, I would like to have discussions to try to think about that. I think it's very easy to say, lock them up, lock them up, lock them up.
No. This is beautifully said. And this is my point. You ignore the victim, the current victim. What you're doing is utilitarian, which is great. It is, I want to prevent this person from recommitting the crime. We should use resources to prevent this person from committing a crime, recidivism or whatever. I think that is great. I've never objected to that. My problem with that is it is strictly utilitarian, and I'm trying to figure out where does the victim factor in. And when I asked you that, you said, Yeah, but I never said I didn't consider it. And then I asked you how you consider it, and then you didn't consider it again.
Well, I am considering the victim because I'm thinking about we're from a place where harm has already been done. I can't undo the harm that's been done to that victim.
Okay, so you don't care about the victim
I,
then. No, I'm being
you're
brash.
being
I'm being harsh. Yeah, no, I'm being harsh.
You're being facetious.
No, I'm not being facetious. I promise I'm not. But I'm trying to get you to understand that I think utilitarianism in its ultimate form is immoral, right? And this is why. This is why I'm harping on this so much. It is pointing out that you are moving on from the act that has already been done, and you're trying to prevent similar actions from happening. This is a great policy decision to make, but it also ignores the actual harm that has occurred, right? It ignores
you're saying that the retributivism, which is just the locking of that person, is what is best for the victim?
No, I'm saying when we think about how we punish, we should consider penitence, right? I didn't mean it in a religious way. I mean, you have done that which you have done, and you now need to pay for it. Now, when you pay for it, and in paying for it, we can figure out how to make you not do it again. But the you need to pay for that which you have done element is not there, and maybe that for you is unimportant.
I don't think it's unimportant. I mean, I think victims should be given an opportunity to speak. I can't speak for what a victim needs, so I'm not going to pretend to do that. So I think victims should be given an opportunity to speak for themselves what they would want and see how that would, what factor that role that plays in. But it would be disingenuous for me to say that I could speak for a victim and say what they.
But if you're creating a system, it would be disingenuous for you to say this is what rehabilitation looks like too, right? So we're not. I'm not.
Looks like.
Exactly. So you don't have to specify. You can still consider it in your system. And
I don't have an answer for what is best for victims.
You don't have an answer for what is best for rehabilitation either, but yet you argue for it.
I haven't argued for a specific, but you're asking for a specific. I haven't argued for.
No, I'm not asking for specific. I'm just saying include them in the conversation.
But they currently are part of the conversation. There's victim impact statements. They get to be heard, especially on violent crimes. They get an opportunity to be heard when it concerns sentencing. So it would be incorrect to say that we don't consider victims as in a part of the system. Now there's room to talk about how much we should, how much their opinion should weigh in on whatever happens to a defendant that's found guilty.
I might not be clear then, George, because I'm not saying they should have an input, honestly. I'm saying the system should figure out what the cost of a life is and let the person who take that life pay it.
Are we talking?
And I'm not talking about cost in terms of financial cost. I'm saying you killing someone should mean this happens to you.
But isn't there already a this that's happening? I guess I'm confused because
there's already a death penalty.
There's a death penalty. There's life.
No, but I'm saying when you guys talk about, like, it's not that it's already there. When you're talking about your system, I'm not talking about this system. I'm talking about your system that you're putting forward.
I don't think, I'll speak for myself. I don't think I've created a brand new system. I think I have argued for including more other sort of factors that are looked at and turned to and given the opportunity. I don't think I've created a system in which there is no retributive aspect to it. That's why I haven't touched on retributivism, because it already exists. I'm not a big, like, take the entire system, destroy it. And I mean, actually, that could be nice in theory, but I'm not. So the current system I'm working on already has those attributes. And I don't know if making those stronger would be more helpful or actually change anything. So I'm working from the current system and doing additions to it, and maybe that'll help clarify.
Yeah, no. I mean, it does. I think when the initial goal for the conversation, for me, it seemed like you guys both sort of sidestep the reality of the harm that already was caused.
I guess we should figure out how we sidestep when we weren't asked until now. Like when we started.
I mean, even when I asked you specifically to include.
No, I'm saying until now. But the first comment that sort of, I'm trying to look for a word that's nice. That kind of confusing was like, you don't care about victims. It's like, well, no one's asked us about victims. And I think that's ridiculous to say that I don't care about victims. I think that that's disingenuous as a person who's been a victim of multiple crimes. Like, I think that's ridiculous. But just because I can talk about a defendant and talk about their constitutional rights and talk about defending them as a defense attorney doesn't mean that I don't care about victims. I think that's such a reductive.
All right. So let me just go into your framework of utilitarianism, right? When you
also, for the person saying it's going to cause wrinkles, absolutely not. Black don't crack. Anyway.
The point is that retribution has to be good enough, right? At least good enough for the victim's family and loved ones to not take the law into their own hands, right? At least that. So even if we're saying from a retributivist perspective, we could still use retribution in there. Like we could still consider consequences on society and for society if there is not just due, kind of.
Right. And I think what would eliminate that, and what someone who has worked with the victims, that one of the biggest things to when we're trying to consider victims is a consistent system, a system that approaches everyone, that we're going to approach every person like they're the same. No one's going to get special treatment. No one's going to be absolved. That's when victims lose, and when we have an inconsistent, unfair system. And so I've never argued for our system to not work, or for our criminal justice. I argue for a fair system, and that includes the most privileged person and the most underprivileged person all being treated the same.
5 minutes ago, you said a utopian would not exist. Now you're asking for a fair system. I feel like
we gotta work. It's like, you know, when they say it's like being Christ-like, you can't actually get to it, but you're supposed to be working towards it. You know, that's the.
George, what do you think TBMOTH means?
TB.
You're not gonna guess it because this is a.
All right, ignore it. Just you're not gonna know it for now, but we're gonna continue.
Can you tell me?
It took black men out. No, I'm telling him it took black men out the house. I learned it recently.
Take black men out the house.
So they make jokes about things.
Blacks don't crack. Took black men out the home.
Or out the home. Sorry, not the house.
Oh, someone has to give me the context of that.
Yeah. So you know how they have welfare. They said welfare took black men out the home. Mm-hmm. Did welfare take? I'm kidding. It's
also,
just.
I just have to say, sorry. Some of your comments, it's not you, but like the comment section, it's like just because someone has a different perspective as you doesn't mean you have to like be disrespectful or rude. I do not.
Oh, was someone doing that? Okay, yeah, no. Let's not.
I'm not the 1, 2, or 3, so don't do that. You can disagree with me, but don't be disrespectful. That's all I'm gonna say.
By the way, yeah.
Don't play with her.
I want to say something about it. She is not the 1, 2, or the 3. But let's say this. Moderators, please be vigilant in the chat. When I have like specifically brought guests on, no one is allowed to disrespect them unless I'm debating. And I'm not in debate mode. When I'm debating, drag the opposing team and make it clear that I'm the winner, regardless. Chris.
So I just want to say that I'm not sure that looking at the criminal justice system at a community level is as important as looking at the overall system. It is a police state. We are all subject to huge over-policing, over-legislating. I think the CFRs are over 300,000 pages. There's probably 200,000 pages worth of criminal statutes. And the fact is, we're all committing crimes all the time. We just don't know how many we're committing.
Period. Wait, so you said we shouldn't be legislating as much?
I'm saying we should legislate smart. We should legislate fair. But when you have a government printing office that stops publishing the CFR because there's too many pages and they can't keep up with it, how do we expect the average person to keep up with it?
Well, we don't, right? And that's part of it. Like,
right, and then there's a prosecutorial discretion, right? Like, I mean, I think I will not say I've ever committed any crimes, but you know, but I do think there does come a time where, like, not every crime is, you know, not everyone's arrested for every crime. Not every crime is, you know, not everyone is tried for every crime. So I do think that for good or for bad, that's where the discretion comes in. But I have a question. You said something about not focusing on the community level, and I just wanted you to repeat that. I didn't understand that.
Well, the problem is that when you narrow it down to one community or another, it's not putting a dent at all in the overriding size and scope of a police state. Just looking at how it affects one group of people, it's not to say that that doesn't exist and it's not happening, but it's keeping people, communities divided. In, if we say, well, is the system racist? It may or may not be, but until we actually know how many laws are on the book to begin with, it's academic. And
no,
if we're
wait.
Well, does it matter what laws are in the books, or does it matter what laws are being actually prosecuted?
I would say that it matters how many are on the books, because that is leverage. And if you step if you step on the wrong toes, the government can find a way of pulling some law out of the ether, and it becomes leverage against you.
Wait. I want to stop here and ask a question. So do you think fundamentally focusing on how the law impacts Black people versus other groups of people is causing a divide?
I'm not saying it causes a divide, but what I'm saying is that in a way it's a distraction.
What
because
if Black people and white people came together and fought the system that is oppressing Black people?
And I mean,
wait, George, you can go after me, but I want him to respond to that, and then you can go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I would say that white people and Black people coming together to fight the system in general. If we say that the laws on the books have a disparate,
no. See, this is why it's important, because like this feels like the same conversation in the Black community about versus Black men and Black women, kind of. So like when it's specifically, if there is a system that is causing more harm to one group than the other, even though it's causing harm overall, wouldn't it be fair, in my mind, wouldn't it be more appropriate to sort of help the people who are being disproportionately impacted before we try to overthrow the system, if the overthrowing the system is not likely? Like, I feel like fixing the smaller issue is possible, if it is possible, and it is if white people were in agreement that it should be fair and equal and just, at least as it applies to Black people, then we should work together to fix that, and then we can think about whether or not the system has a bigger issue. Because Black people won't be able to focus, I won't be able to focus on a broader systemic issue if there is racism. So unless you don't believe there's racism, because if there is, we need to fix that, or unless we can fix that. I want you to respond to that, but then we can continue to
sure.
George.
So I'd say it's a very complicated question, because on the one hand, you're absolutely right. If the Black community can't focus or is so entrenched in what's happening, the disparate impact of those laws, then yes, it is harder to focus on the bigger issue. And I would agree that in those cases, yes, because taking care of that problem is going to it's going to lift all boats, so to speak, to borrow from economics. A rising tide lifts all boats.
Not you, but that is such a bad statement. Go ahead, George. I mean, I appreciate where you're coming from, but rising tide lifts all boats does not mean all boats are at the same level. And that's also the problem. Like it's strange to fight for a system that still will, while in the fight, is going to prioritize one group over another. I would go ahead, George. I'll respond to that.
It's not even timely anymore. It was going to be in reference to something he said at that moment, but I'm interested in Chris's response.
So I would look at something like occupational licensing, for example, that has a disparate impact on the Black community. Taking care of something like that is an example of it will have a greater benefit to the Black community, but it's going to help everyone in general.
All right. So if we're in a neighborhood and there is a bunch of fires on houses, right? Would you tell the firefighter to go to the house that has the most fire on it that is about to be completely decimated, or do you go to the smaller fires first? Or do you do all of them at once?
Well, you probably set up a perimeter protecting the houses that haven't been burnt yet, and then you attack the fires that are getting closest to those structures.
Sorry, I am so sorry. I was not expecting that as an answer.
I wasn't expecting that either. I thought that was really interesting.
Wait, so we set up a perimeter to prevent the fire from touching the houses that are not burned. Got it. I think that's fair. Then you do what now?
And then you work your way in towards where the fire is greatest.
So you will say, all right, so to prevent harm, this is good. So to prevent further harm, you do realize in that it's likely that the one that's that's burning the most will be completely decimated by the time you get there.
Most likely, yes.
All right. So when you ask, and this might be logical, but when you ask the people who own the burning house, the one that's burning the most, to focus on every other house, knowing that it's unlikely that their house will be saved, you understand how that would be a problem.
Well, there's a difference. The fire department responding to it versus the people in that building. Obviously, the people in that building need to get the hell out first.
Yeah, no, period. So
that means on their own.
No. But so from a logical perspective, if we're using utilitarian approach, then you are right. If that is the correct approach, where we're going to save as many as we can before we get to the one that's burning the most, and period. But as the person who owns the house that's burning the most, I am sorry. I am not about to sit here and help everyone put the fire out on their house, knowing that mine won't be reached in time. I'm going to try to put water on my house myself, because the system will not be helping me, because the system is going to attempt to do the most good for the most amount of people. And me in that system, I'm not going to care. I'm going to go focus on what I need to focus on, because my life is at stake. So no.
Well, so this scenario reminds me of how I think it was Crassus, one of the triumvirate of the Roman emperors. He built his fortune on going to houses next to fires and offering to buy the houses from the people, and he would then put them out. But if they didn't buy, he wouldn't use his fire department to put them out. And in that sense, the state is just offering little tidbits. And if you support the state, well, then maybe we'll come to your defense. Maybe we'll put your fire out. If not, well, we'll just pass more laws. And if those laws catch you up, oh, well.
No, but so I mean, going back to your thing, you took the time out to put parameters around houses to prevent them from being burned. So we are doing priorities here. So the fact that we even took the time to do that, while it's logical, to want to do that, I understand where you stand from a utilitarian perspective. It is sad though, but you cannot then think that the people who own the home that is being burned is going to agree to let their house be sacrificed for the greater good. Now, maybe some of us will, I won't. Because I'm going to try to put the fire out myself. And if it's possible, like if there's a fire extinguisher that is big enough or whatever, if I feel like there's an opportunity to save my house, I am going to take it. You're asking people to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. And maybe there's a lot of people, and I'm doing it in the best way. That is the best package I can put what you're asking for in, because the other package is not that cute, right? So you're asking to put the interests of everyone ahead of yours. I'm not doing that. I mean, I'm let me just out myself. I'm not doing that. Like, unless they're saying the firefighters, like, we're going to come to your house first, and then we can work together. But if not, then I'm not doing that.
So I from an individual perspective, I would say the greater good argument is a false argument. I don't believe in the greater good argument. But what I'm suggesting is that if each individual is focused on their individual interests, what is important to them that is right in front of them, and they're not taking sight of the bigger picture, you cannot get enough momentum, enough size behind a movement that can take down and reduce the onslaught of new law after new law after new law, new agency after new agency after new agency. And so to the extent that, yes, there is things like prosecutorial discretion, well, the more laws that are on the books, the more choices they have on what to charge you with, the more leverage they have over everyday people. And the harder it is to fight back against that system, the bigger it grows. So
yeah, but I mean, we are pretending like we can't do two things at once. We can acknowledge a system and then fight it together. And while we can acknowledge the racism in a system and fight it together, while also fighting the system that is unfortunately classist, right? So, like, I think we can do both, but when your comments seem to suggest prioritizing the group and not your individual struggle. And by individual, I mean community struggle.
I'm just suggesting that there needs to be a recognition that there is something bigger than just the individual, just the community, that's driving a lot of those individual and community issues.
Oh yeah,
and
it's class, it's socioeconomic status, it's poor white people actually do suffer, but their suffer does not intersect with race. Their suffer is a class-based suffering, and it's real, it is there, but add class and race and you get black people at the bottom and their needs are not met. So it's very difficult to then say we should fight classism as opposed to racism. Deanne.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chris. I have a couple of questions for you because I was just a little bit confused by your examples. From all I know about firefighter practice, generally speaking, the procedure generally is you go to where the fire is, you put that out. If there are additional firefighters, they may put up a fire break. But the general practice, now I happen to live in California where we, do some burning every other minute here. General practice is You attack the fire primarily. You prioritize that because that's where people actually die. The people who are in the houses that are not dead yet are not generally the priority. So, in light of that, given that firefighting practice is pretty much the opposite of what you suggested, could you explain that a little bit more to me?
Sure. And I live in California too. And I was thinking, I guess, from kind of a more like how you would fight a forest fire, because I'm looking at this as it's not just one house that's on fire. It's a lot of houses that are on fire. And so you're absolutely correct that if it is a single structure, then yes, they're going to respond right away to the single structure. But when you have several structures all going up, where you can't attack each structure at once, or you would have to spread out your resources to try to attack all of them at once, that you would, if it's that big, you do set up a perimeter and then work your way in. But to your example, if it's a small, isolated situation, then yes, you would go attack that first.
Wait, before we
Okay.
continue, sorry, Dean. George and Vanessa have to go. I completely didn't realize. Obviously, you guys can stay around if you want, but I should have left the time. So, Vanessa and George, Vanessa, you guys can stay if you want, but you can go if you don't. You can say your goodbyes.
I just want to thank everybody. It's been a really interesting conversation. Famous, thank you so much for having me. Everyone in the comment section, I was reading the comments, and it was live in the comment section. I just realized that how
it always pop off in the comments.
Oh yeah, so no, thank you so much. I think this is a great conversation. It's a good conversation. Chris, thank you. How you say your name, ma'am?
Deanne.
Oh, Deanne. I'm Deanne.
Thank
and
you.
Welcome to the show, George. I haven't seen you before. Enjoyed your perspective.
Please definitely come back. His podcast, The Pursuit of Happiness podcast, is below. His IG is below. Vanessa's IG is All Hail King V.
Mine's not below. How come I don't get special treatment?
You did not come in time. He came in time and I created a banner for him. So please follow them. Vanessa will be back. When you come back, I'll add you. George, obviously you're welcome back. I think we have differing opinion, but I love a good debate. So,
I love a good conversation.
I want to also plug in, George, that if you're ever looking for legal representation in the state of Georgia, that's your guy.
Oh, yeah, George is in Georgia. So if you need a defense attorney, right?
Reach out to me.
All right.
Okay, I'm in Georgia. Good to know. Always good to see you, Vanessa.
It's always good to know. Good to meet people. You
guys
have a good night, okay?
Have a good night. Thank you so much. He'll hopefully be back. Vanessa, go ahead.
I said I might leave and come back.
You might not come back?
I said I might leave and come back.
Oh, please. That would be nice because I want to do some debauchery.
Will y'all be on here till like midnight?
No, I'm going to change the topic now to something because not after 30 minutes of this discussion, then I'll change it to something because I want to.
I might just stop my camera then. I'll be back.
All right, cool. Bye.
Bye.
All right, go ahead, Deanne. I'm so sorry. The space, everyone is welcome in the space. So different opinion, I love. But continue.
Okay, so now I understand you mean more of a forest fire. I remember the way that the campfire here in Northern California had to be fought. But then you said this part about Crassus and how he became one of the richest men of the ancient world because he basically offered his services. If you paid him, he'd put your fire out. Sir, are you aware that the idea of offering the roof or protection, you mentioned the Roman Empire, was followed down by a group of people who are very proud of their Italian heritage. Unfortunately, that group of people is the mob, who generally operated in the same way. I was very disturbed by that because I'm hoping we're not advocating for our state to act like the mob and offer protection, that you must have money to bribe the state for protection, or that you must perform certain duties to the state, because that would tend toward fascism, that the state is going to control certain resources in order to have protection from. But now we're dealing with a forest fire. So now we're talking about a natural disaster, but if you don't have money on the barrelhead, you can't get protection. If you cannot affirm your undying loyalty to the state, you cannot get protection. See, it was confusing when you had it from going from house to house. But see, at this point, now I'm even more concerned, Chris. So I just wanted you to clarify that for me.
Oh, to clarify, I'm in complete agreement with what you just said. I feel that that's how the state operates now.
Okay. So you feel like the state operates like the mob now?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's pay to play.
Okay. All right. So you weren't okay. So you're not proposing that is how it should operate. You don't. Do you think that's a good
Not
thing?
at all. Not at all.
Okay. So you're not proposing that is how policy should be actually managed going forward, correct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So that I would be mistaken then to mischaracterize you as having a conservative perspective on this, correct? Because of course a conservative point of view wants to conserve what we already have in place.
Well, I would say I have a conservatarian point of view.
Wait,
Okay.
can you explain what is a conservatarian point of view?
I would like to know, because again, we have talked about, okay, we're not going to do a fire break if there's actual single houses and actual individuals. And if the state operates like a mob, then we don't want to do that going forward. But then your statements would make me think that you're a conservative, but then you can't be a conservative because you don't want to conserve a state behaving like the mob. So I'm very interested in hearing about this conservatarian viewpoint, because the couple of these ideas, Chris, they don't seem to be gelling. But do explain. I want to hear about conservatarian.
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm more than happy to share. For me personally, I am a conservative person by nature, but I also recognize that how I choose to live my life should not be imposed on anyone else. And so I am libertarian in the sense that I do not, the state that governs the least governs the best. It should stick to a few things that it can do effectively, and everything else should be left to the individual and the individual's community. And so, for instance, I'm Christian, but I don't feel that the state has any right to enforce Christian viewpoints on the citizens any more than any other religion or no religion. I don't think that's any of the state's business. The over policing and over legislating, I feel that that has a detrimental effect on all citizens, regardless of their personal views. And if a state has the power to give, the state has the power to take away. And it all depends on which side you're on, whether you like that or not. If you're just very focused on yourself. But I look at it as, I may not agree with you. I may be completely opposite in individual preferences, how I live my life versus how you live your life. But I do not want to impose that on you, because if I have the power to impose that on you, then if the situations are reversed, you have the power to impose that on me. And I think the state should leave as much of that to the individual as possible.
Okay, that does provide some clarity. I was just trying to put it together because, like I said, the way firefighters generally operate is very much opposite. But I am aware forest fire situations are a little bit different. I appreciate you giving time for some clarity on that. personally conservative, more libertarian in your politics is what I'm kind of gathering now.
Yes.
Would that be accurate? Okay.
Yeah.
Then the other question would be then, if as many things are going to be left to the individuals as possible. The conversation today was a lot about forms of justice, retributive versus utilitarian forms of rehabilitation. So if as many things are going to be held to the people as possible, since the fire we're talking about is really what do we do with crime, what would be your position on that? How do we then come together and determine how do we deal with the question of crime and punishment in a very, unfortunately, a very violent society that sometimes seems to encourage criminal behavior and of multiple different types. It should be mentioned that there are plenty of white-collar criminals whose crimes are never found, done by men of a different race and class that are rarely ever prosecuted. And then you have crimes like, unfortunately, young thug and arrest get caught up a lot more often. So since the state we want to step back, how do we handle this as a society?
I think that the decisions about criminal laws and how to operate a criminal justice system should be managed at the point that it is closest to the people who are being affected. And so I would say that at the community level, the city, state level, where the representation is most responsive to the people, that their voice carries a lot more weight, just because you have closer ties to the actual people that you represent, that their interests are best served at that level versus a federal level where you have two people representing an entire state in the Senate, and you have one person that could be representing either the entire state or up to 400,000 people. My individual voice carries a lot less weight when I'm just one of 300,000, 400,000 versus a state representative where their constituency may be 20, 25,000. And so the opportunity for the individuals to make a bigger impact and have a bigger influence on how they see fit is much more likely at the city, county, state level than the federal level. And so my biggest complaint is to see that politicians themselves, federal prosecutors, they actually don't know how many laws are on the books. They go looking for crimes and they say, oh, this person did these 15 things. Can I find these 15 things somewhere in the CFR? They don't know, aside from things like murder and embezzlement, those are easy finds. But when you have people being prosecuted because a Fish and Wildlife pulls you over, Coast Guard comes next to your boat and you're throwing fish off your boat, they have to look really hard to figure out how that's destruction of evidence and how to lock you up because you threw a couple fish that were too small off your boat.
Okay, I think I have to say, I have to tell you a lot of respect. You have really thought through your position, which is a very pleasant. As Themis will tell you, that's it. You answered the questions, and you actually have deeply thought about this. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you answering my questions directly. I have to consider. I've never heard of a conservatarian, but I'll look for it as a stream of political thought because I think there's probably more people who are conservatarian than we think, but there's no way to box that up. Never heard the term before, but I'll keep my ears open for it. Thank you for your time, Chris.
Well, I want to thank you for some great questions, and I want to thank Themis, because that's something that I really appreciate about this channel and the discussions is that there's room for all sorts of opinions. And, I think it's great that we have an opportunity to come together, interrogate each other's ideas, draw out things that we may never have considered before. And I think we're all the better as a whole for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I thank you for it. I will say you did answer all my questions, and we have to agree to disagree on what I should do in terms of my position in the system and whether to focus on the community or the broader culture. But I do appreciate your approach. I just hope you understand why I cannot take that approach when it
No,
comes.
I certainly understand. And this isn't a matter of I'm right and you're wrong. I don't think it's at all that simple of a binary.
No.
So I would not. In fact, that's kind of the essence of being libertarian is that I can't look at you and say, no, you're absolutely wrong for your approach. It's on me to understand, to question, to suggest, to discuss, so that we both walk away with a broader understanding. So.
Oh, Themis, you're on mute. You're on mute, Themis.
Sorry. It was probably good that that part was muted. No, I appreciate it, but I just where I stand on this and in the community, I'm very specific. And while I recognize bigger issues, I realize I can fix those bigger issues, and I might not be able to fix the community issues, but that's where the fire is for me. And I'm going to try to put out that fire before I move beyond it. So the after show is going to actually be longer because I have debauchery to get into. So we may or may not finish it, but I didn't put it on the post or anything because I thought Vanessa and them would have to leave earlier than they did. So we actually got through. A ton. I appreciate Chris, by the way. Hopefully no one says anything bad. I don't have to agree with you. And you can have your position, and I don't try to force you to change your opinion at all. Really, if it's solid in some way in what you're thinking. What I won't do is accept someone else's view unless mine is completely demolished, right? And so I hope you guys, it is kind of paternalistic, but I don't mind because I will drag Dean up here and argue with him about something that is not even tangentially related to what we're talking about. So I am going to have the same kind of sort of principle for everyone. But let's read this since you're on here, Deanne.
Oh, Lord.
Do you want to read that for me out loud?
Oh, sure. I'll read it. Okay, wait. Let me control myself. Let me try to keep this is putting me back into my Texas roots level of Southern Belle type shade.
Wait, before you read it, actually, let's go into the after show. Let's go into the after show and then come back and read it. Let's do that while you catch your breath.
Okay.
Chris is her boo, so he's saying, "Good job, Chris." I don't know if she's joking or if this is real. But go ahead.
He did a good job. We don't necessarily agree with him, but he did defend his position deeply. Respect. You gotta give respect there. Okay, so this piece of information has been brought to us by Respectfully Justin, who says men aren't strong enough. to handle the truth. Just lie to us. I don't care what he says to convince you to tell him the truth. Lie respectfully.
All right. So, as a good Christian woman, I know this is not it for you, but lie to black man 22.
Ain't gonna happen over here. Ain't gonna happen over here. If you're not strong enough to handle the truth, in my book, you ain't a man. My father, my grandfathers, my uncles, my great grandfather, my great great grandfather, all the way back to I forget his name, who came from Africa. If you ain't strong enough to handle the truth, I'm sorry, you do not qualify over here. Life is too hard. The truth is hard enough to deal with. I got to remember a new lie every day to please you. How about no? No. Thank you. No.
Thank you, but no thank you. Just tell me good lies, period. Dean says to just tell him good lies. Is this the problem? Is this part of the problem with what we flock to online? And I want you guys to think about that. I didn't put this in the. Sorry, I think I want to sneeze. I didn't put this in any of the description. I'll put it on. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. I did not know that. I am going to play a video that I saw that I wanted to watch with y'all. And I was going to do it on its own, but I realized I wanted to stay in today instead of go out. So I'm going to stay in with y'all and do this. You don't have to be here for it. But Fresh or Fit, and I've made a conscious effort to not learn their names. I think this one is Fit, though. He's doing a speech. This is like his TED Talk. I didn't put him on there because I didn't want a lot of people in here while I do this because I don't want the chat to get too chaotic. Now we're going to watch this speech together. It is his TED Talk. It is his moment. This was done last month. And let's hear the wisdom that is. Oh,
I'm getting a headache in advance.
Period. Let me speed this up to like 1.2. We might not finish it because it's really long. It's not long. It's like long though. Let's do it.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you so much. Well, this sounds familiar, right? What's up, guys? How you guys all doing, man? Myron Gaines. First and foremost, I want to thank Donovan Sharp for hosting this amazing event here in Vegas. I think a lot of people, one thing that I dislike is that a lot of people don't forget where they came from and they don't thank the guys that put them on. So I really want to emphasize, if it wasn't for Donovan Sharp, I wouldn't be here right now. So thank you to Donovan. Thank you to all the guys in this fair that took a chance on me. You guys know who you are. And yeah, man, give me a little bit of help and we've been able to grow and put this message out to everybody. So without that said, guys, thank you so much for being here. You could be anywhere else in the world, but you're here listening to me talk to you guys, and we're going to make some jokes, have some fun, and, have a good talk. But for some of you guys that don't know who I am, Myron Gaines, I live in Miami, Florida. As I'm sure you guys have seen the podcast where we're battling.
All right. As someone who really likes public speaking, he's not a good public speaker. He's nervous. Actually, let me not say he's not a good. He's nervous. So calm down. It's fine. He's nervous.
He has contradicted himself twice. He has said with when he meant without when he meant with. He said don't when he doesn't. In other words, his subconscious is basically saying it may be lie to black men 2022, but his subconscious is beating him up as he's trying to do this. I mean, it's just like, sir, you aren't even started lying yet.
It's the alpha energy.
I forgot. My bad.
The alpha energy.
Let me submit and be quiet. I forgot about the alpha energy.
Not me talking about he's nervous when he's supposed to be an alpha. So actually, let me take that back. This is the alpha energy. All right, let's continue.
Battling annoying feminists every single night. I'm losing my hair because of it. Had to re-up my finasteride prescription and slowly get my hair back.
Themis. Wait. I already told you he contradicts himself. So you're dealing with annoying feminists every night, but you're losing your hair and you have to up your finesse right. By definition, sir, that means you are losing the battle. I'm just saying. You haven't even got it started yet, and you done, sir. I'm just saying. You losing. You just said it. He needs he's self-aware. Well, that's true. Okay, I'm
Just
sorry.
get that man out of the home. He started off with the jokes on his hair loss, Alpha Energy 101. Start with your insecurity. Let's go.
Said, you guys see, obviously you guys have seen the end product. You don't really, some of you guys might not know where I came from. So I'll give you guys a little bit of background. So my parents are from Sudan. They immigrated here in the 80s. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, 1990. I'm 31 years old. And I grew up in a 2-parent household, you know?
I'm sorry, this is so bad. I actually thought when you come on, right?
I grew up in a 2-parent household.
If you come on to YouTube or any space with an audience, I make the incorrect assumption that you do know how to speak publicly. I think he's out of his comfort zone, and it's very obvious in his presentation. Sorry, I did not mean this to be a critique of public speaking, but I have to do it. So I'm going to leave it. I'm going to attempt to leave it alone now, and then continue. And we get to what his arguments are and what he's saying and promoting. Sorry, I apologize. Also, I would never wear that, but he's promoting his clothing, so it makes sense.
My dad was a strong masculine man. My mom was a feminine woman. My mom took that female, that traditional female to the next level, man. She cooked for my dad. She cleaned the house. If my dad left without lunch, she would have anxiety. She would start freaking out. And she understands what it means to be a wife, which unfortunately, a lot of people don't get to see that in the West right now. And, you know, they always say privilege is invisible to, I always say it, privilege is invisible to those that have it. And I had a privilege for sure, having a 2-parent household with a strong father and a feminine woman. And it made me the man I am today. And I thank them for that. And it's not until I hit about 29 to 30 that I realized how important that is, man. And I implore you guys, if you have a 2-parent household or if you had a strong father in your life, after this, call him up and say thank you. Because growing up as a young man, I hated my father. He used to whoop my ass, he used to talk shit to me when I played video games, he used to pressure me to do well in school, and I was like, get the fuck.
Okay, this sounds like abuse, but I'm gonna leave it alone. This now makes sense why you are the way you are. Myron, fresh, fit. I'm assuming you're fit. Let's get. This is really annoying. Not him saying he's thankful for a masculine present for talking crap to him and beating him. Period. This is masculinity. Period.
Fuck off my dick, man. Like,
beat kids 2022. Whoop kids 2022.
I'm just trying to have fun. You know, I played Halo semi-professionally back in the day. I was playing basketball. You know, I was always out hanging out with friends, whatever. And my dad always used to push me and go hard on me. And it wasn't until I was an adult that I was able to become friends with him. And it made me realize he did all that to protect me from myself, which we're going to talk about protecting masculine leadership and protecting women from themselves.
I'm sorry, let's have a discussion quickly. You weren't friends with your father until you became an adult. It seems like a toxic cycle about to happen. This is like a toxic cycle about to happen. Wait. I love when Timus tries to remember who is who. But this one isn't fit, so it must be period. Wait. Is this, again, I don't know anything about masculinity. Period. So you're Aaron, you're a man. Is this what masculinity is? Should we hate our fathers until we're old?
Definitely not. He's operating from a place of trauma. And I'm not a professional, but I can go ahead and tell you that. He's operating from a place of trauma. And I also find it interesting that before he even mentioned his father, when he brought up his mother, he said, you know, my mother was a real woman, a feminine woman. She cooked and she cleaned. He's already associating basic life skills with femininity.
Yeah.
You know, that's the biggest thing, you know, and
she would freak out if he left his lunch. So if he's not remembering how to take care of himself, period. So the feminine energy is to take care of the men, and that's just that on that. And you need to be a wife, even if you're not married, because apparently that's just that on that. FYI, he's not talking about black women because he does not date black women.
Exactly.
His own words, not mine. So period. I can laugh.
Which makes me also question, because I grew up in a household, father very masculine in terms of my father was a military man. So I'm a military brat,
Me too.
But my father was the main cook in our house. Why? Because he liked cooking. My mother knows how to cook. My father loved to cook. So that's the
feminine energy. That is feminine.
So in that instance, I'm confused. It's a matter of you're assigning basic life skills to masculine femininity. He doesn't have a scope for a proper discussion. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Since I've seen clips of their show, their podcast, they are operating from a very basic level of masculinity and femininity. And that's
or you don't understand this level of alpha masculinity. It could be that they're so out of this world in their understanding of masculinity that we have not gotten there. So, period.
Listen.
Like Dean is explaining, this is masculinity. Dean says, my friend's dad broke a broomstick over his head back as a child. He's now a successful doctor. Whoop them kids. So period. Break brooms over.
That's all you have to do. That's all.
Madam CEO, go ahead. You've been on and then you went off. Madam, we can't hear you. Nora?
Yes. Yeah, it all makes sense now to me because I obviously don't participate in their entertainment on their channel. I just see the clips, but it all makes sense. He's coming from a place of trying to please his father by being exactly like him because he was, it sounds like, verbally abusive in the things that he was interested in, like Halo and video games. I'm assuming his father thought that those were not the things a young boy should be doing. So it makes sense how he doesn't, his statistics never, the statistics he used never lines up with the actual situations. So he uses those statistics to verify that he's doing the right thing by trying to be like his father.
Period. And isn't that what all young men should strive to be like their father, regardless of how good or bad the father is? Period. And I answered my it is masculinity. You guys just don't understand masculinity. And I feel like if you guys understood masculinity, you would know that your child should not like you until they're an adult.
An adult. That's it.
Yeah.
No.
Vanessa, you missed it.
I don't know what I missed.
Wait, let's continue.
Oh no, I didn't know y'all were doing this.
You can't say that. I said we were gonna dive headfirst into degeneracy. So
I usually avoid these ones because I really can't with them.
It's not them, it's just one. I think
there was two of them.
It's
the
just
other
one
one
tonight.
doesn't count. He doesn't ever speak.
He's doing his TED talk explaining masculinity.
That never came back. All right.
Themselves and protecting children from themselves. But it made me the man I am today, so I had to definitely, put that out there. So that's my background. I went to college at Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts. Go Huskies for anybody that might be from the Boston area. Fuck BU though, terrible school. I rode Division I there, Northeastern University. Very difficult sport. It's a preppiest sport. I was definitely the only colored guy there. The only African-American guy / Arab dude, weird combination, but check off a bunch of boxes, right? I walked onto the team. It was a great experience. It made me much stronger physically, mentally. It was the hardest thing I ever did because I had been lifting weights, trying to look good look good naked and all that. Then when I did that, I was like, whoa, this is tough. It's an endurance sport. Built that mental fortitude, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later as well. And then after that, how do I say this without doxing myself? I went into a career field with Uncle Sam that I won't say right now, but book will come out soon. You know what I mean? And I did that for many years. I lived in South Texas, right on the Mexican border. Then I went to Miami, and I left that life and took a chance, with my fitness business and YouTube and being a content creator, and it worked out, thanks to support from men like yourselves. So thank you so much for that. So
Sorry, I need to pick this up. I was going to ignore it, but I think he's trying very desperately not to say he's black.
I thought he did
Definitely.
black.
Definitely.
Black and Arab.
Well, I mean, I don't care what he is, but he's described himself in many ways without saying he's black. So, period.
Also, I just have to say, as someone who's from Boston, do not excuse, oh, that's Boston culture. I think I saw something that, no, yeah. We don't get them.
Can we unpack the insecurity of this man?
Yes.
Well, I got the DSM, so I'm pretty much a psychologist at them.
First of all, you tell us that your family's from Sudan, but you're complaining about the way the West is. So you think that the West is bad, but you want to be here. But that also means that you're not African American either. That means you're Sudanese, which is original. So you're trying so hard to glom on to an identity that you hate, because you just said the West doesn't give you the model. So then you went to Boston and you're putting down Boston, and then you can't be black, so you're gonna be African American and Arab. If you know your Arab history, you know that your ancestral father is Ibrahim, known to those of us who speak English generally as Abraham, but your mother is an Egyptian, and then the wife of Ishmael is an Egyptian. So yes, you are black in the original ancestral sense, 3/4. And then if you've gone down to South Sudan, you're Nubian. So you're not able to even accept the fact that all that's great about the black peoples of the world, Egypt used to refer to itself as Kemet, the land of Ham, the land of the blacks. But you are out here jumping over hoops.
We disagree, Deanne, right now, right here. He's not black. If he's not black, he's not black, period.
But I'm just saying.
That is one less degeneracy out.
But what I'm saying is, this man is so completely disconnected from everything, because he could make an argument of being original black, but instead he picks the second most demeaning term in all of African American history. I mean, colored went out in 1960. It's right next door to it's just like, how do you? Yeah, you know what? If I was capable of feeling sorry for this man, but the thing is, he's out here putting himself out here. He's South Sudanese. So you hate the West and the way it is, but you're going to cap on it. You want to be in the West, but it's not working for you. You can't deal with your essential Africanity, so you're going to be colored?
The man is colored.
I have a question. Is he Arab because he's Sudanese, or is he saying? Because I know some Sudanese people identify as Arab, or is he saying that he's Sudanese and also?
I love how you guys are trying to decipher this man's race.
I'm asking questions because I intentionally do not watch this toxicness.
This man is an incel. That is his race. That is his identity.
Let me try and answer the best way I can. He goes wherever the wind blows. He will say black if it profits for him. But he also knows that he has a white audience, so he can't go too far. If that makes sense, So he'll use the term Arab and colored because it's not too radical. Saying that you're black is radical all of a sudden. That's always been the case, right?
Look, I'm very exclusive with blackness, not the gatekeeper, but I'm very
You are
exclusive.
a gatekeeper.
You do not. I will never, ever jam someone into blackness who don't want to be there.
Thank you.
In fact, we should be more exclusive to remove people who want to be there.
What about people who are clearly black? Like, so if someone is clearly black, but they're choosing not to identify, you say, fine, you're not black.
So Clarence Thomas.
What is Rihanna's baby daddy name?
Rocky.
ASAP Rocky. It's like, I don't know the black experience, blah blah blah, and he got locked up. You don't have to tell someone who's black they're black. They will
get their wake up
call. Their blackness will show them eventually.
They will get their wake up call.
And I'm not saying you have blackness is necessarily this or that experience. I'm saying I love being black. Though we have warts, I appreciate it, and I think it is something that that you are it is a blessing. So if you pretend you're not, girl, I don't got time to convince you you're black. If you don't want to be black, you're not black, girl. Bye. I don't got time for you.
I mean, I'm not trying to convince him. I'm just saying the levels of his confusion go back almost to the dawn of civilization. This man has no clue who he is.
Oh, we know
I mean,
this.
he has no clue who he is, because you cannot be African American, Arab, colored, and come from Sudan. You just, it's like you don't have a connection, and maybe it's because of the trauma he went through with his father. Actually, you don't have a connection with who your own people are, and then you're going to add on top of this. And Vanessa, to add to your point, yes, there are also Arabs that have lived through that area as well, so he can be those two things. But it's just like, you don't have connection to your own. You were born where the Nile rises, sir. You don't have a connection to your stuff back to the dawn of civilization. And you've only been talking for 2 minutes, and you've completely blown yourself completely up. I've never heard anybody just, this is new. I mean, just like,
I've heard it. I've talked to Jamaicans, and they're like, "Oh, I'm not black. I'm Jamaican." I'm like, "Okay, next."
Not to mention, he doesn't have
yeah, I guess you're right. Next.
The white identified people that he's trying to relate to. He has none of those privileges. If you were to walk the room, it's clear that he's not going to be treated like a white man. I'm sorry. It's you can pray, you can say, "Hey, I am white. This is me." You can wake up every day like Uncle Ruckus. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry.
Aaron, that's actually the point. I think it's hard to have pride in something that you see historically has been abused and disregarded and all of that stuff, right? But it is, I believe, it is first the pride in who you are, and then realizing that you need to act on behalf of who you are, that will, in my mind, liberate people. If you believe you can disregard your blackness in order to assimilate, then there is no need to fight for that which is black, right? If you can pretend you're not black, if you can go, and I'm not saying he is black, I'm not talking about his co-host, because the co-host is, in my mind, black, but if he says he's not black, then period. You're whatever Caribbean country you came from.
They can have you.
Yep.
So if you can just assimilate into like white society and be like, okay, I'm not black, I'm just gonna be over here and blackness is nothing, then if you can do that, then there is no real need to fight for the dignity and personhood of blackness itself. And I think a lot of people recognize that in short term, and if you create a bubble, you can actually go your life without having the black experience if you don't leave that bubble. The problem is, you might have to leave that bubble. Oprah Winfrey had to leave that bubble. And as rich as she was, she had to leave the bubble.
It's the "we like you, you're different" kind of argument. You know, I would get that all the time when I went to high school in North Carolina. You talk like us, you know, you like rock music, you align with white culture. I said, no, I'm still black.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's the "we like you, you're different." And that difference is what propels you to say, hey, I don't have to live that black experience. I'm this other black guy. I'm the black guy that these white people like.
Yeah. I mean, you can get to be the token, and the token means you shut up and agree. And so they can always look. I'm not racist. I have a black friend. When they say they have a black friend, this is
That's exactly why he likes dating out. He wants to be the other that they date.
Not me having to private this live stream now.
I thought his target audience was black men, though.
Okay, his target audience, his audience is mostly black men because of the content, but everyone, I don't know why there is such a need. I'm actually going to refrain from going the full extent that I want, because I want to keep this open. I think there is a need for all these people to go mainstream, and I don't understand it. Like, people are like, oh, I don't want to be a black poet. Like, what's wrong with being a black poet? No, you want to just be considered a poet because you want to capture as many people as you can. And I get financially how that works, but are you going to sanitize that which you do and say so much to be accepted by the broader culture? I feel like that's what it means to sell out. Like, when I think about the sellout, it's the sanitizing of everything that you believe and what you say so that it's palatable to people outside of the group that you belong to. No, if it's palatable to you and you're here, but I'm not going to sugarcoat what I have to say. And I don't, mainstream should not be a focus of anyone, but everyone in the manosphere try to make it mainstream.
That's
So
because that's where the money is.
true. I mean, and I'm not going to knock you for being a capitalist, but
I will. No, I'm kidding.
I was going to be like, wait, I'm kidding. And let's continue.
Let's talk about what's going on right now in 2021 and beyond, right? Or it's already been happening for the past, like, I would say 10 years easily, but it's even more pronounced now. Mobb Deep and Cameron, two rappers from New York City that I like, they said a very great quote. There's a war going on outside no man is safe from. And then Cam took it a step further. It don't matter if you're 3 feet or 8'1". And that war, guys, is a war on masculinity right now, okay? It used to be where you can be unapologetically masculine, shout out to Coach, right? And it wasn't that big of a deal. But now if you're masculine, it depends on who you are. I'll give you guys an example. You're at work, right? You're an ugly dude, maybe not the best looking guy, whatever. Hey, Cindy, you look good. Oh, I'm going to HR. You know what I'm saying? Or, hey, nice dress, or hey, you look great today, whatever. Genuine masculine compliment, right? But Chad.
Sorry, I'm going to cut him off for a second. What do you mean genuinely masculine compliment?
I don't say a compliment is masculine. I compliment people all the time.
He's delusional. He's delusional.
I mean, it's also creating a straw man argument. Nobody is going to HR because you say you look nice or because you have a nice dress. That's not happening. People are not going to HR for that. People are going to HR because they're actually being sexually harassed in the workplace. So that's really
and the funny thing is, what he's not saying is unsaid, obviously. And what he is not saying here is that men don't get to be what they were prior to the Me Too movement. That's what that's what he wants to say, but he knows it's wrong too. So instead of saying it outright, it's a dog whistle. No one is going to HR because you told them they look good. Now,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, please.
But see, here's the problem about this. No one's going to HR because they got a compliment. But see, what he was just about to say before you cut him off is that they imagine that Chad is a name for a white man, still have all these privileges of being masculine. In other words, you asked, we had the question just a few minutes ago, why, their audience is white men, but they're talking to black men. Well, if you realize that these are black men who want to be Thomas Jefferson, who want to have the rights of 6'3" handsome, powerful Thomas Jefferson with Sally Hemings, then you can harmonize these two things. Because he was just about to say, well, Chad can still do that and they don't go to HR. But nobody goes to HR.
He also said if you're ugly, so it sounds like he's mad.
He said if you're ugly, so he's advocating for ugly men. Like ugly men should have the rights of cute men. Period.
But here's the problem about this. Basically, he's just like, well, why can't ugly short men be as degenerate as a Thomas Jefferson? You still end up in the same place because, like you said, it's what's not being said here. What's not being said here is that 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 100 years ago, men could do whatever they wanted to women and women had nowhere to go. Now, if a woman thinks something that you say is inappropriate, yeah, she can go to HR. But it isn't that you told her that her dress was cute. We all know that this is not what's on the table. Absolutely not. But he just kind of glide over all it.
On the why should black women settle down for nothing comment? Who spelled that correctly?
What? There's a comment to what?
It's why would black women settle? Sorry, they spelled my name wrong, but they have something.
Oh Lord!
What?
I see it.
Oh no.
Okay. I was gonna say something about his actual point. Like, if his point is that unattractive men are not allowed to hit on women, but attractive men are. Even that, I don't see why that's the problem. Yes, I don't want men I'm not attracted to hit on me. I don't understand what's wrong with that. Why am I not allowed consent?
So actually, that's the thesis. This is what the manosphere is about, which is strange to me. It's like women, you should like ugly men. How dare you not allow
Why?
ugly,
You just said he's ugly.
men?
I don't want an ugly man. Like, why can I not say I?
How dare you not want an ugly man
I
to
don't.
address you?
And what about it?
I just want them to clearly define what the war on masculinity is. I hear that all the time, and no one can clearly define it for me.
They won't. They won't. But not only will they not, they're arguing. They're like, why are you overlooking the good guys? The good guys are also overlooking the good girls for the girls on Instagram. Not that they're not good girls on Instagram who are going to turn them down. So they're arguing to be as degenerate as who they consider to be cute men. You can if you have money, but you are not arguing for that. And why would you want to be degenerate? Like, I don't understand why the conversation is, why can't I be as bad as them and you accept me, even if I don't look like them?
But it's also like taking away the HR example, like his whole thing, like, okay, you don't want ugly men hitting on you, and that's a problem. What do you want me to do? I'm not understanding the alternative.
Accept them.
Accept and just date them and marry them and be miserable.
Yeah, so if you're not cute, you don't have financial resources, take me as I what did Mary J. Blige says, take me as I am or have nothing at all. I don't know if that's
Never
what it
mind.
is.
Never mind.
Period. Let's continue.
Right? Kevin in sales. Hey, Cindy, you're looking good. Oh, thank you so much, Chad. No big deal. She won't go to HR for him, but she goes to HR for the other guy. And the thing is that society picks and chooses who can be masculine and who can't, right? And
Actually, Aaron, I do actually need someone to define masculinity now. Because when you say
It
society,
sounds like it means ugly.
so if you're ugly, you can't be masculine.
Yeah, that's the thesis. So I had to write it down.
That's based on his basis and his definition. If you're ugly, you can be masculine.
Period.
he's saying
I
if
don't
you're
got them
black, you
problems,
can't be
so apparently I'm masculine. I am masculine now, guys. Period. Fruitcake gang, we're masculine.
I'm masculine too because I do look good.
Period. This is so ridiculous. He is so ridiculous.
Can I speak on what he said about the sorry to interrupt, what he said about the sexual harassment in particular?
Yeah. By the way, if you're on here, you can talk and I'll just pause things, but go ahead.
So first of all, when it comes to masculinity, you already know I'm the type to tuck the homies in good night, read them a bedtime story, kiss them on the forehead.
Black man 2022, period.
At least that's what being masculine means to me. But what he said about this ugly guy hitting on this mythical ugly guy hitting on a girl and it's sexual harassment, but then a hot guy hits on the girl and it's just thanks, Chad, or whatever he was saying. This is something I've had in an HR meeting at work. That's why I came up to speak about it. And typically not me, I was not accused of anything. Let me put a disclaimer. But typically the guys complain. It's not, whenever it comes to saying anything towards women, it's we can't make the same jokes we make around men, or she takes everything I say as harassment. But the things that they say around other men are like jokes.
Grabbing by the the thing they say in the locker room is like grabbing by the Trump 2020.
It's not even just even the locker room talk that they talk with each other is like, hey man, Stacy is looking nice. And then the jokes that they make with Stacy is, hey Stacy, you're looking nice. And it's not very cool when you're the object in that situation. Do you know what I mean? So they think I can joke with the guys, why can't I joke with the girls, for example? But you're joking with the guys about the girls, particularly usually about their looks. So yeah.
I mean, do they joke with men about it? I'm kidding. Let's continue.
No, they don't joke with. That's what I said in the comments. All you have to do is put a gay man, particularly with black men, put a gay man in the workplace and have him hitting on them. Hey, John, you looking nice in them sweatpants today. You don't need to wear those around. All of a sudden, they understand the concept of sexual harassment. Even if your thoughts are you only care when it's ugly men hitting on you. Well, you only care when you're getting compliments from a gay man, it's sexual harassment? Why not when girls are hitting it? You know, like it's a concept they pretend they don't understand.
I mean,
That's
they
kind
do
of
understand it because they will fight a man for complimenting them.
We're
But
looking at them.
yeah, so don't compliment men 2022, period. I'm just giving life lessons today. Cuddle black man 2022, don't compliment man 2022.
Is he the ugly man in this situation?
Him?
I wasn't gonna say that, but
I was just asking.
I wasn't going to, but
Period. He's the fit one. The other one, I don't know. The other one is fresh.
There's a reason for this. But the thing is this, guys, we're going to talk about two different things. We're going to talk about the globalized sexual marketplace, and we're going to talk about feminism, womanism, as Coach says, right? And what these two things have done, it's basically come in and made masculinity shamed, right? And what it's done, it's made masculinity, how do I say, selective, depending on who displays it. If the wrong person displays it, it's toxically masculine. If the right guy displays it, oh, he's just dominant and confident, you know? Sometimes they might shame him too down the road and say, he's toxically masculine. It's a weapon used, right, to ostracize men that don't fit the mold of society, right?
This might be the smartest thing he's ever done. That little bit right there. It's not smart, but it might be the smartest thing he's ever done. Here's why. It is true that good-looking people get away with things. It's the halo effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's true that if you're good-looking, that you can do things that other people can't do and get away with it. This is not a masculinity problem. It is a societal problem, if you believe it is a problem. Women who are considered to be traditionally beautiful get away with things in the way that, and they get away with things. Men who are attractive, and if you're attracted to, can do certain things that you would not approve of generally, but because you're attracted to them, you will let it slide. This is true. My problem is not the truth in that statement. My problem is what he's going to do with it.
well, the other problem is, and I've said this more than once, why are people fighting for the bottom?
Thank you. Thank you.
So you're mad because tell me you do not know how to work the system you live in without telling me you don't know how. You just have to be like poor Superfly, just trying to get over. And you're mad because someone who is more physically appropriate to the fashions of the time is able to get over more than you can. Because you basically make an argument, well, so-and-so can get away with doing this and so-and-so. It's just like, okay, this means that you're just arguing from a viewpoint of, I don't know how to do things properly and get where I want to go in the world. So I want to fight for the right to get away with what I see someone else getting away with. I don't know how to have a conversation with a woman. I don't know how to demonstrate that I have the masculine trait of being able to be a protector instead of a predator. I want to be able to just be handsome enough to walk up on her and have her strip naked at will. So we don't know how to get people to do things in a life-affirming, human-affirming way. And we just wish that we could get, in other words, fighting for that bottom spot again. I'm just saying.
But let me say, I'm going to underscore that with this because I was waiting for someone else to say it, and maybe it'll come up later, but I'm going to just do it now. This defeats your argument. This literally undermines your entire premise of the argument that women, all they have to do is be pretty and men don't have to care about how they look. They say this over and over and over again. But now you're saying women actually allow for men who are handsome or good looking to get away with things. So beauty has currency even for the man. You pretend like any random man out there, once they got money, a woman is just going to accept them. Sure, if that's your thesis, that's great. But money isn't the, I'm using currency loosely, by the way. Money isn't the currency, it seems, in this. It is beauty. It is beauty. Women care about men's beauty. Who knew? Because your whole channel says they don't and they shouldn't and blah, blah, blah. But now you're complaining that you're not cute enough. Well, it sucks to suck. I mean, like, there's nothing to complain. Like if you accept their premise, right? Like if let's shoehorn the fact that money is something that women care about because it is. you have acknowledged now that beauty is one currency for a man, but also money, financial resource is another currency for a man, where beauty in your idea, right, in your sort of structure, is the only currency that women have. You don't get to complain when you their job, education, none of that matters. All they have is money, is beauty, right? But you, who is not beautiful, can literally go and focus on improving yourself and getting the money, right? So you have another out for you to be quote unquote high value, for you to have value. And you have the right, you think you have the right to complain about how you're being treated because of your lack of beauty, when literally your paradigm has women not have any value if they're not beautiful.
It's not even about how you're treated though. That would, at least I think I would be a little bit more empathetic towards. It's what's confusing for me is you're mad that people don't want you. How can you possibly be upset that I do not want you? Like, that is so strange.
Exactly.
Like, you're like, oh, they don't let me holler at them. I don't want you to talk to me. I'm not understanding.
But see, the other thing is maybe we're at work and I'm trying to get my work done.
Yeah,
and maybe I don't.
Fine as hell, I would be okay being distracted at work, but you're not, and I don't want you, and I don't.
Exactly. Or
well,
even if you
that
are.
is your answer. Your answer is right down there.
Oh well.
Well,
like,
yeah, I see it. But see, let's say even that let's say you are fine. I might actually be intelligent enough to understand, okay, there's enough fine men in the world. It's entanglement if we do this at the job. I might actually be concerned. I might actually have some value in the fact that I might be able to really do something that will be life-changing for me and whoever I choose to spend my time with. So maybe I don't want the entanglement. Doesn't matter whether you find. But see, these men are so absolutely insecure that if they cannot have every single woman falling down immediately and worshiping them as God. But then we do know from how this man started that he was deeply traumatized instead of being affirmed. And his mother was worried about his father having lunch, but did not step in to ask his father to be a little bit gentler with him. He was a semi-professional gamer, and gamers make good money. His father did not assert him. It did not affirm him. So what you find out, because of this man's rampant insecurity, is he's looking for every woman he encounters to affirm him in a way that his parents didn't. And is mad because ain't nobody got time. Thank you. We got life. And even if we did, go back and talk to your parents and get therapy. Because no woman out here can do it anyway, even if we did have time, which we don't.
He's the type to want his woman to call him handsome 24/7. That's exactly what it is.
Just put it on recording and just hit repeat.
I can't lie.
But you said he's the type to want his girlfriend to call him handsome.
24/7.
Period.
There it is.
I saw that.
I saw that tweet. And you know what's so crazy? I saw that, and so many men were like to me, like, "Yes, that's true." I was like, "Oh wow."
I mean, period. Period. So
no, not period.
I mean, you have to rub men's ego. It is what it is. It is what it is.
No, they need to go to therapy.
No, you are the therapist. How dare you?
You ain't paying me.
You need to pass across $200 an hour, and we'll talk about it. Thank you.
I need you to take on my trauma. That's what it is.
Yeah,
I have my
no.
own trauma. I have my own trauma.
You just like you just sitting men talking about make me a sandwich, buy me the bread, buy me whatever meat you want, buy me a house that has a kitchen made to my specs, and pass across $200 an hour. We'll consider it.
Wait, not make me a sandwich and you say buy me a house.
No, yeah,
I need a kitchen. I'm gonna need some utensils. We're not talking about because I would never serve my man on Chinette. So you better give me some good china and some good material. Make me a sandwich, okay? That's cool. Because my man can't eat Chinette. So
I love that. Next time a guy says he wants a woman that cooks, buy a house with a nice kitchen to do it then.
Hit me a big kitchen because I actually can throw down, but it's just like you need a sandwich, I need a house to make it in. Thank you.
Remember
this, you don't have time for all this.
Vanessa, you cannot ask me to cook ever again.
You love cooking for me.
You're gonna have to buy me a kitchen from now on. Period.
I will not.
Right? Not politically correct or whatever, the woke. If you're not woke enough, let's go after him. He's toxically masculine. So let's talk about the globalized sexual marketplace. As you guys know, I live in Miami, Florida, right? 31 years old, so I'm dealing with a lot of these young bimbos, day in and day out, as you guys see, duking it out with them.
Sir.
And they have a bunch of woke beliefs, right? A lot of politically correct woke beliefs. And this stems from what I always say. Men have to live in a fact-based reality if they want results, whereas girls get the privilege of living in a Disney world, right? In a bizarre world, as I say. You know, they believe in blank slate equalism. They believe in men and women are the same. They believe I can do anything a man can do, blah, blah, blah. Then I have to throw the candy store analogy on them and a bunch of other things that you guys have probably heard a million times, which I won't bring back up here. But where does this stem from? So right around the late 2010s, right? 2010, 2011, 2012, you know, we had Facebook and we had MySpace. It started with that, right? In 2000, you know, the early mid 2000s, right? 2005, 2006, 2007, MySpace came, right? You know, so it was that thing. Then Facebook, then it really started getting crazy with Instagram, right? And I remember I was in college at the time. And what happened was with Instagram, which is now the #1 social media app, women that were otherwise limited to their immediate geographic area to mate select now had an abundance of options of men all over the world, right? So a girl in the middle of nowhere, right? Dubuque, Iowa, right? That might be a baddie, but nobody, you know, nobody in the neighborhood really told her that because they didn't want to get into her head. She would be limited to the people in her vicinity, right? Maybe.
Okay, no. No. What?
No, yes. This is the idea.
Humble the women that are beautiful.
My thing is, he acts like only women had access to the internet. Like we were the only one getting more options. Men weren't getting more options.
But with your access was the realization that you're beautiful. Remember, you don't know you're beautiful.
Yeah, because if you're beautiful, you went through your whole life and no one told you, I find you attractive. That's unrealistic.
But when you have an Instagram, more people.
No, but when you're beautiful from a small town, you know you're a baddie. I feel like it's actually the opposite.
Yeah, it's more. You feel like you worth way more than he can say that you actually are. Because as someone from a small town, like if they are, everyone is trying to get them, so it kind of makes it so. But if you open it up to Instagram, then you realize that there's other baddies. You're not the only baddie. So his theory is opposite. The opposite would happen. She would feel less than because she now sees that she's not the only one. Where before she would feel like I am the ish because look at me compared to the rest of the women in my own town.
Great point, Nora. Not only that, but you also, as a man, have more options too. It's not just like.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I mean, like, but this underscore. I love that he said it. I was saying yes, not to agree with him, but to say I love it because this is his idea. We need to humble women. Women have too big a head, and so we need to let them know that they need to get the average guy because they want too much.
I don't think he believes that men should have as many options as they want. So, like, yes, the internet gave men more options, but it's for him. It's like, so what? Men are entitled to.
Oh, but you! Oh my God, I'm sorry.
That's
you
his
didn't hear.
exact argument.
Yeah. He said he literally said women should not be on Instagram in a relationship, but the man should, and the man can cheat. And the open on my end, close on your end.
We just need to back it up to the analogy that he used, the Disney World, that I did not understand.
We need to talk about that too. Yeah,
we have multiple women on this panel. What Disney World are women living in? I would love to know. Because I as a man,
5.5 hours. That's the Disney World for Black women.
The 5.5 hours.
He's not talking about Black women, so
okay. I just need to.
Are you sure he's not talking about Black women?
Oh,
he does not date Black women.
Let
so
me
how
just
could
say
you
this.
talk about this?
Let me say this. They are talking about Black women a lot of the times. And we know that because anytime they want to drag Black women and they don't want to specify, they say all Black women. When they're dragging them specifically, they'll name them. But when they're talking about a group that doesn't directly, like an issue that does not directly relate to Black women, like they are hypergamous. They say women are hypergamous, right? As opposed to talking about the group that they're talking about. It's really insidious, but I'm just going to go along with the fact that they can't be talking about Black women because they don't date Black women.
Well, see, the other thing about this is I'm listening to this man, and again, he is thoroughly messed up because he accidentally acknowledged something else. You know, there were men who developed Instagram, Facebook, Google, all of that. Almost all of them were men, but we do have to acknowledge that the creator of the algorithm is commonly credited to Charles Babbage, but we know today that Ada Lovelace wrote 75% of the code that gives us the computer. So he's talking from the position of a group of men who have been completely left out of actual progress. They just see themselves as complete victims of all this that they did not have a hand in creating. Never mind that it gives them the ability to be in a global marketplace and move around the world as well. But again, it's like, if you don't tell me you do not understand how the computer works, tell me you do not understand how the information age works, tell me you have not acquired the skills and are not planning to acquire the skills to understand how the information age works without telling me that you don't, Myron. I mean, I don't know how a man of 31, he's 32 now, so he's 9 years younger. I hope not, because nobody needs to put up with that. I don't know how you can hold forth so boldly and proclaim your complete defeat and think you have a point. He's confusing me. He's really confusing me.
What I don't understand is how this message is resonating with the people in the room.
Yeah, that's actually scary.
Well,
I actually have the opposite thing. I don't understand how it's going to resonate with women. You're mad that women don't want you.
Wait, they're not talking to women. This is a cesspool of men.
So what's the point? Just complaining?
Yeah.
But male bonding. That's it. It's male bonding.
Why do you think there's logic in
grounded?
I thought they were trying to come with, because I'm a solution.
There's no solution. They're not thinking solutions.
So they're just complaining about women.
Yes.
Yes.
Uninteresting.
Because if they were thinking solutions, it would require them to work with women to come up with solutions.
They would say get a job. So they're obviously not.
Okay, so he's got it. He's with a group of men complaining that women don't want him because of Instagram.
And them. They are bonding around defeat. They are bonding around defeat.
I think you guys are missing.
Or whatever, maybe.
What's the point? Or
Patty, go ahead, Patty.
I think you guys are missing a very important detail here. Remember that he was not loved by his father, by his own account. And he's preaching to a group of, I assume, mostly Black men, because that's their audience, who were also not loved by their fathers. So he's preaching to these people who identify with him because they never got coddling. This is why I say coddle Black men 2022. I'm very serious when I say that. They never got coddling. They see women getting on the internet and getting coddling from all over the world, which I guess they mean sexual attention, which to my knowledge, women don't even really like that from a bunch of different men. So, but I think they're jealous and hurt.
And how do we not make them not jealous?
Give them a hug.
Date them.
Oh, I don't want to date them, no, but I'll give them a hug.
It's a sacrifice you ladies are gonna have to make. I'm sorry.
No.
I'll die alone first.
Absolutely not. In a world that has 3.9 billion men in it, and of which there are only 17 million adult Black men, absolutely not. Now, there may be some adult Black men who are actually grown and healed, and no one is saying that they're not eligible. But no, we do not have to do this. We are not this man's mother. She was too busy making this man's father lunch to see to his needs to be coddled. That is not our problem. No. And I said that with my chest.
But you're going to have to.
You know how you feel?
No.
Cuddle Black Man 2022. I don't know where y'all went.
It's only 7 more months in the year, y'all. It ain't about no. No.
Humble Men 2022. We could do both.
No, you need to uplift your kangs.
No.
I will do exactly
No.
Be good-looking guy, makes 40K a year, whatever it may be, right?
40.
But now with Instagram, that girl makes a profile. She's getting DM'd by guys in LA, dudes in Miami, dudes in, Las Vegas, New York City, whatever it may be. Hey, what's up? Ba-da-da, talks with her, right? So now a girl that's 19, 20, 21, hasn't really done much with life, is getting hit up by top level men, 1%ers, millionaires, celebrities, dudes with blue checks, whatever it is. What happens? Starts to feed into their ego, starts to overinflate their sexual market value, what they think they stand, right? And it leads to this sense of entitlement. And guys,
Whose fault is that?
No. It is not an overinflation.
It's not an overinflation.
If they're getting these men, it is upon them to figure out how to get the bag.
Yeah, if they can get them, it's not an overinflation.
It's the actual value.
Well,
it's like
yeah.
that's how
I mean, if it's a marketplace.
So his message is to beautiful women, not really, he's talking to men, to diminish themselves in order to give access to men who are not at the 1%er when they're getting attention from the 1%er.
I think what he's saying is percenters stop gassing these women up because I want them, and they don't want you more because they want you.
As if, again, tell me you defeated without telling me you defeated. Okay, let me ask you a question. Now I'm gonna be sensitive in how I say this because we do recognize the tragedy that is happening to these men as of May 5th. If you still have your car parked on cardboard, tell me what you about to go say. Let's just take a lower end millionaire, Robert Smith or Michael Jordan. Let's take a lower end billionaire or Bob Johnson. How much are you gonna be able to tell him about how he gonna get his woman? Like Michael Jordan and Bob Johnson and Robert Smith are gonna be coming to you for advice about what woman they choose to get with. How we gonna do this? So since the 1% men are not, I mean, the levels of delusion.
The delusion is that their value is inflated somehow when they are actually getting. Like I don't. Women's value are in their beauty. Rich men like these women. Your value also in your beauty means that it's only practical. It's only important if men find you attractive. These are their ideas. These 1%ers are finding these women attractive. I think they meet the standard for whatever you put forward. Like, it's not an overinflation. You're just mad because these women don't want you. You can't compete with these 1%er men. Like, it's not an overinflation. Don't try to humble
her if she didn't have an Instagram.
Huh?
He thinks he would have gotten her if she didn't have an Instagram.
Period. Because she would know her because she would. That's the problem. She would not know her value.
So you want women to not know their value?
Yep.
Except
and by the way, this is not real. This is not women's value. Your value is not predicated on.
Why can't you just go date ugly women? I actually don't believe anyone's ugly, but if you can't get the baddie and you've put yourself in the ugly, go date an ugly woman. Why are you so obsessed with getting the beautiful woman who doesn't want you?
Well, see, Vanessa, there was a clip that went viral where he said if he's dating a bad woman, he does not want her to have an Instagram either. And they were like, "What, your woman can't have an Instagram?" He said, "No, you're my woman. What do you need to post beautiful pictures for?" At that moment, I knew who
he does not want to compete. He does not want to compete.
It's the same argument about when black women decide to date out or date other races, including black men. Men were like, no one wants you. It is to limit competition.
Exactly.
And the sad part about it is that battle was lost. Look, during the Great Depression, women knew that they could move to bigger town. Anybody remember "Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend"? Anybody remember the song?
Yeah, there's a girl's best friend.
Come on now, don't make me break out my Peggy Lee on y'all. Look, it's just like, sir, women did not just wake up to the fact that if they were beautiful, they could get into the company of rich men and get snagged. George Washington had some friends talking about how a young girl from anywhere could set an entire circle on fire. We back in 1780, what?
No.
It's just like women didn't just get knowledge when Instagram was created by the 1%ers. What? This man does not know how the world works at all.
Diamonds Are Girl Best Friend. Look up Normani and Megan Thee Stallion. Period.
I just feel like the thing that confuses me is nothing he's saying is going to get me to want to date. I mean, I'm not really looking, but you're not going to get what you want.
He doesn't
want that. Vegas, when I used to live in Vegas, that the nightclub scene. Of course, they won't be for women at these clubs, so oftentimes women get in free. Mm-hmm. Would have dudes complaining, "Oh, why do we have to pay a cover charge? Why do they get in for free?" I said, because these rich club owners know that you guys will pay because there are beautiful women in these clubs. It's not rocket science. And,
Yep.
and these beautiful women know they will get into a club and get a free drink as well.
Treat men like women 2022.
I don't know what you want.
It's for the pay gap. That's what it is.
There it is. There it is.
Is that were in that immediate vicinity that would have been good counterparts are no longer seen as eligible bachelors. Now, let's throw feminism into it, which tells women what? Put off marriage, put off having a family, get a career, go to school, chase that bag, right? As all the Miami girls tell me all the time, chasing that bag. And I'm just like, she's for the streets. But anyway.
Wait, we're not doing this. I'm not. Actually, let's continue, because I'm not going to discuss feminism. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to sit here and discuss why he's wrong on feminism.
Chasing the bag because you won't chase it. In the discussion.
There it is. There it is, sir.
Yeah, I don't understand what they think happens. Like, as Black women, do they think that we get to sit at home and just hope that someone feeds us and clothes us and lives?
Yeah.
Nora, they want us.
It's clear that statistically that's not happening.
They want us to sell ourselves to them for cheap for that.
No,
that's what they want.
Talking about she's for the street while he's on his friend is on seeking arrangement, dating a sugar baby, but we're not even gonna go there. So these men don't
Allegedly,
preach.
What are we supposed to do in the okay, let's say a woman is single, doesn't have any prospects. So are you supposed to just sit in poverty waiting?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Because if you get an education, that's going to become too masculine. So
there is a particular struggle rapper who recently put out a rap talking about nope, don't even want to go there.
No, you can do it. I was saying hi to Vitamin's daughter.
Okay. There's a particular, I'm not going to mention his name because this is not that show, but he put out for his friends who were passport bros what they were looking for. A 22-year-old girl with a tattoo who who has no education and has never left the island where she was from. Okay. So, but the idea is if they could get that here, they wouldn't be complaining about us. So, be stupid. Mm-hmm. Have no education, no job, and know nothing about your little island circle. This is one of Candace Owens' close friends. So, Nora, that's the answer to the question. That's exactly what they want.
FKJ, it's open so you can jump in anytime, but I feel like you're too polite to jump in. I'm just letting you know you could have jumped in anytime.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly say that your point, Vanessa, about how this type of narrative is not going to help him get women, you are correct, but that is also the point, right? These men, people like him and the other person that we know who we cover. I'm actually genuinely forgetting his name right now. Their point is not to be here to help men and actually get men to be this high value men, this concept, this nebulous concept that they never really define. Their point is really to just get you hooked on my content. I want you to be here complaining in YouTube comments and Instagram comments all day, tweeting. I want that to be my shtick. Your attention is literally my income. So why would I get you to a place where you wouldn't need you wouldn't give me your attention anymore? So of course he's going to get on stage and sound delusional, but to me, it's I don't know. It's weird to me to sell out. For me, it's weird. I don't understand the value of the dollar that much to the point where you would really get on stage and say these types of things instead of going to therapy. You see those memes that are well, men who start a podcast instead of going to therapy. It's
okay, wait. I'm sorry, I'm disrupting. Vanessa and FKJ need to leave. Because y'all really think these men out here trying to change and help and be good
No, she's telling me that they don't want to change. I'm trying to help them get to the solution of their complaints. Men always talk about how I think they speak about how men are solution oriented and they don't discipline. So I'm trying to help them. They want to be masculine. Be masculine. Come up with solutions to your problem.
Look, we're in degeneracy, so stop giving solutions.
I don't come on for this portion because I don't understand it.
She said Vanessa said it does not register with me.
Except that you should submit to these people.
To
And let's go
40K
from
a
there.
year.
Because we're not about to sit here and help, like suggest therapy.
I want to help them.
Why are you suggesting therapy? Like, are these people going to go to therapy? No.
Maybe.
That would fix all our problems. If women submitted, that would fix all our problems.
Challenge to Vanessa and SKJ. I will sponsor y'all to go down there and go on their podcast and talk to them about therapy.
I feel like I would get booed off immediately the minute they find out that I am like able to put two sentences together.
Yeah, he would accuse.
Also, I'm a night writer for life, so I'm not going on that platform.
Well, okay. So we all know they ain't listening. So let's go forward with that in mind. It's a drag session, not a.
I can't drag them because I really want to help. I don't know why. I just really want to help them.
It's your feminine energy trying to coddle them.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Look, if anyone, Vanessa can deal with this, but if anyone in the chat is trying to help these people, I'm going to stop the video because it's a waste of energy. I figured it's a waste of energy, specifically these people. And by these people, I mean fit or fresh, fit.
Fresh and fit, that's her name, right?
Period. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So, basically it's masculinized women and told them put off family, chase a career, and in the meantime, you can have your fun, right? Shout out to Rollo Tomasi, Sam Bergian, right? Effect. Hey, in your youth, chase the bad boys, guys like me, dudes that you don't want to get with. Chase those guys, right? Have your fun. And then when you get older, find the nice guy that's going to, be able to build a family with you. And more and more women buy into this doctrine.
He just said that he is the bad boy that you shouldn't be with.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to start no family.
He lying.
So
ain't nobody that angry and getting women.
But see, here's the thing about it.
No. He's probably pissed before. He's probably pissed that women flock to him now to use him.
Well, see, this is the thing about it. He wants to be the bad boy so bad. I'm not saying anybody believes it, but I'm just talking about the levels. So on one hand, women shouldn't chase the bad boys, but then you want to make yourself one of the bad boys to be chased. But you don't know how to do that. And Autumn Blue Rose said, in those jeans, I was going to leave that alone. But since we put it out there, we just go with it. You wanted to be the person that got chased because you're a bad boy who wants a bad girl. The problem is the bad girls are badder than you are and do not want the least bit to do with you. And you mad.
He said changing places. Usher.
I mean, just like, man, do you hear yourself? I don't know. I think SKJ is right. It's just like, you put yourself up on the auction block to be sold as an absolute fool, and you did it to yourself. Oh my gosh. It's like you want to make yourself that bad boy so bad in those jeans. And you mad because women chase bad boys, but you not one of them, but
he's colonized the end. That's what it is. He has been completely.
I love that he's like, I'm the bad guy, I don't care about anything, I'm alpha. And he's so nervous that he can't get words out on the stage. Like, this man is
he can't even figure out what he is. He's African American, colored, and Arab. You can't even figure out what you are. How we go?
I love this for him. I love it.
He doesn't give me alpha vibes at all.
That is because you're not looking hard enough.
You shouldn't have to look that hard.
Squint and just hold your head to the side.
I don't get alpha vibes from. First of all, we're not animals.
Well, you're looking at the wrong place. If you look at his blue jeans, it's giving alpha. It's giving high value.
It's really not.
Yeah, it is. It really is. His jeans, alpha.
Come on now.
And also his hair. All right, let's continue. I'm sorry.
Right? They come to they live in middle of nowhere, Texas. Then they come to Miami and they turn up. Get a bunch of idiots telling me, Myron, no, all girls are like that. No, all girls are like that. Okay, bro. Move to Las Vegas. Move to LA. Move to Miami. Move to fucking New York City, and you'll see that they are like that. Environments change women all the time. Now, does that mean that every single girl belongs to the streets? No. But what I am saying is that to protect yourself in this modern day society with modern day women, you need to operate as if they belong to the streets unless they prove to you otherwise. The burden of performance is on them to prove that they're worthy of a relationship. And a lot of guys.
Hold on. Pause. I thought they didn't want you. How is there a burden on them to prove themselves to you if we're talking about women who don't even want you?
Again, logic. But sure, let's go there.
It's maybe it is logic.
So these women don't want you, but they need to prove to you that they're not for the. Why would they care?
They don't want you.
You are complaining that these women don't want you. I love that you actually caught that.
It's like reverse psychology. Like if I pretend I don't want them, then they'll want me. But it's like, no, they won't. It won't work.
He has also said this before in a different podcast. It's like
wait, what?
Who cares less kind of thing, where it's just like you can't care too much. Yeah.
Like go up and insult a girl and walk away or something.
Yeah.
Someone said I'm gonna get a migraine. Alphas, don't forget.
Guys are too quick to give these chicks rings, bags, commitment, and all this other craziness for no reason other than the fact that she's a woman, she has a vagina, and she is somewhat attractive with a filter on Instagram, which is fucking crazy to me, right? Because when you get with a girl, you inherently take on way more risk. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to bring so much more to the table than they do, you know, which is why I always have to use this candy store now.
Hold on, but no. Because you just got mad that girls got a degree and education and got the bag. So now you're complaining you're bringing more to the table. I thought
Yeah. So they want to put you in a box whereby you don't bring anything to the table and then complain.
And they complain that you don't bring anything to the table.
Mm-hmm. Because you said their education doesn't matter. You are the one who decide their education doesn't matter. Their job doesn't matter. You are the one who decides that. Their money doesn't matter. You are the one who is supposed to bring that. If you create that woman, why are you then complaining?
He doesn't get either kind of woman. That's why.
It sounds like he's complaining about a particular. It sounds like someone hurt him. Somebody.
No. It is a specific kind of woman he's complaining about. It is the women who are famous on Instagram and have OnlyFans.
It sounds more personal to me than that. You don't think it's like?
No. It might be personal, but that's who he goes after. But the funny thing about that is those are the women he wants.
But I feel like the tea is that I feel like y'all are both right. I feel like it's both. Like I really feel like there is a very specific hurt that this young man is dealing with, and she falls into that. This grown man is dealing with, and she happens to fall into that category of woman that he is always talking to, and this is something I wanted to bring up with my last point with the delusion instead of going to therapy. I don't think that. And this is what brings me this feeling of secondhand embarrassment. I don't think that he realizes how niche of an experience that he's talking about. Not only does he not fit into that experience, but like it's so niche that it's like, this sounds personal. And again, it really sounds like you should have brought this up with Dr. Lipschitz and not with us. That's just, I always land there. I can't land anywhere else but there. It's hard for me.
I feel like he's the type of person that doesn't believe in therapy because of the whole alpha male thing and the whole how he described his relationship with his father. I feel like going to sit in front of a woman or another man and explain to them what your traumas are. I can see him thinking that is beneath him somehow. So the best way he knows how to handle is just to start a podcast and try to convince other men to also dislike women.
Hey, real quick, since Petty is gone, Themis is gone, let me ask a little bit of a petty question. Do you guys think the average salary in that room is above $20,000?
By no means.
Can I ask a very specific question? What is this conference? Who is this audience? Is this this is not, it's giving a TED Talk vibe, but it's really not. What is this? I really need to orient myself. Who are the people in this audience?
This is supposed to be a conference for masculine excellence. 2021. The title of his talk is supposed to be like, you have to bring the complete package to relationships. Oh, you feel okay, looking it up. Oh, that's beautiful.
I'm Googling.
I have to do my Googles.
So they are
Postmates came.
There's one in 2020 May. There's one happening in May in Miami. Okay.
This is real. This is not a.
This is actually a thing, y'all.
Who are
I
these
believe and I heard this before because some people were just talking about when a certain gentleman from the Manosphere passed. I think there were people saying, we just saw him at the conference for masculine.
Actually, it's doing it this year. Or did it already pass? What month are we? Oh, it's this month. Seamus, you should get a ticket.
A ticket to where?
This conference of masculine excellence. How much is this ticket? May 19th through 22. Miami.
I could probably teach that conference. So period. Let's go.
How do I get a ticket? I'm not.
So actually, Hafiz is Hafiz has
$200. Sorry.
So if you're in DC area, I'm the free promo. Hafiz will be doing a meetup in DC for the roommates.
Is that the other one?
Yeah, he's selling suits. The standard meetup. The standard.
These tickets $200. They are making money. Oh wait, just kidding. That's the cheaper ticket. They have tickets as expensive as $900.
Oh, they get into the bag.
I'm about to join. How do I become?
I must tell you, every time I go into Clubhouse, they attack me, so I might actually be physically attacked if we go. Just an FYI.
I won't be able to go. I'm a girl.
You can tell them you want masculine energy.
They won't like that. I'll tell them I'm there to learn and submit.
It's good.
For them because they think they're playing by the same set of rules that we are. But I don't want to go on that tangent yet. So with the global sexual marketplace and feminism, what it's done, like I said, compounding female entitlement, right? So by the time they come on my show, they've been hit on by a million dudes, athletes, celebrities. They've been on boats with millionaires. They've talked to the top tier men. So by the time they walk in, they already think, oh, my shit don't stink. I'm better than most guys. And I've said on my show many times, I'm going to say it again. I don't care what anybody says. If you take an average woman, she is not going to respect an average man, period. Especially if she's attractive. Just, it is what it is. She's going to think, you need to qualify to me. I'm the prize. Put me on the pedestal. You know what I'm saying? You got fucking simps like Pastor Poppy Loser out here. Yo, send Roselle $200. Stupid, you know?
This is statistically, objectively, sociologically, anthropologically. Like, this is not true. It is very rare that you see a woman beside a man where the man looks better than the woman.
But to be fair to him, it's hard because he like contradicted himself, but men's currency is not their looks.
Exactly.
He contradicted himself though.
That's what I'm saying. So how are you defining the average man? You're defining the average man by his income and the average woman by her looks. You can't do that when you started off the speech talking about how men's beauty matter and how women treat men based on their beauty. So you can't do that. So if you're comparing men to women, which I don't know why you're doing that, it is going to be, in my mind, based on their beauty unless you clarify, and are based on their income unless you clarify. But you can't, because you already set up the structure where men are being judged on their beauty. So now they're being judged on their beauty. So we're doing beauty.
But it's also like you set up the structure where you say these women are attractive and then these men with money want them. So those are the equals in your scenario. Like you have women that are beautiful dating men that are wealthy.
Yeah.
So those are equals I don't buy into the whole
How dare they accept a rich man? How dare they be hypergamous?
Like his speech, it sounds like he's in the habit. It's like a kink fetish or an adrenaline humbling women. That sounds like the theme here.
Yeah, I mean it's a cesspool of degeneracy. So you are correct in my opinion.
I'm saying, like, you're gonna take an L doing that dumb shit. So they come on the show, they get this entitled attitude. And here's the funny part, guys. Let's break the third wall real quick. We tell them before the show, listen, guys, don't cut us off. Don't be rude. If we trigger you, it's cool. Just wait until we're done, and then you're going to be able to make your point. They still cut us off and act crazy, bro. I try not to kick them off, and they still do it. So they're doing all.
Maybe if you stop cutting them off, they might stop cutting you off. Having someone be here who, like, I've been cut off too many times, right? It's gonna happen. Your reaction is being emotional and kicking them out. So, like, how are you, this alpha person, getting so emotional when people cut you off?
He didn't use the phrase "break the third wall" correctly. He's not in the movie. Sorry, that was.
No, I mean, he thinks he
Also,
thought
the
that was,
third
no,
one?
he thought that was an aside. Is that was an aside to the audience?
It wasn't an aside though. Sorry, he didn't use the term right. Sorry.
I mean, that's the first of many phrases he will not be using right. So take a shot.
All this bullshit. Why? Because society kisses women's asses for no reason other than the fact that they're women. And this isn't me bashing on women or anything. This is just the unfortunate reality of where we live. And I'm just.
Has he been a woman before? I feel like he's been a woman before because
that's what it's giving.
He knows so much about our experience, and he has never been a woman. It's crazy to me.
I mean, he might identify as a woman now. He does. He might.
Why is it unfortunate that, like, even though I don't agree that it's true, but if that were true, he said it's unfortunate. Why is it unfortunate
That what?
that society asses women or supports women or
Cuddles women?
why would that be unfortunate?
Because he's not a woman, and how dare you have something he doesn't?
How dare you coddle anyone but me?
So you don't fall into this deadly trap of qualifying to women. Trust me, society's already qualified to them. And by the time they come to you, they're already going to have an overinflated sense of ego. So they come on the show, and thanks to thousands of simps that have simped before me, they give me this attitude. Then I got to pull out the Frank Castle. Listen. and I even tell them too before the show. Chris gives them the warning like, hey, don't cut them off, whatever. I come in, I tell them, listen, I'm not trying to fuck none of you chicks. If you talk crazy, I'm going to kick you off the show and you're going to look dumb. And they still act crazy, bro. Kick them off, whatever it may be. I'm sure some of you guys have seen the Patreon behind the scenes. But why is that? Yeah.
Does the preface, I don't want to sleep with any of them, why is that of import here? Because now it makes me feel like you want to sleep with them.
No, because
he's lying.
He's saying because I don't want to sleep with you, I can go and disrespect you.
I'll disrespect you.
Yeah. If I wanted to sleep with you, then I would respect you. But the problem is they don't want to sleep with you. I thought that was the problem.
Yeah, well, right. Let's continue.
Shout out to, yeah, it ain't scripted, bro. That crazy chick with the, we had to do the exorcism on her. She's still acting crazy. But, but what is it? This is a byproduct of what I told you guys. The globalized sexual marketplace, along with feminism, makes women overvalue their own sexual market value. They think that they're better than they really are. And what does that do? That leads to them sitting around and disrespecting men. Even me, they're coming to my studio that costs a lot of money in a nice apartment. I'm being polite to them and they still act crazy. So I don't know. And I'm warning them not to do it. So I can only imagine how they would treat another guy. You know what I'm saying? So we know this.
No.
Now you guys are seeing it raw.
No. This is the problem. I've been a woman my entire adult life. I have more things to do than sit around and disrespect some man who's not interested in me, who I'm not interested in. But see, here's how this works. I'm sure they do this. No, they don't. You bring them in, sir, with that angry energy because you can't get the ones you want. You say things that trigger them, and they don't want you because you've described them as the kind of women that don't want you. So you bring them in, and then you trigger them, and because they don't want you, now you have your opportunity to be abusive to them. That's what's really going on.
Yeah, agreed.
It's not even a question of, because I think we've already established that this man has no respect for the humanity of women. If the world has marched into the 21st century and men have access to Instagram, if we were in 1920 and Instagram was invented, sure, I'm sure that the way the world was in 1919, it would have been possible. But it's like, we've already established that you don't want women to have the full spectrum of human rights that men do. It's not even a question of respect. It's a question of, I'm bringing you here for revenge. And I'm going to set up situations because we've already established I don't respect you. I've already established to myself that you're not the kind of woman that wants me. So I'm going to mess with you emotionally and then make a fool out of you so that I can now enact revenge. And I can do this for my regular audience and these fools that have come in here to pay between $200 and $900. Because remember, the title is You Must Be the Total Package in Relationships. He is almost 15 minutes into a 50-minute speech and he ain't got there yet. But we gonna sit up here talking about situations whereby we just enjoy being able to set up situations where we can take out all this frustration that we have and can't do anything with because we can't get the women we want.
Period. And y'all go. Okay, I'm turning in. Please save this live stream. I will. I will not delete it. Not Vanessa sending me men's conference. I'm not going. Actually, we should go together. Actually,
It said it's open to everyone. I was looking. It said it's for men and by men, but open to everyone because they will definitely take your money if you want to give it to them. It says anyone can attend.
All right. Well, we're gonna buy the cheapest tickets.
I'm busy that day.
I'm not going then.
At 10 p.m. at night on Fresh Off After Hours, which thank you guys for tuning in and watching. And I want to say this too. I hate arguing with these chicks, guys. I'm just gonna keep it stacked with all you guys.
That's a lie.
Okay. This is a conference. This is a masculinity conference. I'm here to learn about masculinity. I want my money back. I want my money back. Because what we're not gonna do is pretend like you're teaching masculinity right now.
It is a masculine. His definition of masculinity is bashing women.
Period.
I hate it with a passion because I know that they're gonna tell me dumb stuff like, well, no, girls are like that, or there's an exception to the rule here, or ba da 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 da. And it's like, the only reason I even do it, guys, because I want you guys to see full-fledged in 1080p, right, live, how a lot of modern day women think, man. It's feels before reels, and when I even use analogies to explain it to them, they get it, but then they give me that emotional knee-jerk, like, oh, I don't want to take this, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So at least you guys can kind of see the mindset that a lot of modern day women operate with, and you can act accordingly, right? Because it's one thing to be a simp, but to be a simp while knowing what you know now from watching our show, right? That's a whole other thing. Then it's on you.
I honestly wish the other one had a speech. He's going to be speaking at the one you sent me, Vanessa, but he's not. He didn't speak here. I need him to speak more because at least with him I could just laugh. This one is just really annoying and angry.
At that point, because I'm equipping you with information. I'm losing hair to equip you guys with information, and you guys are seeing that a lot of girls live in a bizarre world. You know what I'm saying? We have the global sexual marketplace, right? Social media. We have feminism, right? It's led to women having an overinflated sense of self-worth. So average guys, I'll be honest with you guys, it's tough out here. It's real tough, The average guy, 5'9", about what, $40,000 a year. Most women don't even want to look your way. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, and that's shown through our show. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. We see these crazy ass chicks with 2-3 kids, fat, 200 pounds, saying, "Oh, I want a high value man." It's like stupid, like what the hell?
Okay, no, sir.
Man, just pull up the popcorn and just watch the delusion, right?
I'm like, do these people ever even bother to look up the marriage rates in the United States of America? Average people every single day. Average men marry average women every single day. If the women that you want don't want to be bothered with you, that's your problem. That's not the average woman problem. 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and even into their 70s. Average people are marrying average people. It's like, do y'all ever even just like SKJ went to Google? Do y'all ever even go to Google before you say this? And if you paid $900 to get in here, did you check your brain at the coat check? Out of your $40,000 salary, did you check your brain at the coat check for $900? I just need to know. It's like, do y'all even know anybody off the internet to realize that you are talking the plainest nonsense?
Please don't spend $200 on a ticket for something that you can find on the internet if you only make $40,000 a year. That's the advice I would give you.
It's like You spend 5% of
The
your
thing is,
income.
here's the thing. This is actually me being serious. I have to announce. And people aren't paying for advice,
I'm
right?
saying, so you just play this on YouTube for free.
Right?
Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. You didn't even have to go to this foolishness.
But they
You
set
can
these
watch
prices. They set these
You're
prices
paying
knowing the
you're
salary.
paying for a connection of like-minded individuals.
But my thing, it sounds like his thing is don't date women. Like that's what I'm getting from it.
I feel like that's where the ultimate result is going to come.
And that's
go
fine because
to.
they were never going to date you to begin with. So why are we arguing?
It was it was the feminism is giving you guys an inflated sense of ego. How dare
you ain't going to uninflate it, deflate it, whatever. It's going to stay.
How dare you think highly of yourself as a woman?
I
How dare
certainly
you,
do.
you know, how dare
My thing is, I'm not going to be deflated. So the conclusion is, I don't want to date you. You don't want to date me. We both don't need to date each other. Look at that.
I'm just
How
here.
dare you say no?
Say no to what? You said you don't want to date me. I'm confused.
But that doesn't matter. You should want to date me.
I don't.
Because you don't want to date because you
That's
don't
the problem.
because I'm not into you should mean you shouldn't be into me.
Oh, honey, I was not into you first, so that's the problem.
Nope. Well, you're wrong, and that's the problem. You need to learn to submit.
So these men want the right of first, second, third, fourth, fifth. They want to be the 1, the 2, and the 3 in terms of the right of first, second, third, fourth, fifth refusal, huh? So you're supposed to chase them down the street while they're saying, I don't want you, and then chase you around another corner and ask again, and then get told no again. And we're supposed to just do this for the next, I don't know. No.
The problem I have with that is because he's not talking about women like me, right? He's talking about the Instagram baddies. They're not even looking at you. They're
Have you
chasing
seen
after
your Instagram? You're an Instagram baddie.
Am
By
I?
the way,
A catfish.
By the way, you have the feminists are gonna drag you talking about like traveling and Black women in luxury is a thing online that you should.
Oh, I saw on Twitter one time someone saying they didn't like the whole Black woman in luxury. I don't care. I love it. And what about it? I love being a Black woman in luxury. I just love it. So I don't care about that. Drag me if you want for that. But in terms of the woman he's talking about, though, it's like they're chasing after the 1%ers, right? They're thirsting over them. So your whole "I don't want you," I don't think they care.
Yeah.
I really don't, because they're not checking. They don't want 40,000. They want 100,000. So I'm not sure what you're off. What are you offering them?
Well, if they want a high value man, they should just say that. If they have totally given up on because here's the idea. You know, the Instagram baddie is making a certain amount of money, you assume, but then you want to be able to shut her down from doing this so that she only does this for you. Well, if that's going to be a problem, that means you've got to make that up somehow. This woman is going to expect some lifestyle expectations. But if the idea is we want to marry a woman who's going to rescue us from our own misery, then what you actually really want is a high value man yourself. And you mad because these women are your competition for that man. This is going to be a major problem. And the reason that the reason that this kind of a problem is because one of their leaders very late just men should get comfortable being with men. He said that. We all saw that video clip of him with the gentleman in his bed. So it's just like, if this is what you want, maybe you should just say that. Because if a woman's supposed to rescue you from your self-esteem problems and rescue you from your childhood, you basically need, if you don't know how to, it's just like the solution is, if you're worried about it, you only 31. Go learn e-commerce. Go figure out what the crypto bull market is going to do in 4 years. You'll only be 35. So either become a high value man because you don't think you can do that. You want some woman, you want to call women masculine, but you want us to do this, which means logically says, if you want a woman to be so low self-esteem that she pays for your life, then what you really want is a high value man. Just say that. And we can cut all this confusion down.
Yeah.
Because you sure don't want to be one. $40,000 paying between $200 and $900 for a ticket. You done let go five to what? 4.5 to almost what is it? More than what, 11% of your income go to this conference on a $40,000 a year. So you sure ain't gonna make it at this rate. So I'm just like, can people just talk about what they really want? If you and let me just be sensitive about this. If you need a mentor with whom you can be friends because you couldn't be friends with your father, then go do that. If you need to find a life coach that can do this for you, resources exist. Go do that.
Period.
In all seriousness, but these men are the fact that they did not have fathers who were kind and loving fathers, and the fact that they think that kindness and love only belongs to women because they did not see it in men at all.
I mean, he also believed men shouldn't pleasure women, so we
That's
don't
what I'm
know.
talking about.
Huh?
Excuse me?
Oh, he said that. Mhm.
They shouldn't. What is that? I don't understand.
I love
not gonna
Vanessa finding out stuff.
What is
A
that?
woman's sexual pleasure does not matter at all. Zero.
Google it.
Zilch.
Google it.
I'm just confused what incentive woman has to sleep with him then.
That is why they need you to not have a job or education, because
Doesn't mean that women still don't like orgasms even if they don't have jobs.
well, if you need the money, you don't matter.
But you're only making $40,000 a year. How are you gonna feed us both?
Well,
And that's why they're complaining.
The manosphere weaponized the fact that most men are broke. So
We gonna be broke together?
No, they are a part of the 1%. And so the other men, no. So I get to choose from women, blah, blah, blah. But y'all are broke and y'all will stay broke. And instead of me trying to get you guys to not be broke, right? I'm going to just tell women, pretend like I'm telling women while I'm only telling you that women should settle for you, knowing women ain't going to settle for you when they have option. So these men, in their cesspool of degeneracy, do not recognize that they're being trash talked to. Like it's a backhanded sort of slap, but it is a slap.
So, so how do you get around this? Well, you have two options. We know the problem, right? There's two things you can do. This isn't a knock on guys that are MGTOW. I get it, man. I've said this many times. You might need to take a few months, a year, whatever it may be, to work on yourself and realize that the marketplace is very competitive and you might need to level up to get to a point where you can re-enter it. You know what I'm saying? Or you might not want to deal with women altogether. I ain't going to sit here and like make fun of you guys, you know?
I feel like
Period.
Don't date or step your cookies up, in the words of Nicki Minaj.
We're grading.
Yeah, period. I feel like this is great advice. Now, a lot of people might hear this and say he's advocating homosexuality. I would argue nothing, but period. Don't date women or step your game up.
Yeah.
Actually, you don't. The funny thing is, most women aren't even trying. Most women aren't even trying to say you need to be a millionaire or you need to be a high value man. Most women are like, just have something about yourself.
No, you need to be a millionaire. Come date me.
Period.
Let them know.
Well, I mean, okay, but let's be fair about this, okay? There is this thing called inflation. So
I don't know her.
I wish that none of us had to know her, but she out there looking at 8. She out there with a number 8 and a percent sign. You know, that $400 that they just spent to go to this conference last year, they would need $432 to go to the conference this year at 8% inflation. So let's say I was 21 again. I'm 41 now. So let's say I was 21 again. So a singular child from 1 to 18, if they're going to have a reasonable education, takes about $1 million. You want me to make you a sandwich. I live in San Francisco. You're going to need $2 million to buy me a house. That's one house and one child. So, and that was before inflation. Now, we don't have to live in San Francisco. And of course, there are programs where people can buy foreclosures. But this means that you must understand money. There's ways to do it without going broke. But if you don't have any money and you don't understand money, i.e., you on an average $40,000 income and you spend between $200 and $900 listening to this man complain about his bad family history and get his therapy live, and he didn't pay you nothing for it. You paid him for an hour of therapy. If you don't have money and you don't understand money, I mean, there are women like me who really enjoy coffee dates and walk in the park because I enjoy those things. There are women out here who like the outdoors. There are women out here who like nature. There are women out here who like all kinds of different things. But the thing about it is, as King Solomon said, who they look up to, had 1,000 women, money answers all things. It's in Ecclesiastes. These men need to go read it, since they think they will worth having 300 wives and 700 concubines. The man that you think you want said, money answers all things. If you ain't got anybody, you ain't got no answers. And your boy Solomon said that.
Or alternatively, if you don't have any money, get a bunch of wives who will go and get jobs and bring in money to you. And you could be the sort of caretaker of them. So you become the protector. I feel like that's
you can do that if you got a bunch of stupid ones. Now, see, this the issue. Now, see, that's why they don't want us educated. I'm gonna go back to the struggle rapper who wants you 22 with a tattoo, never been off the island, and have never been to school. But if you have, but again, we're gonna deal with misinflation. If you are a Black woman and that's your situation, then you're probably making an average of $37,000. So by the time each of these people has a child, you're still stuck. If they all gonna be 22, by the time you have 5, 10, 15, or 20, do the math, by the way. So they have to be stupid and you have to be even dumber. At $37,000 a year for each one of them, but by the time each of you have one child.
You guys aren't seeing the vision.
What I'm trying to see the benefit to me right now.
You are seeing the vision for generational wealth, right? So if you,
I wasn't going there, but yeah.
So there is more women than men in America, black women than Black men.
Okay. And
That's the argument. That's the argument.
So I'll stay single. Next.
No, because the ancestral.
Why are you fighting me for being single?
The ancestral.
Okay. Generational wealth. Okay, we actually, a certain gentleman in the manosphere died without a will intestate.
Let's not go there.
I'm not going to go into who that is, but a certain gentleman recently did that. So a bunch of people need to think about their generational wealth. And then, now, next to that, if you remember to put your will and trust together, you can always leave it to a younger Black person. It does not have to be generation 0. Just pick somebody that's worthy. If you have a family, not everybody in your family is worthy. If we're going to be honest about it, I've been to funerals where people roll around fighting each other. They were all relatives and all the rest of them, and she left it to one because only one of those people actually respected her. So even all your family members aren't worthy. So if you happen to be a single woman who dies with some income and some things like that, you know how you do that? You just go talk to a real one. Don't talk to Themis. There's some people that I could not recommend, but we ain't gonna go there. But go to a real lawyer, do a will and trust, and select who you want to have it. You do not have to birth someone. It's just like these men do. I'm like, do y'all? But nah, because your leader died intestate. Never mind. No, you don't. Forget it. All right, I'm done with that.
Everyone should have a will.
I think you guys aren't listening to me, and I've been giving great advice.
What is the advice? I missed it. Can you summarize?
Polygamy.
Oh, okay.
Broke polygamy.
Bigamy.
Get arrested too. Okay.
Like I've been down that road myself. It is what it is. It's a personal decision. I ain't gonna shame you for it because honestly, the marketplace is in an abysmal state. But if you want to womanize, I'm here for you guys. You know what I'm saying? And you can choose to not play, which is fine. I ain't gonna shame you for it. Or you can choose to play with a new set of rules. Okay? Said it many times on my podcast. I'll say it one more time. The days of making 40 grand a year, being a nice guy, driving a Kia Sophia, you know, with an insurance policy and all that other shit. It's not good enough to most women. They make their own.
To the economy. To the economy. It's not most women. Those days were the 1950s. Like what we're at 8% inflation. No, I didn't check again. Like at this point, sir, no, it's not. You want to know the sad reality? Women are actually looking for men who make that much money.
What's the poverty level? Sorry, in the U.S., like what is it 30,000?
Well, it is under 25,000, I think, depending on where you look for middle class. But the median income is for Black men is 45, but 43 really. Black men and Black women are making the same amount of money.
They're making the same amount. So they're equals.
Average, yeah. This has not happened in any other sort of a race or a racial group as sort of differentiated by the US government, right? So it's interesting because like most women, Black women aren't looking for rich men. Now, they might say that, but the stats don't bear that out. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself because he can't be talking about Black women, so because he don't date them. So let's just
you're going off brand, and I don't know why, because he really basically just pushed for average men to do better. Like he basically just said, if you are making 40, if you were even striving for 40K or at 40K, you're not doing enough. Like Nikki said, stack your cookies up. What are you doing? Go harder. So you know what? I'm gonna settle on this message. Actually, I'm gonna give him a co-sign on this one. He said,
Right, you're doing great.
Wait for it. Let's go.
Money now, you know, security, it's important to a degree, but it's like they're looking for a higher sense of security now, you know. That dumb bimbo, I'm sure you guys saw a couple of weeks ago, you know, that argued with me about the wage gap myth, you know, women make less than men. It's actually the other way around now. Women actually make more than men in a lot of major cities. And then on top of that, Google, right, one of the biggest.
So he's moving back and forth between races without specifying. Tell them which women make more than which men in which cities. Do that. Do that. Because what you will find is not true across race. It's very specifically Black women are competing Black men.
It sounds like he wants to date Black women after all.
No, he doesn't want to date Black women, but he can only use Black women's stat when it's relevant. I promise you, he does not want to date Black women. That, I don't know him, but I know that.
Employers, the women make more money there. I got some information that women make more money in Hollywood as well than the men do. You know what I'm saying? So it's a myth. I mean, obviously hit her with the data, and
you're not Hollywood.
No. I want to see that data. I want to see
women in Hollywood make more than men in Hollywood.
That's what he just said, yeah.
I want to see that data. You're not going to just say that. I want to see that, and I'm going to go look for it. Vanessa, please remind me if you remember at any point. But you don't have to write it. But if you remember, just remind me to look it up because I actually want it. That's not true. I don't know that's not true as a fact, but I don't think that's true.
DM'd her, by the way, and said, hey, send me that data, which she never sent because, again, she argued with me with emotion instead of logic. And the way to get around it now is you just have to become better if you want to play the game, okay? I'm about solutions. You know, I'm not about complaining about hypergamy or whatever it is. I'm about solutions. What are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you guys this right now. You need to get in shape, number one, right? And there's many reasons for that. But number two, you got to get your money on point. And then number three, you got to understand female nature, which means inevitably you're going to have to learn game, all right? Let's talk about getting in shape first. If you're fat, it's unfucking acceptable, period. Unacceptable, especially as a man. You don't get the privilege of selling feet fucking pictures and being on OnlyFans, okay?
He's so mad.
He's so angry. Also, you can sell feet pictures and be an OnlyFans as a man and make a lot of money.
Also, women who sell feet pictures don't, like, you got to have nice feet. You still have to, like, be attractive. Like, your feet have to look good. Like, I'm not understanding.
No, because he thinks any random woman can just jump on OnlyFans and sell their feet pic. But
if I was being OnlyFans, that were the case.
No, what I think what is happening here is why I'm not mad at this. he is unfortunately packaging some good advice in hatred for women, because I think he knows his audience, and the only way to feed them the really tough pill is that women are bad. But here you go. Like, so in the women are bad is some self-improvement, right? But it does not consider, and this is what I don't usually talk about weight and stuff like that, because I think that there's just this kind of broad brushes about, if you're this size, you're unhealthy. If you're this size, you're healthy. And I feel like it misses the whole point of just health. Like, I don't think as a sort of factual matter that if you're this size, that means you're healthier than someone else. And I'm not even going to talk about any content creator and them having health problems, even though they looked healthy. You know what I mean? Like, look healthy. It does not mean you're healthy. And so telling people, oh, like, I feel like there's no room for people who have issues at all. And I'm not defending women or men here. It's just like, if you're overweight, there's no excuse. There are excuses. There are a ton of excuses. Like, someone could actually be hurt and can't go to the gym. Someone could have actually a internal problem that they have not talked about. Like, it is not a mere fact of like, I am living an unhealthy lifestyle. I don't like the broad brushes.
But also, even the implication that something needs a quote unquote excuse implies that that thing is in and of itself bad, and like that's where it stems from for me. Like, a lot of this advice from him, and a lot of this part of this sector is like literal just flat out fat phobia, and I don't. Obviously, that's rampant like in a lot of places, but to me, it's just kind of what you said, Themis. Like, there is not. In terms of looking healthy, like I absolutely have known people personally who were definitely weighed more than me, and were my framework, and definitely were more healthy, had better stamina than me. And how many people do we know who are skinny framework and have diabetes and high blood pressure, et cetera, et cetera? So we know that fatness in and of itself is not an indicator of health. However, to them, it's not about your health, it's about your perception and what you exactly what you subscribe to. And I think really the difference, like with this group of people, is the type of rhetoric that exists. I guess like the traditional framework in terms of what's attractive and what's valuable. What they are arguing for is for us to stick to that and to adhere to that, while everybody else is kind of looking forward, like, we passed that, like 30, 40, 50, like, move on, like, let it go.
Don't confuse me. Like, I advocate health, but I don't care about aesthetics as much. Like, this idea that everyone needs to be this is not okay. Like, it's just not. And that's actually a new development in my life, because like for most of my life, I wanted to get bigger, and I was like, I mean, it's working now, but don't do that, Vanessa, because it's working now. I am getting bigger. Protein shake all day. Fruitcake gang. I don't know why I just did that. Let's continue.
But may I add one thing before we continue?
Yeah.
The one question that needs to be asked for this man. Okay, so I paid $900 to be here. You're fit, sir. Is it working for you, though? You have spent 17, 18, 19 minutes talking about you can't get a woman. We presume you have a successful channel. We all sit up there watching you humiliate women. You should have money. You're in good shape. Is it working for you, sir? Because if it's not, I'm just saying he's in good shape. But he just is messed up and can't get these women, so he has to humiliate them on the show. Some man who has courage in that audience should stand up and just ask him, sir, but you're fit, sir. Is it working for you though? I'm just saying.
We need to learn some game. I know y'all caught that. You got to learn.
Oh
game.
yeah.
I said,
yeah.
Can I say something about
years ago on college campus? His face is so familiar. It just hit me. She thought thank you, Afri. Afri said she's going to talk about it in the Discord. You marry and date who you have access to. Loretta, thank you. Period. Let's continue. Nothing is trying to be added to the RICO.
What did you say to be added to the RICO?
Period. Fruitcake gang gang.
Oh, the gang. Lord have mercy.
Now, imagine going into court and the gang is called Fruitcake.
Yeah.
Period. Period. What y'all do? Taste the rainbow.
Or having someone take care of you. Like I always say, men live in a fact-based reality, which means performance is on you, okay? I can't tell you, being in Miami, how many girls I've met that are potheads, live with their parents, don't do shit, lazy as hell.
Okay, I'm so confused.
No. By the way, statistically, men live at home longer and more often than women. So I don't know what that is. Statistically, men, this might be a reporting issue, but men are on drugs more than. I don't understand why he's just throwing statements out that are not actually factual.
I don't understand what his ideal woman is. It's not a pothead. It's not someone that has no money. It's not someone who makes money. It's not someone who has a degree. It's not someone who stays at home with them. What do you want from us?
I have an answer for you. Remember where he said these women live? His ideal woman is Minnie Mouse. She lives at Disney World. Remember?
Wait. Karma, what was the bar? Because if I made a bar, period. Go ahead.
It's just like, he seems like he hates all women no matter what they do.
Oh,
Like,
there's no winning. It's drag women fest. Y'all are looking for
that's
logic.
fine. You can drag them all you want, but be consistent. Like,
No, that would be logical.
Did she say consistent themas?
Why-
For
why-
real? Come on, Vanessa.
I promise I'm gonna boot Vanessa and SKJ off of here.
Consistent.
Y'all are
This man contradicted himself 500 times in his first 2 minutes.
I'm just like confused because I'm like, you just said that they think they're all that because they get degrees, and then you're like, well, these women don't do nothing; they're just at home. Is there a middle ground somewhere? Like,
No.
You have to have a job and not have a job. Be educated and not educated. Be submissive. Period.
but always be submissive.
Well, yeah. Submission is not a.
And allow them to cheat too. There's some influence saying that allow them to cheat
Yeah,
too.
get ready for all those STDs too. Just saying, all that cheating going on. Y'all seen them stats on all this stuff that Black women are going through and Black children? But you just supposed to allow that because you know.
So sorry to the comment. It's not that I think he's trying to make sense. It's just I'm putting myself in the audience. And I get that they want to bash women and it makes them feel good, but at some point, like if I paid all this money, I would be very attentive and be like, so what am I getting out of this? What is the end result?
Women are bad. You're getting your
Okay, what about it?
You're getting your feelings reaffirmed.
You could have done that on YouTube for free.
And the fact that women are bad gives you exactly how much power over us?
Not a dime.
But if women believe they're bad, it gives you power.
But women aren't. But the thing is, like, women aren't listening to you and then thinking that. They're just getting more upset and being like, absolutely not. So you're not even deflating or lowering the woman like you. And maybe there are some women that you are. I don't know. But for the most part, I see women being like, absolutely not.
I think
he doesn't want a woman. He's mad he can't get any of the women he wants. Yeah.
He ain't gonna get them.
That's probably the answer.
Yeah. Well,
wait, not Nika, but thank you, by the way. What in the world, child? This is why I had to divest.
Lord, the men are divesting.
Wait, he divested from who, for where, and where?
He divested from Black man, period.
Oh, okay.
Period.
Wow.
Zero ambition. They've met Future. They've met Drake. They've been invited to yacht parties. They've been invited to mansion parties. They've rubbed elbows with top 1% men based off the way they look. Let me tell y'all niggas something, man. Okay? I could be the biggest Chad. Rihanna is never gonna invite me backstage. Ever. Ever. Okay, rip that.
So he's contradicting his opening. He's contradicting his opening because he said beautiful men get away with things, right? And get to do things and have access and blah, blah, blah. Now he's just switching his argument down here where it's like, men, even if you're really beautiful, you don't get anything. Which is it? You are right, Vanessa. You're right. The audience is pissing me off. No, like, sure, you can be idiotic, you can be that, but like, I am pissed off because of the audience, not him. I don't expect anything from him.
Yeah.
But the audience, like, he literally opens and says, "Oh my God, I feel so bad for you, ugly men. You ugly men. You don't get anything. The good-looking men get all of it. I feel your pain. I'm not one of you because I'm the one they choose. So period. I feel bad for y'all." Now he's like, no matter how beautiful you are as a man, you don't get any kind of access. It's like,
but you know what the tragedy of it is, Themis? Access is not entirely about how you look and how young you are. You have access in a way that some of the rest of us never will. Skill and mastery have something to do with that. I don't talk about it a lot, but what I do, only about 500 people in the country that look like me are doing. So I have access on a level people don't. Now I'm losing weight, but that's not the reason. Skill, mastery, and heritage. It's not something that started with me. This started in the 1960s. So having now got to the age where I'm in the generation that helps to manage this much, that gives me a level of access. But I'm not there because I'm beautiful. I'm there because I have a set of skills and mastery. Myron is actually not wrong in the sense that if you do not have anything going for you in terms of skill and mastery as a man, there is a point in which beauty won't get you there either.
well, that's what he needs to
can
open
be
up with.
right. He can be right if we concede that he and the men he are talking to have failed in skill acquisition.
Before you continue, wait. Ultimate Gemini, go to bed.
Oh gosh.
I'm also just confused because he gave an example. Sorry, when he used the Rihanna example, my first thought was she's with a man who doesn't even make as much as she does. Like she's with a man that's not even.
Rocky said he wanted to be the bad bee.
Period.
He wanted a woman to treat him like the, and I guess he got a billionaire. Period. So he got it.
See, even then with Myron, it's you don't have proximity to Rihanna. You don't
no,
have.
Actually, sorry, Vanessa. I should have. True, but yeah, that highlights the point. Rihanna would invite you backstage if you're broke.
Well, ASAP's obviously not broke, but he's not a billionaire. But Rihanna's still with him. I think a lot of women actually do date down, quote unquote, in terms of like. A lot of Black women, I think, do actually date down in terms of.
Well, you don't have to think statistically that is a factual statement.
Yeah, what's going on?
But they still don't want him, even with that statistic. So I just feel so bad.
But like I said, if we concede that this, because again, ASAP Rocky and Rihanna have something in common. Industry match.
They're the same industry. Yeah, for sure.
People, I mean, it is, and in reality, if you're in the same industry and you're both doing reasonably well, then what happens is people go on and confine their income and get on with life. Yeah. But if you're dealing with people who have no comprehension, and that's what I'm saying, Vanessa, the contradiction resolves only if you understand and only if we accept that these men, it's not how they look, it's not even their color. They're Black billionaires too. Robert Smith, Bob Johnson, Herman Cain, Reginald Lewis, and I'm sure I can't think of any more, but those are the big four that come to mind. They're Black billionaires too. So it's not even a question of, and not all these men started from inheriting. So it's not a question of you being ugly, because you're not going to be ugly to every woman in the world. I've dated men between 5'4" and 6'3", and none of them would have been fashion models. but we had something in common that we were attempting to do together. And I wasn't checking for until somebody drew it to my attention. So and so has big ears. So what? No real, people who live a real life are not checking for this. But again, if you have not, and I'm going to be kind, if you have not been guided by a mature man, and you have not been mentored, and you have not been led, one of the most beautiful things, Demas, that you ever did was reach out to that young man who called in here at 21. And since he was thinking about law, you offered to work with him. I feel like listening to Myron, if somebody could have just gotten to him 10 years ago, beside the crew that he's rolling with now, and the people he's giving credit to now. But it's just like, access is not just a measure of how you look. Yeah, a woman can go farther based on how she looks just because the drive for reproduction is just higher in men than it is in women. That's true in general. Not always, but that's true. Men like beautiful women for that purpose. But in terms of really having respected access, skill is important. There's no clue.
Hashtag skill is important.
I was even better looking teeth, like fucking get my nose fixed, you know what I'm saying, get my hair back. I would never, ever get invited by Rihanna. She wouldn't even give me an umbrella in the fucking rain. You know what I'm saying? So that just tells you right there that women have like a crazy edge in the sexual marketplace. They don't have, you do though. So
I didn't mean to scream, but you're using Rihanna as the example of women having edge in the sexual market. What?
Also, is it me or did the self-hate jumped out when he said he would get his nose fixed?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, he starts off making fun of his own hair. Then he's going to his nose. His skin color is one. Like, obviously, this man has really deep problems.
Insecure.
Yeah. And as someone who have the DSM, and therefore a psychologist, I can go through.
Umar needs that kind of competition, huh?
I just don't understand the Rihanna example being how women, and I'm not saying women don't have an advantage, but you're saying because Rihanna don't want you, clearly women have an advantage?
They need to, I will distance star, they need to pay A$AP Rocky. They at the wrong conference, period. These men won't have time. They need to go to A$AP Rocky. Ain't nobody got time for them.
the easiest way to give yourself a one-up is fitness. Because let me tell you guys something. No one can give it to you, and no one can take it away from you, okay? And when you do build your body up, it creates this foundation of confidence that I can't even explain.
And you have none
not
of it.
True. Absolutely not true.
Yeah, no, you don't have any, sir. You don't have any. What you mean?
Attracted to his body type, and like people like different body types. Like not everybody wants muscles and whatever.
To be fair, I go out and I tell myself every day that people come up and talk to me because I got bigger. No one
You
can
say
see
that all the time, and I shut you down every single time. Ain't nobody was paying attention like that.
You've been taking his protein shakes. He looks good.
I'm not saying he doesn't
But
look
you look good before that.
He just really believes like because I have more of a chest now, more people. These people didn't see you before. This is not a good comparison. We don't know.
Vanessa,
see, the
you
other
ain't
thing-
taking the protein shake.
Vanessa is a hater.
No,
Vanessa
I'm
is
not a hater.
And what we're gonna do on Beyonce's internet, my chest needs to go a little bit more. I need 3 more protein shakes. And I will be naked on Beyonce's internet, my chest up, that is.
You will not be.
Okay, but see, now here's the other problem. Let's say these men go do this, okay? Now, I have nothing wrong with a fitness journey. I just ordered something that I'm getting another size down. I understand some of what he's talking, okay? Okay, but I'm also not going to walk outside and think because I dropped a dress size that I'm automatically entitled to the 1% of men. So let's say that these men that he's gassing their heads up go and do this. They're going to become more of a danger to themselves and others than they are now. Because what's going to happen is they're going to feel even more entitled. And a lot of these men have this idea that I did what I was supposed to do. I became the good guy. Why aren't these women throwing themselves at me? Because you're not entitled to all women. There are 3.9 billion of us. You don't know what to do with us anyway. You're not entitled to whatever niche it is you think you want.
I feel like these men are lying. Like, I just don't understand. Maybe just be a nice person. I went with Vanessa to the to something, and we're going in, and the security guard was gonna let me in for free at the what's that thing called? The music festival thing.
He was gonna let you in for free?
She was going to let me.
Oh.
Yeah, she was like, because I was just being nice to her and talking to her and whatever. And like people like, okay, I'm very attractive. So
well, you are. You are handsome. That's true.
This is
Vanessa is a hater. I
am not a hater.
I promise you, Vanessa is a hater. Thank you, Deanne. I appreciate that. You and I should be going out, not Vanessa and I, because that's not great. I'm just going to move on.
Those commute costs, man. Look, like I said, you're gonna buy a sandwich, you gotta buy the house. Them ticket costs from San Francisco gonna run you back. It's cheaper to keep her than making whoopee. Now y'all know the song. I'm just saying, Themis.
No, Deanne is not. Deanne and I will not be going anywhere because I'm not buying a house.
It's the plane tickets is gonna get you from San Francisco, man. I'm just saying, it's love the one you with, Themis. Love the one you with. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Vanessa and I are not together.
No, what I mean, no. I don't mean that in the sense that you two are together, but y'all can work out this bit because a very handsome man needs a friend. I'm not implying anything about romance, but needs a friend who helps him stay level-headed. And as handsome as you are, you need someone that helps you stay level-headed. And this is the job that Vanessa does in her life, and it doesn't cost you a plane ticket. See, that's a good situation. Everybody needs a sister friend who helps you to just stay. When you're as good looking as you are, you need a sister friend to help you stay level headed because you have so much pretty privilege that Myron wishes that he had.
Period. Pretty privilege all day. Food cake gang gang. I'm gonna keep saying that. Period. Famous giving Jamaican model.
All right, play the video.
Yeah, no, let's do some more compliments.
You're gonna walk different. You're gonna move different. You're gonna talk different. You're gonna be able to convey this certain sense of confidence that can't be fucking replicated, man. Because when you've worked on yourself, when you went to the gym, you put 225 on your back and you go, 10, 20 reps, acid grass, not stopping, or you've felt that lactic acid burn of doing curls until you can no longer breathe. You're doing tricep extensions, dying,
What?
You're doing legs never. No, I'm just kidding. But in general, when you're going to the
He definitely don't do leg day.
He skipped leg day. He definitely skipped leg day. Male Naomi Campbell, period. We have to take a moment for that.
This man is not certified to give training advice because you should never exhort yourself to the gym.
You should. That's actually, as someone who just started doing personal training like maybe 2 months ago, I was like, this is really bad advice. You're gonna mess up your form. You're gonna end up hurting yourself to the point that you can't work out anymore. Like you want to exhaust yourself, but you don't want to do it to the point where you can't breathe.
This man knows nothing about. I mean, when I look the way I look, and I know more about breaking down the muscles than you do, that's bad, Myron. Yeah. That's terrible advice.
You're literally supposed to breathe the entire time, just to be clear. You're supposed to be constantly breathing when you're working out.
The fact that his chest and arms are bigger than mine, but my foot, my thighs, every part of me done at my lower body is bigger than his is a problem.
Yeah, I don't know why some men think it's cute to skip leg day. Like, I want you to look a little thick down there too.
That is a problem, sir.
Gym and you're putting yourself through that pain, you are not going to tolerate bullshit from some 21-year-old bimbo at a club, bro. You will not. Walk up to a girl, hey, what's up? Ew, bitch, who are you talking to? You know what I'm saying? Like you just get.
That is so toxic. So you say hello to the woman and they say whatever, and you're like,
they say ew, and then you say bitch. Who you talk? My thing about that is that's literally how I don't understand how that's different than the way it is already. Because when I was growing up, dudes would try to holler at you, you'd be like, no, thank you, and then they'd be like, bitch, you ugly. Like that's the society I grew up in. So I'm not really sure what's to change.
But the thing is, when Vanessa, when you talk about like what they're looking for, like what's the solution that they're looking for, like what is the point? That is it. They are doing all of this so that they can have a hypothetical moment in the club when they can say to some woman, bitch, who you talking to?
Wait, you know,
Very best.
most of them won't even do it. Question: how do you reject someone properly? Like,
I no longer do. I don't know how to reject it because I've dealt with so many people who just get really violent and really aggressive and real mean. So I just accept all numbers and block later because I'm not finna get stabbed because of your ego. So that's what I do. But if other people have better ways to deal with it,
Yeah, I do the same thing, which is sad, but I just accept the number and then they call to make sure. And then as soon as they walk away, I block them.
yeah, I'm not trying to die. Nope.
Get this certain sense of like, it's like when you work on yourself, the more you work on yourself, the more you increase your level of not give a fuckitude. And that is what you need with women in today's day and age. You need not give a fuckitude because when you give a fuck, it's going to cause you problems.
Okay.
All of us are men anymore, right? We're even toss us to
Oh, he's so
okay. This is the problem.
Who hurt you? Like,
We've gotten to the root of the problem, ladies and gentlemen. We've gotten to the root of it.
Okay, so here's the thing about it. If all you want out of life is a 21-year-old girl at the club, yeah, as you get older, 31, 41, 51, and not only this, you're dealing with someone who's immature enough to say you to you. Because you're still dealing with someone age, because you know, I told you the rapper's still talking about 22. He's counting down on y'all. They gonna be with Glendon Richardson. That person talked about the 14-year-old he was with in a minute that they had up on their shows. He's counting backwards. But if all you want in your life, if you put it this way, if you're the type of man that wants a bimbo, and that's all you want in life, you want girls, you want bimbos, you want 304s. This is your concept, Well, why would you be surprised if that woman behaves exactly as you think she would? Because the thing is, you don't know how to be respectful. Therefore, respectful women will not allow you in their circles.
what kind of woman? And I'm not making a judgment. I'm asking, what kind of woman is on seeking arrangement? Because that's where he's on, and that's where his partner got. Yeah. So it don't make no sense to me that you would complain about it. Choose better. That's the phrase they say.
It
Choose
is.
better.
Notice he didn't bring up his health at all. That he's doing all this to make sure he lives a long and blissful life. It's all so he can have that hypothetical moment in the club with that 21-year-old.
That's a lot of work for a hypothetical.
I'm gonna need him to have a hypothetical moment with his legs in the gym.
That is what he said. You gonna go and you gonna work out so the next time some young woman who's immature can say to your equally immature but buffed up self, you, because your legs don't match with your top, then you get to cuss her out with more vigor than you did before. Because
I
you
was
know
gonna say, weren't you cussing her
muscles.
out before? So it's just with more strength and confidence.
Exactly, because you built your strength, right? You might even build yourself up so that you at least have as much bass in your voice as I do if you work hard enough. Because I'm a contralto, low voice woman. Maybe you'll get there someday if you work out enough. That's not how that works. But since vitamin Q said it on here, you could get yourself some steroids and get roid rage, so you could really cuss them out with some vigor. But that is what he just said. We're not making it up. That's what the man said.
His root chakra is off. He's awesome.
Umar needs to help these people stat with their chakras and stuff.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
So I have my tea for chakra. I'm kidding. This is coffee. All right.
We were young. Get a job, make money, become successful, work hard, and you'll get something back on that return on investment, right? You'll get an ROI on your hard work. That applies to everything in life, women. The gym, working, putting more hours in, etc. The one place that does not.
Before he gets to that, work hard is not the solution, and I hate this because of all those productivity books. They've come to the conclusion, thankfully, to clarify, it's not about working hard. It is about working smart, obviously, but it's also about working hard on a specific thing and area if that is what you want. Just telling someone to work hard does not actually help. Hey, just work hard. No. Actually, you might, let's use the gym. You might actually want to build up, right? I forgot which book this was in, so I shouldn't have said this out loud. But there was a man who asked a monk, if I wanted to reach nirvana, how do I do that? And he was like, meditate for a year and it is possible. And he was like, how long per day? And it was like an hour per day. So it was like, what if I meditate 24 hours per day? The monk said, well, that will take you 20 years now. The point is, working hard without direction, control, a sense of where you're going, and discipline is literally useless. And I don't like the idea because most of the people giving advice online don't actually understand that a lot of the people who are at the top making a ton of money aren't working hard. It is not hard work. It's not this idea that, oh, I worked so hard, therefore I made it to the top. That is not it. It is something else, and it's your intellect. It's your understanding of the system and using the system to get what you want. And I don't like that. I don't like this hustle culture where it's like work, work, work. If you're not working, you're not doing enough.
Work. Sorry.
You need
I'd like
to
to
take a
offer
break.
an opposing opinion, Themis, for one moment.
Before you do, I will point out that I am grateful for Vanessa who took me out of this. You have to always continuously be working, or else you have failed in life and you're not doing enough. And I really do appreciate that because I think this is so detrimental to your health and well-being and all of that. Go ahead, SKJ.
In the words of an A-list celebrity that we all know and love and respect, it just seems like nobody wants to fucking work, and everybody needs to get their ass up and work.
Period.
But there is a balance to this, okay? There is a time in life. And see, again, these are the $200 to $900 crowd whose average income is $40,000. There is a time in life for working hard. To everything, there is a season.
Mm-hmm.
Slaves worked hard, though, and they couldn't improve their situation for 400 solid years, 500 if we start the islands and South America.
No, you want to know something? This is correct. I don't want it to sound like I'm saying don't work hard. You need to work hard, but you need to also have focus, balance, all of it. For the people not working, you need to start working. You're not even in the discussion when I say you have balance and have fun. No, absolutely not. You need to start working, maybe work hard, and then go have fun. So let me say, I'm prefacing that for a lot of people who are not even working. You're not who I'm talking about. So I appreciate that. Actually, let's play this.
Not you finding
the best advice for women in business. Ass up and work. It seems like nobody wants to work these days.
That's so true.
You have to.
Period.
Wow.
Best
It was
advice.
Kim Kardashian. It was Kim Kardashian.
Said it best.
Nobody wants to work these days. You have to work.
No toxic environment. No.
But see, the thing is, she actually illustrates something. Kim Kardashian knows how to work the whole system. She's exactly the kind of woman that Myra was talking about. And she was able to both do her work in her industries, but she also knew when to get herself a couple of high value men, get what she wanted. And then when she got finished with them, she got on with a white man, which is what she's doing now. So she learned how to use so she did work hard, but she understood the system that she lived in and is working that system. So now she's not working as hard as she was. There's balance. At some point, find out what it is you're doing, find out how the system works, work hard to get yourself into a position that you can then have the system begin to work for you. What disturbs me about men like Myron is that they keep talking about getting a job. I'm like, y'all, do you not know that there are investors and there are big businessmen? So you gonna sit up here and try to work to compete with the 1%? None of those guys are earned income. You don't get to be, there are a few CEOs, but they're sitting inside a business that somebody built. It's just like you want these men to work hard to get to where?
No, I think so. There's this very weird thing happening where the social media is taking the people at the top and they're like making it almost seem accessible to everyone. And not in a way where you can work hard and then get it. It's almost like you can just jump to being the 1%. Like it's skipping the part where you can be regular, you can be a normal person. You can't, I don't know why people crap on 9 to 5 jobs, but you can do that and you can do something on the side, or you can try to create a business if you can. But the foundation is never set. It's almost like stop being a lazy bum and become a billionaire entrepreneur. It's like, you might want to go to school first, or you might not even actual formal education, but you might want to. I'm gonna leave that alone. Second channel coming. I did finish my video and I'll post it soon. Let's continue.
Work is dealing with women. The more you invest, the lower their attraction. Oh, baby, I know you're mad at me. Let me take you on a trip. Let me get you this bag. Oh, no. You buy that Birkin bag, pussy dries up. I don't care what nobody says. You know what I'm saying? Women is the one thing where you need to invest as little as possible, see what happens, and then go from there. You have to come in not giving a fuck. Okay?
All right. Well, I'm done. I'm just gonna end it there. I'm just gonna end it there.
I will say to his credit, actually, that there is some truth to that there are a lot of women who come from toxicity, and when you don't give a fuck and when you don't treat them well because that's what they think that they deserve, that is what they actually do draw towards. But like, so I do think that there's some truth that there are women like that out there.
And that is abusive.
Oh, extremely.
I think that's the point for me. Like the fact that that's what you're encouraging women to do, to be in a position where I must accept that from you. It's like,
yeah,
that's where the disgust comes from.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
I didn't get to this part of the video and I don't want to get any further because I didn't hear that. And if I heard it, I would not have played it, all of that. I think that is disgusting. I think he is disgusting. I've always said that. There are very few people that I've specifically described their character in a negative way. He's one of them. And I think he's a disgusting person. Even if he doesn't believe this, the fact that he's preaching it, he's a disgusting
Well, it's awful. I mean, I think it's like, I'm not really sure what the goal is other than maybe to say, yeah, I bagged her. But like for people who are actually looking for like meaningful relationships, I don't know why anyone would want to go into them being like, I want to make sure that she accepts the bare minimum. I want to make sure that she, you know, doesn't value herself. I mean, it's just,
it's not healthy. It's not sustainable, and it's definitely not good for anyone involved at all.
And if you hate these women so much, leave them alone.
I'm just trying to say I'm with you, Themes, at this point. The fact that no one in the audience has tried to combat him, has tried to actively debate him.
Someone said Fresh might be the one in the audience.
Did we see the audience? Do we know that there is in fact an audience?
Yeah, let's
Actually,
not
let me
leave
go
out the
through quickly and
possibility
see
that there is no audience.
I don't think there's an audience.
I didn't hear anybody clapping ever. He thought he was making good points, and there was no applause anywhere in here. Even when he said that part about being able to cuss the women out, there may have been. I mean, you clapping.
Girl, there's no audience. Wait, I don't think there is. We never see the. Did we? We've never. We don't. Wait. We don't see the audience. Huh?
Not even in the beginning of the video. It didn't show the audience.
No, it didn't.
They said it's a Zoom meeting.
Wait, so who was clapping?
What was that? No, go on the what's that? Oh, that's just the.
Oh, wait, but look at that picture, y'all. Look at that picture. That doesn't show the inside. That just shows Las Vegas.
Oh, he in a room by himself.
God, wait.
He's in a room by
someone, who is this in the cat? Is that him? I think this is him.
That's
right?
his shadow. They have lights from different directions. That's just his shadow.
How? Where is anyone? There's no one in. Wait, is he in an empty room?
Let me find this video. Wait. We now we're gonna have to dig all up in him.
There's definitely someone in the room.
There's people in the room, but I feel like it's the other people that also have to talk at the conference. So it's just like.
What do you
Because there couldn't have been more than he didn't get
Let's
any.
go to the conference.
Wait. I have a thing. I just realized all the clapping sound exactly the same.
They played a clap track, it looks like. Hold on. Okay, it's on. Donovan Sharp was the person. It was on his panel. Okay, hold on. Now, see, and they just posted this up. It was last year, and they just posted it 2 weeks ago. I'm like, okay, y'all.
So they're claiming on their website that they have over like 100 attendees. I don't know if I think I've signed up for this year.
Also, not only that, and I'm being completely judgmental here. I'm looking at like the lineup of the type of men that they have speaking at this panel, and I'll be honest, I maybe know 2 other of these names, but the vibe that I'm getting, like, even if there were people in the room, like, of course there were people in the room. Like, look at the people who were speaking at this this was a collection of these types of people. It's not like this was what's shout out to this day. I don't know, Fresh Fit. I don't know which one he is, but it's not like he had his own, standalone thing. So I feel like it was just more out of convenience. Oh, he's here too. Great. Let's
all in there. Ooh.
Read that. Protect this man at all costs.
Protect what man?
Exactly. I don't see a man in that. Shut up. Ooh.
Myron is very intelligent and he knows what he's talking about. It's just no one likes how he delivers the truth, but he keeps it real. Myron is the biggest role model in my life, 20 years young, and I'm so proud I am aware of all of this. Privilege is invisible to those who have it. Facts. Nothing but facts, Myron. Myron's a G and keep everything 100. Absolutely 100. Girl, oh my God.
It sounds like a bunch of really young, impressionable.
That's what it is.
I literally was going to say, these are 12-year-olds. I don't know if y'all realize, like, these are literal preteens.
Yeah.
We are blessed that Myron decided to pursue this passion to help the rest of us. Great speaker. All right, let's stop. Because you can't say great speaker. Absolutely
Yeah, it looks like it was virtual. Because this year is going to be virtual also. So.
Oh, I thought it was in Miami.
Well, it's talking about on. Okay, but they're talking about. Hold on, I gotta
go back. Gemini, go to bed. You are not allowed. You are not allowed to.
And this is not to say that you have to be widely famous for somebody to hear you speak or learn something from you if you are a person of substance. But I just, who is Myron? Like, and I'm not even trying to disrespect the man. I'm trying to I was in Miami last month. No one knows who these people are. They're like, we know them from YouTube. They are not like Miami celebrities that they.
Oh Lord. Oh y'all. Okay, so afterwards, somebody went on Reddit and came out here. Oh Lord Jesus! The total.
Put it in the private.
Okay, hold on. Let me just. They had a little bit more to say about the total cost and all the rest of this. I'm like, oh Lord.
London, go to bed. Go ahead, Deanne. Sorry.
People talking about it's costing almost $2,000 and all the rest of it. And
all right, I have an announcement. I am doing an event where I'm the speaker.
You just get to the bag, get to the money. Let's get to the
What is it called?
The low cost, how to be a man, Masculinity 2.0. It will be $999.
Ooh. $2,000.
That is steep.
A steal.
It's a steal. It's practically free.
I wouldn't pay you 2 pennies.
No, girl, we're gonna do some conference. We're gonna do some conference. we're gonna teach you how to be a alpha. Y'all really out here paying $2,000 for
I'll teach the women how to submit because I'm so good at it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so here's what I found out. There is a gentleman named Anthony Johnson of 21 Studios who has done an entire documentary about Donovan and his crew. And it's like, y'all did this conference in 2021. We exposed y'all as frauds last year.
You can't make this up. You cannot.
Wait, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
I said, so Reddit had some comments to make about this, and the most important thing that they said was that 21 Studios, Anthony Johnson already did a documentary the year before this exposing Donovan Sharps and all their lies, and that they were a bunch of frauds anyway. The conference actually cost close to $2,000, not $900. So again, ladies and gentlemen, you make $40,000 a year. You parted with 5% of your yearly income.
They're gonna scrape. They're gonna scrape for the pennies to go. Here's
No.
get money themas.
Sleeping in darkness. No water in the house.
Y'all can't do this. You need to throw tomatoes, not money.
Oh Lord.
Thank you, Trey. Actually, should put together, not me pretending like I can put together a meet and greet.
I can help. Don't worry. If there's $2,000 involved, we figure it out.
No, I would do it for free. I don't charge.
Boo.
No, I mean, it's going to be $999, and I will tell you the secret of manhood and masculinity.
That's all inclusive, Themis. That includes lunch too, right?
No,
Lunch is
absolutely
not
not.
That's separate.
No, it cannot include lunch, Aaron, because no one has bought this man a house. So I can bought me a house. I can make y'all a sandwich. Ain't no lunch. I ain't got my house.
You guys cannot be cheap. What did Hafiz say about his suit? Y'all say you want development. Y'all say you want this, but when I put it out, y'all don't buy it. So
Oh, what? He put on
for Hafiz.
How much was his suit?
Hafiz is trying so hard to like not be part of the manosphere. It's hilarious.
he was trying to sell those suits. Hafiz said, y'all did not buy my suit.
Yo, everybody's house.
How much
The
were
thing
these
is, Hafiz need to sponsor me because I've been promoting his stuff. I've been telling people to buy his suits.
You're not telling me how much his suits are.
Girl, there was one for $500, I think.
I mean, that's better than Sean King's $165 hoodies. But
That you know what? That's true though.
Listen.
his face on them.
But you know what? Oh Lord. So we're gonna go to this conference, right? And we want to support our favorite content creators. So one of these gentlemen is putting out a whole course. Themis, just for your information, that's the same one that was supposedly on the grand jury, is putting out a whole course on relationships. So you want to buy that to get ready. You're gonna need a $500 suit from a feast. You're gonna have to pay this, and you only have $40,000 to work with. And and this is the crazy part about it. Remember, this is a conference for men, so you're gonna spend all that to impress your boys.
And they're not even gonna be any women there.
And that's what you're gonna put together between $200 and $2,500 just to be there. You in Las Vegas? Those tickets for those hotels are not cheap
At all.
You may have to park. You may have to park your BMW on some cardboard to be able to afford that for a minute. So that you can get you're gonna have to try to roll in there. You make an average $45,000 a year, you're gonna drop 5, because of course you can't pretend to be broke. So y'all gonna have to go into the clubs and be mad because the women are getting in free. Y'all gonna have to do the casino now that they're open again, put it on a hard 8. And then you're gonna give this man $500 for a suit. You're gonna be down $5,000 and you still not gonna meet any women. I see why they're mad now.
I'm no longer.
It's expensive to be stupid.
Thank you, Trey. Thank you, Trey. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Vanessa. I cut you off.
I was saying I'm not mad at him anymore because I mean, listen, I respect a good con artist. I feel like I do.
I'm Jamaican.
I'm Nigerian, so to be fair, I come from a really bad culture when it comes to scammers. Like Nigerian culture will tell you like it's your fault for getting scammed or you're the fool for being greedy. Like it's a really bad culture.
Yeah.
So
I want to do that.
It's really
Wait,
bad because it's
wait,
just
are
like
you
why are you so
Nigerian, Aaron?
I am. I'm part Nigerian on my mom's side.
It's really
Oh.
bad culture when it comes to that. Like, there's little sympathy for the person getting scammed. It's just like, you're dumb. That's your problem. And I feel like that's coming out now for me. Like, well, you know, he's conning them, and hey.
So I actually feel bad though. Like, so here's why I feel bad. Get ready for the tomatoes in the chat. Here's why I feel bad. I think a lot of these people bump into the manosphere when something bad happened to them in their life.
Mm-hmm.
Compound that with the fact that most of them don't have father figures, right? And so they start looking to these men, right? And these men, instead of helping these people, start charging them for literally everything, like just sucking them dry. And it's so unfortunate because I think the manosphere could have been such an amazing opportunity to help young men grow. But like, it's just because money is such a big part of the motivating factor, and these men are actually mad at women, so they will only watch the videos that are dragging women, right? It creates the perfect sort of setup for people like, well, I'm not going to say anyone's name, people who want to just come in and just take and just take and just take. Women, you can be mad at me for this, but it's not the same in BWE, but there is a fear. Like, after watching some of what happened in the last week, I am fearful that in BWE, their content creators, I shouldn't even be speaking on this actually, but their content creators that's just using women too.
What's BWE? I don't know.
Like teaching you how to be feminine and teaching you how to be this and teaching you how to do that. And it's like, oh my, and some of them are good in my mind. I don't know because I don't care about femininity or masculinity, but I feel like there has to be good creators, right? So period. And I wouldn't be friends with people who I don't think are good people. All right.
I think it's all a con. I think it's all a scam, and I'm here for it.
Wait, you actually believe that?
Well, I don't know about the BW because I don't know. I've never watched that one, so I can't.
Yeah, the manosphere is all a scam.
But in terms of this, this is totally a scam. But I'm here for a good scam. I don't have any empathy for the people who get tricked into it, because at some point you need to turn your brain on and start to think and realize, what did I just pay $2,000 for? And if you felt like that's money well spent, then I feel like it's money well spent. So
the funny thing is, my therapist told me, because everyone was like, oh, you need to sell merch or you need to sell this. And I talked to my therapist about it, and I was going to say they, but it was like a she. She was like, it feels like you don't value your work. And that's not the truth. I do value what I do on here. I don't charge for it, and I don't charge for anything generally, because it's hard for me to see like all the scamming. Like it just feels like it's so obvious that people are scamming. To me, it feels very obvious.
Not everyone is scamming. These people are scammers because they're not providing anything of any value, of any worth at all, and they have nothing to back up why. I don't think there's anything wrong with selling. I mean, I think we're a little bit weird.
Oh yeah, no. I don't think there's anything wrong with.
But in terms of what are they even selling? Like, they're selling a 15-minute rant about how he doesn't get women. It's a very easy con to see, and so I wouldn't put myself.
It's a lot. I feel like even some of the people who have good information, it's like, why is there a paywall? Why is there always a pay? Like, it just, I don't know. Like, it's just like,
yeah, not everything needs to be capital. Like, not everything needs to be.
But I say that feeling terrible because, like, for some people, this is their business, but it's like, why is this?
That's the problem. Like, your business is making money off of people who are desperate and pathetic and like looking for help. I mean, I said what I said. I said
what she said, y'all.
So that to me is a problem, as opposed to like actually having a job and then like being like, I want to help people. Like, I don't like. There's something different about that, because the only way he's making money is ranting. Like, what does he do for a living outside of these rants?
YouTube. That's his main. I don't think he has a.
So his other rants.
Well,
I think there is ethical way to do content creation and make money from it. I do believe that. I have to fundamentally believe that. But the space we occupy, I think there are too many thankfully on my channel, I feel like everyone here is well adjusted and great. So period. But like, I think the ways in which people show up for different content creator is because they need something, right? For me, I'm assuming people want to hear an intellectual young man speak. That's what I think. But I think there's a lot of people who are like, okay, I'm going to these men because I want this, or I'm going to this woman because I want this. And instead of giving it to them, you're like, pay me for it. And it's
but the difference too is they're promising an end result, right? Like, come to me and I will help you get women. So like that's what they're advertising that you're purchasing.
I mean, on the opposite, it's come to me and I'll help you get men.
Themis, this is something that, see, if you've never aspired, and I said this earlier and I'm going to say it again, I'm going to keep saying it, and as a person who's been in church all my life, I know the traditional way that this takes place. Massa sometimes rhymes with passa for certain people. Pastor, passa, master, massa. Because people, some men and some women, the only model of success they know is that of a white male slave owner and or his wife or his daughter who inherited. And there are many people in the Black community who aspire to having a plantation. And because we have not addressed our brokenness, because we are not comfortable, we have not settled in on our own humanity and our own value as human beings, it makes us vulnerable. It is 2022. There are still churches in which pastors, male and female, every day say the most abusive things. They have the same conversations about weight and fitness and this and that. They all preach salvation by works, which is basically the same thing that Byron is preaching. Grace? Absolutely not. Please don't tell people that God's grace is available to them and their humanity, because once you do that, they might actually become free. With Themis, because you don't have a desire to build a plantation, and because the desperation and brokenness is just not in your life like that, it's hard to understand. It's hard to understand. I've realized that I will never be able to understand the desperation of a woman who would entertain a man like this. I have no way of ever understanding that. And at 41, I probably never will. I can't. But I also can't understand my relatives who did not keep going north after slavery and went back to the plantation where they had worked, because I have not been broken like that. Some of these young men, I teach young men and I'm watching them become exhausted in a way I can't help them with, because they're at that door to manhood, but their father is not there. So they're trying to figure it out, and they're trying to please their moms, and they're trying to please their teachers, but they are already 13 and they just sound exhausted. So then pile on 5, 10 years more. I sometimes read the more thoughtful manosphere creators and I just read their comments. Young men talking about, I've done everything I know how to do and I'm just exhausted. I don't care about life anymore. And I'm like, if I were Dean Matthews, I could help you, because you need a 41-year-old man. But I can't help you in the way you need to be helped. So because these men did not get that help, then Myron comes along. Some other people I won't name, they don't have any standard to compare, in the same way that women go with these men sometimes because they don't have a standard to compare. We will never be broken enough to understand the desperation that some of these young men have. And Themis, thank God you're just not wicked enough to see this situation and want to build a plantation and enslave these men. But that's why you don't understand. You don't want to be Passa or Massa. And that's why you don't understand. Thank God you don't understand.
Investing in the wrong things.
And there's so many levels I want to go to, but let me start off with this point right here. Whenever we do a poll, we always ask men, what kind of videos do you want to see done? I'm a servant of the people. Whatever you want to see done, I'm going to do what you want to see done. Do you guys want more dating advice? Which I rarely do, but when I do it, do you want more of that? Do you guys want more fitness advice, emotional health advice, masculinity advice, financial advice? Whatever you guys want, I want to give the people what they want. We always do polls on YouTube. And what is the most consistent thing I constantly hear from men? You guys know who've been watching it. You know what they say. They want more financial advice. Men are always telling me we want more financial advice. We don't want the dating stuff. We're off the women's stuff. We're off the women's stuff. We want more financial advice. And I'm like, okay, cool. We'll give you finance videos. We'll bring Anthony O'Neill on the podcast. We'll give you a ton of books and recommendations. We'll give you a free finance course. We will give you guys as much as possible to help you guys level up financially. And then two things really exposed what happened this year. The first thing was a suit launch, because when we launched the suits, man, I'm telling you, so many guys got on. So many men bought a suit. So many men grabbed one and said, yo, Hafiz, I love this suit. I'm excited about being a part of the community. Thank you so much, man. I got so many amazing comments, and thank you so much for all the guys who love and support. But I cannot tell you how many messages I got from men who said, hey, man, can I get a discount? Hey, man, can you give me the suit on the house? And my biggest thing is that I understand that sometimes in certain seasons of life, you may not be able to afford what needs to be afforded. There's some people who have to take care of their family at the end of the year. So I understand that, but that's not the case for all of you. There were so many guys who wasted their money this year, who did not have an emergency savings account, who did not have an investment account. When it's time to do something that can really add value to life, they didn't have any money because they weren't using their money correctly. What were you doing the whole year? What were you investing your time, energy, and money into the whole year? What was going on? What was going on? I'm trying to understand. But then on the flip side, there's so many women who are doing sex work, literally selling.
He didn't have to bring women into this because he was dragging the men for not buying his
He's
suit.
so mad nobody want to buy his suit.
Period. That will forever be it. I only went there right after Deanne started talking because I couldn't react to Deanne's statements. I feel like that was a moment of silence.
Confused the connection between finances and buying a suit.
You needed to save the money to buy the suit, and because you didn't save the money to buy the suit, you did not know how to control your finances.
But you gave it to the Instagram baddies instead.
I see. He's the worst. He's the worst kind of.
You're a bad scammer. You ain't even good at it.
That I don't. And unfortunately,
Isn't he Nigerian?
Is he?
He has a level of passion in his speech. So these young impressionable men, they see that video and they say,
"You're gonna bully me to buying a suit?"
He's making a lot of sense. I need to spend $500 on a suit, and I can be just like him.
To do what with?
Exactly.
Half the corporate jobs have a business casual. What?
Yes.
I've only had
Yes.
to wear a suit one time. I've only had to wear a suit
I
once.
only wear a suit if I go to court, and that's it.
Y'all, I went to a $1,200 business conference and crashed it. There was nobody in there.
No,
So
no one
they
was-
bringing backpacks and stuff. I'm like, I should have just bought my backpack. Shoot, I'm out here overdressed. There ain't nobody.
The partners where I work who make millions of dollars wear jeans and sneakers. They do not look good. I'm not saying
These
all that.
men, you are saying you're going to help these men build muscles, get jobs, get educated. All. Why are you selling them a suit the first go around? I feel like you should probably sell a course about how to get into uni. I think you should probably sell a course. Well, you probably shouldn't be selling this. You probably should be helping them.
Just help them for. I mean, I don't like it when people do. I do know someone who offers a mentorship program and offers people that for like to pay her, and
I'm attempting to do that on the second channel, by the way.
To have people pay you for mentorship.
No, not pay.
Oh,
for
I
free.
was gonna say we can't be friends no more. Fuck. He's just really mad. I don't want to buy your suit. I'm still stuck on that.
Look, I don't. By the way, I'm not ridiculing people who are selling their expertise, right? And when Vanessa just said we wouldn't be friends, that is accountability, right? It is. I think no, I actually appreciate that you just said it like so willingly and freely out here. Like if I were supposed to do something, I would like my friends to come in and say, no, absolutely not.
They don't sell mentorship.
Like I don't think you do. Like I understand that everything is not free, and you should you should not feel like you have a right to everyone's information. That's fine. But if you do have information that can help, I don't know. Like I don't think you sell this kind of information. Like I don't think you sell courses about how young men can improve.
If you actually have an expertise, I think that's different. But they are just random. They haven't done any courses. They don't have any certifications. They don't have
Hafiz pointed out that he was broke living at home until his YouTube channel did
So,
well.
and you should be teaching me how to make a YouTube channel.
Yep, that is your expertise.
That's your expertise, and I would pay for that because that's actually successful. But you teaching about how to date girls and a bunch of stuff that you don't have any sort of ability.
But be careful that he didn't buy views, because one of the manosphere's associates just got caught up. We don't even know if they know how to do that. I'm just saying, before you look deep, before you leap on buying that man's course, I'm just saying.
But I'm saying that's the thing that you know how to do is make money off of telling people what to do with their lives. That's your expertise. So
That's true. How to tell desperate people what to do with their lives on you and build a YouTube channel 101.
and his suit don't even look that nice. Sorry.
Well, my oh wait, that suit is a mess, but that's neither here nor there. He seems claustrophobic. He's making me claustrophobic watching him in that suit. It's too small, so you are a box. You need to open that shirt and be comfortable in your seat, in your kingdom.
They said he got it wherever Myron got his pants from. I think they went to the same
High Value Men's Warehouse.
I do agree with Kenny's comment that it is just bashing women. That's why I'm like, I should make my own YouTube.
Let's quit corporate America.
I would just make a YouTube bashing women and saying all kind of inconsistent things and become famous and rich.
That's the thing. There's no value of like logical or academic rigor. Like there's nothing. It's just like if you say, this is why the other day I was trying to trick my chat into thinking that the writing that we were reading was written by a Black woman, and then I switched it to a white woman, and because I need you to judge, I need you to critique what I'm doing. Don't accept what I am doing. This is a conversation, even though I'm the one mainly with the mic. Rigorously investigate everything I tell you. Do not take what I say as fact. It is not okay. I don't like this. It feels very like we're in a bubble. And the fact that I can see Myron literally contradict himself multiple times I got his name right. It's Myron, isn't it? In one speech, right? And the people, assuming there are people there, and in the comments, they're like, yes, yeah. Like, it makes me very worried. Because if I do that, will you guys be like, period, theme?
No.
You did that theme.
No. Not over here. This is not the environment to cultivate it.
I mean, we
I'd
argue.
at least be like, damn, Themis, did you have to put the laugh track on it? Can you just make it seem like you just talking to a screen? Because the laugh track is taking me out.
Period. You guys gonna get a laugh track. No, but I appreciate this, and I have a course coming out, 990. This was all done to explain to you that there's a $999 course on how to survive law school, because that's what I did. I'm kidding. But my other channel is coming. I did a video.
You will one day publish that book of yours, correct? Putting you on the spot.
Yeah, we've
been hearing about this book, Themis. I mean, I went on and bought Vitamin Q's book, so we waiting.
We waiting.
You didn't finish reading my book, did you?
Me?
My manuscript. Yeah.
I don't finish reading any book. I can't read for fun anymore.
Okay. Well, there are people on my YouTube channel who've read the book. They were in my book club last year.
I read parts of it. It was good. I liked it.
Period. I'm editing it now. It will be out.
I'll buy it.
Demon, stop playing in our face because I get flued out. I will get flued out for you.
Who's doing the flying out?
Wait, who's flying who out? Let me know, because I'm always here for a vacation.
Someone said they'd pay for the law school course now. Maybe I should do a law school course. That'd be some money.
For free. You're going to do a law school course for free on my second channel.
Me? I'm going to do it for the money.
I'll pay you.
I actually have an expertise there. No, it's not expertise. No, I would do it for free. I don't care.
Yeah.
Can I add? I know we have like the law perspective on here. Can I add like a business and economy perspective as to why, Vanessa, when you talked about like why don't they just sell their expertise making a YouTube channel? And first of all, I mean, fundamentally, I agree with that. Yes, just sell your expertise in making a YouTube channel because clearly you've been successful in doing that. You don't have any evidence to show that you have expertise in anything else that you claim to have expertise in. However, that would be the only content, the only material that any content creator would be able to sell. How to make an Instagram, how to make a YouTube, how to make, like, everyone would be selling the same thing.
Yeah.
So everyone has to feign this fake expertise in something and say, hey, I am an expert in this thing, and I'm going to tell you I'm an expert in this thing. Trust me, pay me $900 to talk to you for 1 hour. And here are 500 other people who are claiming to be an expert in some other niche, not really that important area as well.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense. And they don't want the competition of other.
But they do want the competition. They could all do this if it's so, because they're all dating coach. All of these pop-up dating coach people are just here teaching about dating. None of them.
They don't want but the thing is, you're not going to actually, the person that you're teaching isn't going to make any money off of that. But if you started teaching people how to make YouTube, then they'd start making money. Then they'd start competing with your YouTube. I mean, like, it would damage
your competition.
Yeah, it would breed more competition.
But if you actually do watch what they do, though, in this space, I will give these gentlemen a certain amount of credit. And it's also one of the reasons they are so frustrated right now, particularly since May 5th. I will say this, they do help each other out. The men in the manosphere do collaborate. Like, somebody is able to draw the crowd, and then they recommend each other and shout each other out. So if one of them put out a course previous to May 5th, the date is important. The one with the biggest number of subscribers would recommend that person. That person did manage to put several other men on. The reason that they have subscribers is because this person was able to do that. So I will say this. If one of these gentlemen was to put, before May 5th, if one of these gentlemen were to put out a course, it could be the worst piece of nonsense ever, but they did have an engine. Unfortunately, something has happened to the engine. I don't know if this would work today, but if you pay attention and kind of listen about it, I'm going to give a shout out to so-and-so because when I didn't have any subscribers, he put me over here. And when I want to give a shout out to because they did put each other on. So they don't compete like that because they know they really don't have the maximum pool was about 1.4 billion people. And that's plenty of money. If you imagine having a church that big, that's plenty of money to go around. So they did share it out and they did put the younger ones on. So I will give them that the manosphere did not so much compete. They really did try to help each other out. If only they were not pushing poison. They have the right idea, but they were pushing poison. So one of the reasons that there's so much grief is because one of the major drivers.
But also FBI investigation.
Well, then there's the whole idea that they about to get they about to be pulled off the road.
That is so awesome. The fact
that's true. They about to get pulled over.
Anywho, I'm gonna end now because it's 1 a.m. But I appreciate you guys so much. I don't know what we were talking about towards the end, but I'm very glad we did. I'm going to say that I'm not opposed to content creators making money on YouTube. I don't want it to be seen as that. My issue is about integrity and not like draining people of their resources. But I feel like I should adopt what Vanessa called the Nigerian approach to blame the people who spend their money. Because like, I mean, at some point, like you have to know this is a scam. Like you shouldn't be paying $500 for a course on how to do YouTube TLA. So it's just ridiculous. Anyway, anyone want to say anything before we close? I feel like Prince Petty might have something to say. Nora, Deanne, SKJ, Aaron, Vanessa, you don't get to close. LB read my book, my manuscript.
I just want to say, Themis, thank you for having me on. And also, I am happy that, because I thought I was going crazy. And as Deanne said, when May 5th hit, the amount of outpouring that I saw, YouTube videos of grown men crying for, I won't get into that. But
wait, what is May 5th?
May 5th is when your bestie.
Oh, no, I'm not bringing that up here. Sorry, I didn't know.
But I thought I was losing my mind. I said, am I missing something? I've never seen this visceral reaction before of so much support. I said, maybe it's me, but.
Vanessa drags me in real life.
No, I don't drag you. I just tell you about yourself.
Period. Anyone else? Any closing statements?
Wait, what's the name at the bottom? Sorry. I don't know the name. I can't see the names right now.
Kenny?
Is it Kenny?
Oh, wait, sorry.
Oh, high value. He's funny. That's what I want to say.
What did you say, that high value?
I said you're funny.
Oh, thank you. Is it my turn to speak? I thought someone else was going up next.
Oh, he's sleeping. Go ahead, high value.
So let's play Connect the Dots. I played Connect the Dots today during this live.
Don't go ahead. Do not go ahead. Deanne, go ahead. We're not doing this. I'm not doing this with Prince Freddie tonight. Go ahead. Actually, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Go connect the dots.
So I just took these in order from that live you watched. Well, not the live, but the conference, if you can call it that. So he was mad that women have more options through Instagram. He was mad that feminism is making women focus on their career and education more than they focus on men. He was mad that the 1% of men are reaching out to these women who they see as average. And just in general, not in that conference, they talk about going overseas because Western women have too high standards and they need a woman from a poor country because they have lower standards and they accept me like this and they don't need me to be tall and fast or whatever. Hafiz was whining on a different live about how back in the day, all you had to do to get a girl was exist, but now you got to have a job and a car and clean fingernails.
Goodness.
So they can't compete, or rather, maybe this is the first time in history where men have really had to compete because it's still fairly recent that women can exist in society without a man. And instead of doing better, right, he showed us his analytics. Fresh and Fit did this too. The men don't watch the videos about finances. They don't watch the videos about improvement, masculinity. They watch the videos where they're yelling at girls. Instead of self-improvement so that they can meet these women's expectations, they would rather degrade these women and bring your expectations down. So, yeah, I wrote that earlier. I forgot. The conversation went somewhere else.
Oh, you should have brought it back because that was very astute. You better sit there and write. You weren't being petty. That's a new thing. Go ahead, Deanne. I think you were speaking. I might have interrupted.
That's all right. I enjoyed what Prince Petty had to say because now I don't have to do that part. That's done. The dot connecting has been done. I'm just going to add on to what both Aaron and Prince Petty have said. We laugh about it because it's ridiculous. But there is a part of my heart that is hurt because if you were willing to pay between $200, $900, $2,000, however much it costs you to get ready for the conference, we do have a great number of men who are trying to find some on-ramp that was not shown to them in the proper way. On May 5th, some of this grief has to do with the fact that they feel that another on-ramp was taken away. And if you're going to Myron for your next on-ramp, I wish that there were a way. But the thing is, it's not a job a Black woman can do anyway, because only a man can do a man's job. These men, even if you gave Myron a good temperament, even if he was sweet in his temperament, I mean, in terms of being a kind person, his lack of being able to think well and work his way through the 21st century economy would make it extremely hard for him to be able to get a mate. Because it's just like the contradictions in the first two, his insecurity, his contradictions in the first 2 minutes. Even if he had a wonderful disposition, and there are so many of these men who may or may not have started as bad men, but they haven't connected the dots on why they're going to continue to be rejected. Because as women, we do have to accept, we have to survive too, and our children have to have a future. And if there's a group of men who does not understand that there are certain things that only they as fathers can do because their fathers didn't, as long as they don't come to terms with where the problem really lies and then start really going to get the mentorship that they need, there's nothing you can do with a Myron. Absolutely nothing of value. One more thing, this technique that Mr. Gaines has. I owe to Pastor Damon Richardson the composition of rat poison. Rat poison is 95% good corn. There's truth in it. It's real and valuable. It's also 5% strychnine. And that 5% strychnine would kills the rats and would kill you if you ate it. But it's 95% good corn. So if you were starving and you didn't know any better, you might not know the difference. And that is what is being done to these men who are starving. And they're being fed rat poison. And the men who are doing this are going to continue to pay a very high price for doing it.
Thank you. Nora, SKJ, do you guys have anything to add?
Could I say a quick thing about what Deanne said, and then I'm gonna hop off real quick. She said earlier the manosphere was pushing poison, and that was an acronym for pushing P. Y'all have
Go
a
to
good night.
bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. This is the Prince Petty I know.
Listen.
Thank you guys all for being here. I can't stand Prince Petty.
He's so funny.
Don't tell him that because he won't stop now.
He kills me.
Yes, I was not even ready. Thank you guys so much. My dinner is here and I'm about to go eat at 1 a.m. because period. Don't look at your watch. I'm going to go eat at 1:30 a.m. Absolutely.
I'm going to sleep.
Period. Come downstairs.
Oh, bye.
Would that be something if we were in the same place?
No, I'm not there. Don't spread rumors.
Period. The filter went out the window. Yeah, period. It's 1 a.m. Ain't nobody got no filter. What are you eating, Themis? The only thing open that I could order on Postmates. Wait, Uber Eats. I don't Postmates, Uber Eats. Was shrimp fried rice
From where?
and chicken separately.
Bring the leftover shrimp fried rice over tomorrow. I know you want to.
Oh, I am coming over.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway. LOL, team is spreading rumors. Rumors all day. Yeah, I'm eating shrimp fried rice because it's the only thing open at 1 a.m. Yay for Asian food. Vanessa, you don't know cooking took Black men out the home, period. Not me. I cook every day. Period. Except today. Have a wonderful night. I used to do a live stream on my Instagram where I cook. I mean, I used to do it if I didn't
You
only do
literally
it
just
twice.
did it like a week ago.
I did it twice.
You should do it this Sunday.
Huh?
You should do it this Sunday.
Why? Why should I do it this Sunday?
I'm out
Tell
of
the
food.
people. Tell the people why.
I'm out of food and I don't feel like ordering anything.
I thought she was like, because Mike, I think you have a really amazing kitchen, just FYI. I have a great kitchen too, but I think yours is better. And so I thought she was like, come cook at my place for aesthetics. It'll make it look better. No, she just wanted me there to cook for her for the week. So absolutely not.
I'll buy the groceries.
You did last time.
I did. I'll buy them again if you cook.
Lies. I just wanted you to say you did.
I did. I bought all of it.
No, you
You
didn't.
brought your seasoning because you said that you didn't like my seasoning, but I bought the groceries.
I can completely imagine Themis saying he don't like somebody's seasoning.
Vanessa don't have seasoning.
I
so
do.
there's nothing
We are
to
not
lie.
having this argument again. I do have seasoning. Stop.
Vanessa, let me put this out in the world. Vanessa can cook. So Vanessa don't have pots or pans. If you go back,
This is a lie.
if you go back to that live stream that I did, that I definitely have up there, we had to go get a thing
One
that was
thing
deep.
that you, because you were being so particular that you needed one specific type of pan. I had, don't play me.
You didn't have anything to bake in. You did not have any
Yes, I did.
seasoning.
You didn't
You
like
did not
it.
have. How are you an immigrant without rice?
This is such fake news,
Oh
and
my
I
God.
stand for it. This is a lie.
How are you an immigrant without rice? Yes,
Oh no, I told you I did run out of rice, and I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that. But I had pots.
you are not a true immigrant if you don't have
Do
rice.
not run
in
out
your
of rice
home.
ever.
It's because we literally cooked it yesterday. Lisa cooked the rice yesterday. So.
It should be impossible to run out of rice.
I live by myself. I'm one person.
Then it definitely should be impossible
No,
to run out of
I'm
rice.
buying,
then.
like, whatever. This is nonsense. I'm not doing this.
You better not. In any case, I will cook for you because you can cook. How was my cabbage? Period.
It was good. It was good. I don't like cabbage, but I ate it all.
Period. And you ate half a cabbage.
That other half is still. I'm gonna throw that away.
Period. So I am a chef, and it is what it is. Shaming Black women 2022.
Thank you. Just the slander.
Black women don't need to know how to cook. You have a degree.
We should probably know how to cook for our own survival.
Period. Themis, not how are you an immigrant without rice? LOL. We ate us with a white barrel of rice over here. LOL.
I also don't like you gatekeeping what it means to be an immigrant. I don't appreciate.
Period. Themis mama raised him right. Period. What we're not gonna do is not know how to cook, Vanessa. I'll teach you how to cook.
Thank you.
Oh, what we should do is I shouldn't do anything Sunday. I
No.
should just direct you.
No, absolutely not. Unacceptable. Stay where you are. I'll order.
Period. Have a wonderful night, guys. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Bye.